below deck, by lantern glow, on biscuit hard and pea soup slow, we filled our bowls and raised a cheer, for Redbull Wololo was drawing near. Oh, gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years and 20 more, the great ship Londinium spied the shore!
Land ho!
Out of the mist the governor, yo, dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the east the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
Then Leary took the captain's wheel with fingers fast and nerves of steel. Then Doubt rose up to claim the prize, with castle lie within his eyes.
Then the ship made land on German shore. At Heidelberg's gate, we called for war. The Viper struck with crown of flame in desert sands and halls of fame. Yo ho, Wololo, to Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, from Germany to Spain, into London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. The red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
We sailed her south through Spanish lands, after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish throne.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow. Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, Germany to Spain, to London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, Germany to Spain, to London town we roll. On to Redbull Wololo.
Welcome, welcome one and all to the Royal Albert Hall for Redbull Wololo.
Hold on. Did you just do that?
That was cool. I didn't do it.
Can I do that?
Have a go, try it.
Let's have a try. Redbull Wololo!
Hey!
All right.
There we go. Sure, let's all have a go. You ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Redbull Wololo!
I'll keep that in mind for the rest of today.
I love a good gimmick. That
Yeah,
was
we do.
fantastic. Very good indeed. My friends, it is so wonderful to have each and every one of you here. And of course, everyone watching around the world, wherever you are. It's fantastic to have your company here at the Royal Albert Hall. And it's fantastic to have the support of our generous sponsors as well. Aegon by AOC, World's Edge and Scan. Let's hear it for the sponsors for this event here. And while we're at it, how about a big round of applause for the London Contemporary Orchestra. Conductor Robert Ames. I do wonder though, how hard could it possibly be to conduct, right?
Very.
Can I have a go?
I don't.
Can I have a try?
I wouldn't.
I'll have a go.
All right.
Can I have a try? Let's have a go. All right, here we go. I don't mean to brag, but I did play in my high school orchestra, second desk cello, so.
Hey, Riley! Here!
That's not the way, man. It's not the way to go.
The peanut
The
gallery
captain
is
is this.
Silly Riley.
Silly Riley,
Leave it to
man.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Possible with him.
No, well, you know.
You've tried.
I try, yeah, and that's it, you know. I try, ish. Okay, well, thank you very much. Anyway, no, look, it's time to get serious here. We
It
are
is
here for the
indeed.
very serious business of Age of Empires. Who's excited to see some Age of Empires on the biggest stage we've ever seen? We have two enormous finals to bring to you today, Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2. We can't wait to get underway with these, Zoe. But before we look forward to what's coming today, a brief time to look back, perhaps.
Indeed. So here is the history of Wololo.
What a journey it's been to get here to the Royal Albert Hall. Some iconic series, iconic tournaments across the history of Redbull Wololo, and it's led us here today, Zoe.
It is, and I feel like today's grand finals is going to make history as well. In both Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2, we have kings which need to be dethroned.
Yes, or perhaps recrowned. We shall find out. Hera versus Wham. Oh, sorry, wait, no. Marine Lord versus Wham. A last-minute change to the schedule, surprise. Marine Lord versus Wham. Hera versus Leary. We cannot wait, of course. But it's time for us to conclude a different story now. We've taken a long journey to reach here, the Royal Albert Hall. First Lieutenant Riley Knight aboard the HMS Londinium.
Just want to quickly
Yes,
to notice
okay.
something about me today.
Yes, some people today got a little bit of a costume upgrade. Others did
Or
not.
they got promoted on the journey because they actually put in some work, whereas you were just scribbling in your diary, if I remember correctly.
I was indeed. And let's find out what those last scribbles looked like as the good ship HMS Londinium came into old London town.
captain! Land ahoy!
Day 106. The HMS Londinium has made port. The Royal Albert Hall rises before us as magnificent as the legends promised. A perfect place to build a castle. This journey has been long and unforgiving. Mighty commanders have fallen along the way, but the greatest chapter is still to come. Today, on these very shores, champions will be crowned. The gods of the random map have delivered us here. The rest is up to them. Let the final battle commence.
Hello, AoE 4 and AoE 2 fans out there. I am Demu, and I'm joined by Winston Waffles. And I tell you what, we've got a great day ahead of us.
Oh, baby, I love being in London today. It's going to be a good one, Demu.
It really is. I mean, I'm obviously going to talk mainly about the first finals we've got going on. Marine Lord has been the Wololo king. He really has. This could be his third title in a row where he's gone absolutely undefeated. He might have a little speed bump very early on in the tournament, but when he gets going, he just gets going. I think it's been clean sweep finals, or at least very close to. And then going up against him, it's Wham. Last Wololo for Marine Lord, when he did actually reign supreme, he defeated the brother, the identical or close to identical twin brother of Wham. So quite a story vengeance could be in the making.
Yeah, indeed. And both of these players, up until this moment, have just blitzed through the competition. They have both just first qualifier, Marine Lord. Second qualifier, Wham. And then through the semifinals, decisive victory after victory. And here they are today, ready to do it all, take on the challenge, and try and win it.
Yeah, like, make no mistake, these two have looked like the strongest players over the past couple of months. And when they have duked it out, and even in practice that I've heard little bits about, it has not been one-sided at all. This might be the time that somebody is able to make the king kneel. And can Wham do it? Oh, we'll see. We're going to get these players out on the stage immediately, though. So welcome our star AoE 4 guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the Age of Empires 4 Grand Final.
Marine Lord. He is the standard by which all others are measured. On every stage he played, he somehow managed to turn it into his personal throne room. And today he's not just going to play for a trophy. He is here to prove that in the world of Age of Empires 4, there is only space for one king. His challenger, Wham, a Canadian anchor who refused to drift in Londinium. He earned his place. He earned to play on stage, and he is ready to take it all.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the first grand finalist, Marine Lord! His opponents,
Right, before the games get going, we do have a very important process that happens between these two players. The draft.
The formidable draft, and I'm so excited that we get to watch this live. We're gonna have the admin on stage with them, picking as they go. You can see their notebooks, they're looking ready. It's all smiles and giggles from them both, but it is about to get serious.
And no popcorn was spilled on the way walking out onto the stage, so nice job by Wham there, but this is going to be cool. Obviously, we can't go into great super detail if any of these players had special tactics planned, but we get to see all those flags, all those maps, and first map between these two, Hill and Dale, picked by Marine Lord. Now, I'm not entirely, we actually haven't seen this map at all in the tournament, so maybe thinking he's got something special planned amidst those. Is that Holy Island over there?
Are these banned?
I have no idea, honestly, but when it comes to water, these guys know how to play it. The thing is, these guys have actually been practice partners up to this event. Seeing as they were on other sides of the bracket, who better to play with than the other best player in the world? It's kind of like a J-Dong and Flash situation happening in 2026.
You can see Wham eyeing up his next selection here. Socotra.
And obviously both these players have put a lot of thought into what they're good at and what potentially their opponent isn't so good at. Now that's hard to say when they're both pretty much men of iron at this point, right? But they are both very, very formidable opponents. And what have we got over here? Kawasan. Now I wonder if those are the two bans from him and it's the middle ones getting picked. That's something that I should have known beforehand.
Indeed, and it looks like that is the case, right? Holy Island, Hill and Dale banned out, Dry Arabia and Socotra have been selected, two very just land-based aggressive maps. We've seen successful play from both of them on all these maps. Baldland, the next ban from Wham.
So far, denying some of the weird maps that we haven't seen so far, such as Holy Island, Kawasan. I mean, Baldland we've seen quite a bit, but we haven't seen Kawasan either. Frisian Marsh is picked now from Marine Lord, a very good hybrid map. Socotra, obviously by Wham, very aggressive. Front Range also by Wham. So if I'm looking at this draft right now and I'm thinking, okay, what are the aggressive maps? Pretty much all of them. Like absolutely all of them. And then, is that gonna be King of the Hill first to get things going? That's gonna be exciting.
I love a good King of the Hill game, and yeah, man, Frisian Marshes as well has just been delivering excellent matches in this tournament so far. The semifinals were both fire, and this is gonna be fireworks for sure.
I always wonder what the players have in those little notebooks, you know?
I like to think Marine Lord just has pictures of fun animals.
I know Marine Lord, he's gonna have like so many flames of me going on in there, you know, like here, this, but no, this is gonna be very exciting to see because both these players have had civs that they're obviously really good with and have been good with for a long time. Wham's draft was actually very interesting against Vortex. A lot of the players kind of unanimously said, he's picking a lot of civs that aren't necessarily regarded as the GOAT civs right now, but he was making them work. And he made them look incredibly strong. And then he had a backstory to it. Well, whenever I played Puppy Paw, he picked this and he was great with it. Now that can be a little bit awkward to play, especially if you are a meta trendsetter like Marine Lord, but they both know what the other one's good at. They both know what they want to go for.
Yeah, and there's gonna be, I think, a lot of competition for the high S-tier civs for these land maps. This is a very similar whole section. Chinese probably the first ban here.
Does look like it. First ban for Wham. Now, I kind of know what he's been banning this tournament. He's kind of stuck with it a little bit. Marine Lord had a very different philosophy on his banning, and he's going to ban Abbasid. I tell you what, for those out there that don't know AoE4 all so well, Abbasid has been highly regarded as quite a bad civ.
But just yesterday, his games against Vortex, he showed that Abbasid is insane when used correctly. I suspect Marine Lord just saw that game and said, well, I can just ban that out and not have to deal with this problem at all.
Ah, and it is going to be English banned as well. So that means Socotra, can't go English on there. When you do a ban like this, it's a global ban situation. So Marine Lord gone for some fairly weak civs, but they do have obvious uses and situations. We saw Frisian Marshes with Absid, English on Socotra, getting rid of those, and Byzantine for Wham.
I find that very interesting because I think Wham has really prioritized picking Byzantines himself throughout this tournament, especially in the qualifiers. I think he picked Byzantines most of his sets. So I'm a little surprised to see that.
it can come into play that, okay, it's not a civ that I'm necessarily, you know, willing to let my opponent have with what's available. And a global ban situation, it's not just banning for your opponent, you ban for both of you. Now, Marine Lord going for 2 weaker civ bans, Wham going for 2 stronger civ bans. This still means it's a lot of good civs and good choices to put out there. And I mean, there are certain situations like front range, very good for Byzantine. It does have a lot of berries available. First civ chosen by Marine Lord is going to be Ottoman. They have been highly versatile recently, very good early game, and they just get better as the game goes on. But counter choice, Malian. Now this is a civ that's been on the up, and players are just getting better and better with it.
Yeah, I mean, I view it as maybe amongst the S tiers. I think it is arguably the best civ, depending on the map. We've seen it played on a variety of these maps. We see Sengoku picked second for Wham. Those are 2 good civs.
Those are amazing civs. Like, if you go with the combo that you're going to play a map and you get to pick both of those, and you're picking the lesser of 2 evils, well, it still feels really bad going up against either one of those. So I'm very much curious. We still have Zushi available, we still have French available, but French doesn't like to really go into Malian, so maybe thinking, all right, what does like to go into these bad boys? I think that's Ayabid getting picked, and Ayabid also very flexible here. So we do see that Sengoku Malian, a bit more regimented, a bit more set in stone about how they're going to approach a game. Granted, you can be different still, but Ayabid and Ottoman, they can literally do anything to get the game going.
That might even be a slight denial. Not that Marine Lord's any bad with Ayubids, but the point I was about to make is that Wham loves to play Ayubids, and it might have been picking it to kind of open up the French pick and not get that really tough matchup of French into Ayubids.
Yeah, I mean, very often players, Japanese was still left on the table. And so that is cool, because very often that's been a very primary pick for players. Now, given that it's already been picked, I do know that Marine Lord has been looking at Japan and been thinking, you know what, it's beatable. Like, you know, it has these definite situations. Golden Horde as well for Wham. Now, this has seen a massive, massive burst on the pro scene. Lots of players love it. Lots of players hate to go up against it. Very awkward. It is the kind of civ that, yeah, it can get bullied in the Dark Age a little bit, but once it gets riding, it has an Age 3 massive power spike with +2 range armor on all your heavy units. And early on as well, it's just producing a darn lot.
Yeah, interestingly, we've been seeing it picked a lot on Baldwin. There's some pretty clear strategies there that Golden Horde goes for, so I'm interested to see where he ends up putting it. We've also seen it in front range throughout this tournament, so that could be a nice place for Wham there. And Macedonian Dynasty for Marine Lord is picked next.
Ooh, and it does look like Zhu Shi is going to get picked as well. We've seen that actually quite a bit from Puppipor, Wham's brother. He's utilized that a lot on maps like Phrygian Marshes. Now, it was very much a fast castle civ, but we've seen the Imperial official early on be very good about getting some early game tempo, and this is one of those fun choices by Wham. It didn't work out yesterday, but it was a bit of an unusual game, an unusual start, maybe unfortunate, you could say, but not one of the greatest civs out there, and Turklak being picked as well. I think Wham's draft is exceptionally fun. I don't know how, like, if I'm against that draft, and granted these players are far better than me, if I'm against that draft, I'm already thinking, this can be a bit tricky. It definitely can. So initially I was like, okay, they're fairly rigid civ choices, but then it's like, whoa, throwing a real curveball out there, and what's Marine Lord going to go for last? Because he has to think, okay, maybe Ottoman's good against Malian, what's good against Japanese, maybe it's French to some degree if you stop the game from going. Macedonia can be awkward as well. Lots of choices here.
Yeah, and just to explain a bit how the civ selection will work for each map, both players are going to select 2 civs, and then there's going to be a blind snipe on one of the enemy 2 civs. So you kind of pick what you want to play against, but since it's blind, you're not fully controlling the matchup.
The Frenchman going with Jean d'Arc as his 6th and final pick. Now, Marine Lord, since the beginning of AoE 4 time, which is like 5 years ago, he has been exceptionally good with his French Knight civs. Jean d'Arc saw quite a bit of usage on maps like Phrygian as well, with the docks and all that. And yeah, we've got a lineup between these two, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and yes, got to say again, thank you to the orchestra for giving us such a good back setting here. This feels so good. And
My friends, I don't know about you, but standing there listening to Schamberger for minutes and minutes on end, it took me back 25 or more years to those glory days of yesteryear. My friends, put your hands together. Please thank once again the London Contemporary Orchestra with conductor Robert Ames. Robert Ames. Winston and Demu, back to you, my friends. Take us home.
Time for us to look at what the first draft will be between these two. As Winston said, there is going to be 2 civs picked between both these players. Now, it's a best of 5, meaning that you won't be able to play all of them, but you don't want to get yourself into a situation where if it gets to the final map, your last 2 civ picks are potentially one that's very doable, very easy to beat on that map. And then obviously your strong one is going to get absolutely sniped off the board, and then you may be in a very unfortuitous situation. So King of the Hill, if I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, what's good on that for Marine Lord? Zushi, obviously very good with relic play, Meditation Garden can go in a nice spot. Ottoman also with a bit of tempo, but Wham's been so good about closing off the map and making it smaller against these strong cavalry civs. And he's been one of the players that's been most prominently utilizing spearmen as well. Now, if you just think about like a clash of styles, Wham with a lot of spears, but Marine Lord's been loving the archers through and through. I'm genuinely curious what they're both going to go for here.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here. We've seen Macedonians also picked on Frisian as well later on. Ayubids feels like it could be pretty flexible. I'm a little... What are you thinking here for Marine Lord's Socotra pick? Because maybe lacking the best civs there. I mean, you have a Ayubid.
Actually, we're going to hear from somebody far better than me about this. We're going to hear from Puppy Paw himself, what he feels about the draft.
We are indeed. Please give it up for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw. A little over a year ago, you found yourself in the same position as your brother right now, playing against Marine Lord. How does it feel to be on the outside looking in today, seeing your brother here?
I'm really proud of him. I think he's improved a lot in the past few years, especially. I'm excited for how he's going to do today. I always believe in him. Yeah, I think he has a very good chance.
It's great to have someone like you having your back in the crowd. Now, we just got to watch the draft. Do you have any initial thoughts after seeing that draft?
Marine Lord is going with a lot of civs and maps that he's played previously in these sets, so he's going with consistency and what he feels comfortable with. Wham, he's definitely mixing it up. He banned different maps than he did versus Vortex. He picked civs that he didn't pick versus Vortex, so I think he's trying to throw Marine Lord off his game a bit. Yeah, I think he's got a few things planned.
All right. You would know best. I assume you helped him prep a little bit for this as well. Did you guys like huddle up together yesterday and go over some stuff?
A little bit, yeah. Maybe we could have prepared a bit more, but ultimately, you can't prepare for everything, and you just kind of have to play in the moment.
Well, and we will see him doing just that. Puppy Paw, thank you so much. Once again, let's hear it for Puppy Paw. Back to our casters.
Yeah, I like what Puppy Paw said there. Wham has definitely got something up his sleeve a little bit here. Even going for the Tuklak pick, which Vortex picked against him yesterday, maybe feeling that if Vortex didn't make a few of those little errors, such as picking the Food Governor, that, hey, there's actually some potential behind this. And Marine Lord, he's very good with a lot of the civs that he's picked, so a lot of comfort picks. I totally agree with Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw may have been pretty reserved there tactically. I think he really didn't want to give away what Wham was thinking. He's saying, oh, just throw off Marine Lord's game a bit. I have a feeling they have quite a bit prepared here. They're not the type to come unprepared. They practice a lot together, and they certainly have practiced for this event a lot.
They certainly have. And I mean, Wham is one of Marine Lord's main practice partners for this tournament. So I brought this up earlier that there was a time in StarCraft Brood War history that Jaedong and Flash were both the best 2 players in the world. Nobody else was good enough. Like, they practiced with them, but they'd practice with each other before the finals of Grand Finals, which is so funny to think about. But these 2 players, they are here in the Grand Finals. And I do believe very soon we're going to hear from the players themselves about what they think.
I'm very excited to be in London for the World Championship, obviously. It's like the biggest event of the year, so I have to win.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be in London. I'm always happy to come to these events.
I can't wait to play in the Royal Albert Hall. I feel like people are going to be all around us, like a Coliseum kind of, which is very sick.
I always practice as much as possible, and besides that, I'm always focused on the game.
I'm making sure I sleep properly, eat properly, and I'm just always ready to play.
Yeah, my favorite civs at the moment are Byzantines and Mongols. Civs that I'm not familiar with as much are the Knight civs, French, Jeanne d'Arc. I try to avoid as much as possible, but my opponents are typically very, very strong with them.
I think my favorite civ is probably the French. So not because I'm French, but it's also a very aggressive play style I really like.
At the moment, I think I can take anybody. I try to never have expectations, to be honest. I find that no expectations makes me play a lot better. I think everyone imagines winning, and it would be extremely amazing for me. I haven't had the chance to win a Red Bull tournament yet.
I've won the first World Championship, I won the second one, and this is the third one. So obviously I'm clearly here to win, and yeah, I'm ready.
Super cool to hear from both of those guys. Marine Lord, he has been a world champion multiple times now, looking to make it a three-peat here. Wham, for a long time in AOE4, is kind of living under the shadow of Puppy Paw. But in terms of like recent history over the past 6 months, Wham's been on fire. Like I'm well and truly excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here, because so far, nerves haven't been affecting him. Like, they really haven't. He's going to get up against titans like Vortex here, and even put in weird situations, and Vortex is not a comfortable opponent to go up against. He was flawless. Everything he did, it was really clean to watch.
Yeah, besides maybe a little bit on that HRE game, but the rest of it yesterday was simply phenomenal, and I think we're going to see more of that today. He's been practicing, he's been sharp. Did you notice, he also just said in that interview, Byzantines are his favorite civ. It really makes me wonder what kind of mind games are at play here, immediately banning that out. He also did not pick Mongols even on the table here. Could be map draft, could be mind games.
Yeah, I feel like map draft-wise, there's a few answers there to Mongols that make you feel like, okay, this isn't going to be the best. And I mean, there's maps banned like Kawasan, where Mongol do like to play. They like to get those arrow slits going, having early units out on the field. But when it comes down to the finals, there are things that both these players have probably had in their pocket for a little bit of time. And I was sat with Marine Lord at breakfast a few days ago, and he talked about his practice with Wham, and he said it was always really close. And I was like, and this is not a humble man, by the way. Yeah. Like, he would tell me if he was winning, like, if he was winning 3-1 every time, he'd be like, yeah, it's Londinium. But like, no. He was being very, very genuine. So I think the player that he was most scared of going into this tournament, he's up against now in the final.
Yeah, and certainly I think that's going to be the case. We've seen Wham really performing well. I just want to get into the games, Demu.
I'm very, very curious how this is going to go between these guys. Because, I mean, Marine Lord, he is a guy that people have said, very meta base, but very often he's the one setting the meta. And then it's like, okay, he stays in feudal for longer than other players, and he can do aggression, he can defend. He can pretty much do it all, which does make him an incredibly hard opponent to go up against. I know he's had rivalries with players such as Beastie in the past, which have, you know, gone all the way, and it's like the master of defending against just the master in general. But Wham has really showcased that he is not a one-trick pony either. He hasn't been winning through sheer tricks. It's been all-round solid play. So when it comes to these two guys, it's like playing two mirror-like players, you know? They're both just good at it all.
Yeah, I think Wham, you know, historically, people may have looked back at earlier stages of his career in Age of Empires 4 and said he might have been more favored as a defensive player as well, similar to maybe how people viewed Beastie.
With Wham walls, Wham trade.
Wham walls. Yeah, exactly. These more passive strategies, but I think what has led to his success and what leads him here today has been an immense diversification of strategy and depth, mastery over the draft system, which I hope we'll get to see and see how that plays out here, because exactly, there are some surprises here potentially. I think there could be some really interesting strategies that we haven't really considered. Once again, that HRE pick is maybe a question mark. Is there another plan in play here that could just elevate this to something we haven't seen yet?
Absolutely could be. I mean, we also have to think about like some civs that weren't picked that are still quite strong. Delhi, for example, we saw that in a lot of previous games. But Marine Lord's draft, having Ottoman and French is 2 of your first 3, picking Delhi against that is really rough. So there's been a lot of like denial Civ picks as well, and you talked about how Byzantine was banned by Wham despite being one of his most comfortable. I'm just so curious about what matchups they want to avoid here. Because if you're Zushi, you don't want to play against Malian. You really don't. Do you want to play against Japan with Zushi? Probably not either. So what are you trying to save that up for? What kind of situation? And same with Jeanne d'Arc. They absolutely don't want to go against Malian, nor does French, but you can potentially deny Malian the whole way through. And then it's about what do you couple with it? What do you force your opponent to play against you? It's going to be very awkward. And on a Wham side of things, what doesn't he want HRE against, for example? Well, I look at it, I'm like, he doesn't want HRE against anything, honestly, but he's been playing HRE, he feels comfortable with it. I spoke to him in private as well, and he was like, I think people sleep on HRE quite a bit. And I mean, the fact that Tuklak is picked as well, that's a big surprise for me.
Yeah, historically, I mean, even running into this tournament, we saw Tuklak being viewed as quite dominant on a lot of these hybrid maps, right, where they can make use of the fish and dock and get that whole economy set up, and it really sort of played well into their style. But yesterday we saw Vortex try Tuklak on the land, and he said there's some strategies here that players are not really exploring enough yet, and he was willing to bring it out in the semifinals of this tournament. So he was that confident in the practice. It didn't work out for him yesterday, but maybe Wham had some ideas, maybe Wham had some similar thoughts going into it, and we could see Tuklak being a threat on several of these maps as well.
We really could. And I mean, Tuklak, they are the elephants available. They can be decent. Like, they don't want to go up against an Ottoman, I imagine. As soon as that game progresses, it can get rough. Do they want to get... Like, what is Tuklak's weaknesses? When I think about it, I'm like, quite a lot, actually. They really don't want to be against a very feudal heavy Civ that can punish that early fort, because that's the build that a lot of players go for. Macedonia, what doesn't that want to run into? Ah, Louis MT. Yeah, we love him too. He's back on the ladder now, by the way, and practicing, so that's really awesome to see.
Oh, he'll be back at a Red Bull soon then.
Golden Horde as well. I mean, there's awkward matchups here on the board. Macedonia is obviously one that's been very prevalent. We've seen it quite a bit on front range. They are able to take quite a lot of food early on, getting that Golden Horn Tower in the middle, the center of the map, meaning you have to go all the way around or be kind of weird about it, really slowing down the game to get out a lot of Radari. But the French picks, those can be annoying. Like, you'd love to have French against HRE on the correct kind of map. Maybe on a Frisian, though, where French has been getting picked quite a bit. Honestly, there's a lot of question marks in my head over the drafts between these two players.
Oh, some love for Beastie in the crowd as well. Can we get a round of applause for everybody here today? Oh yeah, look at all those beautiful smiling people. Hello, everybody.
It is great to be here at the Royal Albert Hall in London for the Redbull Wololo. This is...
Should we try it? The Red Bull, what was that, Demu? Wololo.
Oh, I just did the sound for me.
Aw. What about the Red Bull Wololo? Oh, look how he did it. Are you proud?
I'm so proud of you, Winston.
Thank you.
Production wasn't quite ready for me. No. I was like, I can't reel.
I'm keeping them on their toes.
I can't reel off guard for that. You know? I'm
toes.
only a replacement, okay? But yeah, this is going to be very fun to see what happens here. I mean, a lot of time going into this draft between these guys. I do know that Marine Lord, when he sets up his draft, he's often writing down the maps in Notepad, getting each map listed down as to what he would like to play, what he would like to set up. So a lot of thought can go into it. Duck mod.
Just advertisements. Look at all the cool hats too.
Idle Villager, I like that one as well, the t-shirt.
Get him to work.
And Marine Lord looking patient, but also a bit like, let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, he's ready. This is game time for him.
I've been doing the homework. I've done all the practice. Now it's time to show off my stuff. And yeah, you might notice he sits quite funny with that mouse and keyboard. He's one of the few players that I know that actually does that, with the keyboard in front, the mouse very much to the side. But I tell you what, he makes it work. And maybe my little boy might make him play a little bit like Marine Lord if I want him to be an RTS champ.
Train him young, you know, to get really good at RTS. You got to start really early nowadays.
Yeah, you certainly do. You certainly do. But the neck popping, the relaxing. What has this man got to show us?
Oh, the finger crack? Oh, he's ready.
Wham is looking very calm. To say he is regarded as the underdog, Not by a great amount, but you're against the goat of AoE4. He's looking incredibly calm, and he's also the younger player, the less experienced player. I mean, oh, I see Ottoman on the board there. Is that Aya bid as well?
Oh, we're loading it.
Granted, I'm looking at a very small monitor here from very, very far away, but already that could be quite spicy here on King of the Hill.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just moments away. Whoa, an eagle and a jaguar. Whoa, so cool. Hello.
Hi, yeah, we spotted you. Okay, I think in a few moments here, we are going to get into this game, and what a final this should be. It's lined up to be a good one. I mean, we had semi-finals that were pretty darn decent, but so far these players have gone untouched. Is the other one? Oh, I just hope we have close games, Winston. I hope we have close games.
I think we're going to have close games.
Or rather, some good AoE4.
I think we're about to have some very nice games, Demu, and I am so excited.
We do see the players are in game here.
Yeah, we're just doing a quick confirmation, making everything's all set, and then we'll get that up for us.
So a little bit of downtime here.
What a stage, Demu. What a stage. What a place to be for an Age 4 tournament, huh?
It's beautiful. I'm glad they've got Marine Lord in red as well as kind of the evil one.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me think of like Star Wars, the bad guy, and then the blue guy, Luke Skywalker coming to dethrone him kind of thing. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, Marine Lord going for the three-peat, you know?
I mean, that's insane.
It would be crazy. Several years of dominance at the highest of levels. It seems that whenever the stakes are high, he just always has seemed to show up. And so I'm super keen to see how Wham will handle this, how Wham will move forward. I mean, even after this event, whatever the result, I think we're going to be expecting these two to be battling against each other in the future. After the recent success of Wham, I think this is just going to be incredible for the scene.
Yeah, I've got this like dark thought in the back of my mind that the previous Wololos, where Marine Lord was in the finals, he dismantled the Mr. 4-0 in that first Heidelberg final. Then he dismantled Puppy Paw 3-0. I just hope it's not going to be the same kind of situation between these guys, but the kind of gameplay that Wham has been showcasing, it shouldn't be so easy for him, but yeah, a little bit of moments here.
Yeah, it just looks like we have a quick pause here to handle something. And then the players, oh man, Wham's face, he just looks so locked in.
Super locked in, super focused.
Hello.
Yeah, apologies for this, guys. Games will start as soon as possible. You never know, it's live, right? So certain things can appear. We'll keep you guys updated as moments do pass. Saw a little bit of flex over there from Wham. And hands in the air. And hearts. Winston, when was the last time you actually saw these two duke it out?
Last time I saw them duke it out at a LAN.
Anytime, really.
I mean, in the qualifiers, no? And on ladder games?
They didn't play in the qualifier.
Oh, they didn't?
No,
they didn't play in the qualifier, right.
I guess that is something we can bring up. So Marine Lord qualified the first week. Oh, we're into the game here.
Let's begin.
That's what we want. That's what we want. It is going to be King of the Hill to get things going. Marine Lord will be spawning as the blue Ottoman player, although maybe he should be red. That is his color on stage. And we have Wham spawning as the Ayu Bid player. Now, King of the Hill, definitely an unusual map. Big things about this map, it's only got one sacred site bang in the middle. This very much promotes a lot of play around sacred site control. We see a lot of players go for towers around there, they grab it early. Both these civs can go. In fact, it's Golden Horde. I was getting that incredibly wrong. Golden Horde versus Ottoman. Okay. This is already far different than what I'm used to.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup to be choosing on this map. I wonder how much the snipes came into play. Maybe Wham wanting to just get Ottomans maybe a little out of the way early in the series. They are viewed as one of the most dominant civs, mostly because of that Spahi in the Feudal Age and just that intense production bonus that they get early Feudal all the way through Castle Age. They just build this massive army, which might work to Marine Lord's favor here, as that central sacred site can prove to be a victory condition in and of itself.
By the way, I have to mention this. There's a barracks and a military school already out for Marine Lord. So One thing we talked about Golden Horde, they do not like to be attacked early on, specifically in the Dark Age. They have two very exposed resources, one being gold, the other being an Uvu itself. Oh, and I believe we're having
a quick pause.
We're giving the game I've been getting spoke to by production here. We're giving the game a slight pause here because it was stuttering a little bit, and that will fix it. Clean up and whoa!
Oh, he's running.
That is some fast lads over there. And Marine Lord immediately still producing some spearmen here out of the military school, but we do have a tech already on the go. So may lose a couple of buildings here, but this is one of the strengths of Ottoman. They really can mix it up a lot. Well, I'm going to go for an early tower as a retort here, but he has to be careful. When a building is being produced, it takes double the amount of damage. And I tell you what, that is not a small amount, and you see Wham reacting to this, realizing, oh, whoa, you're actually going for it? Okay. And I tell you what, that's a lot of lost gathering time.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers pulled, but it's really essential that these two early spots are really covered. You can't let the gold go down. You really can't let the Uvu go down for free. You have to try and defend it, but this is going to be a challenge. There's no real resources near this, so garrisoning that outpost in order to defend this villager is actually going to be tricky, right? The scout hops in, one arrow available, but at any point these spearmen might just be able to run at this villager. The villager has a bit of ways to go to get to that outpost. Could be an opportunity for some dancing here for Marine Lord, but he might just be content with the damage he's dealt so far.
I think he's going to be all right about this. I'm wondering if Wham's going to go for an early, well, actually he has no gold for arrow slits on that tower, so that would definitely help with keeping all this alive. Right now he has no access to units to deal with that. Marine Lord's tech behind this is obviously delayed, but he can't be too sad with having a bunch of spears out in the field, given that one of the units you're inevitably going to be against is the Batu Khan and his Torguds. Spear's pretty all right against those.
Yeah, but Batu's much better than a single, so Marine gonna have to run away with this one or just take him down fighting. Just a little bit of chip damage, but not the biggest deal for Batu Khan. He can handle it.
Yeah, Batu Khan will be able to regenerate when more Torguds do join the field, so not too big of an issue for him. And I tell you what, that Uvu does stay alive for now. Seeing that there is an archery range done, I do believe Marine Lord got to scout that. That's already a nice move for him, because as soon as you force your opponent into making a defensive slow unit like an archer or spears, you then have a bit more map control. The things you have to worry about are when Keshiks come out or more Torguds. Now, you can't delay the Torguds more than he has done, because the Uvu didn't die. But now he's hit his age up now. I'm very curious about what he's going to go for. Immediately starting production with the meta on that military school as well, getting the upgrade for the spearmen. Yeah, nice play.
Yeah, and I think the big question is, when do we see the stable for the Spahi? Well, answered immediately. Marine Lord wants to waste no time getting to that unit. It is viewed by many as just one of the strongest units in the game, considering when it's available, how it's available. The blacksmith there to increase that production speed of those buildings nearby. The woodline is a little exposed, but of course these spearmen in perfect position from Marine Lord. Wham was trying to sneak by and just maybe try and snipe a Vil here, but Marine Lord having none of it.
No, he's very well set up defensively, so he was on the front foot, if you will, just making sure he can slow down his opponent, deal a little bit of damage. Wham handled it pretty darn well. Definitely got slowed down a little bit, but we do see immediately going for the play that he was doing very well against Vortex, making the map smaller for himself. So immediately negating one angle of attack, protecting that deer pack as well, and protecting the Uvu, the second Uvu, and the primary Uvu as well.
Yeah, it's a great wall location. I think that's going to really help cut off the map and keep things pretty streamlined for him. Of course, Marine Lord might attack this location, but I don't know, it's pretty far out of the way. The spearmen going to get caught out a little bit by the Khan and his bodyguards, the Torguds. So a few units going to go down here. A little chip damage back for Marine Lord, but Wham probably going to be happy with this as an opening so far. Taken not too much damage, gotten things opened up. We can see a massive units from Marine Lord has moved out. The spearmen are not at home to defend. They are going towards this wall spot, which means that the gold villagers have to get pulled back. Wham counterattacking, poking, prodding, but that wall he just built under threat.
Certainly is, and one of the Sipahi here also taking a little bit of a beating. Now, there's a few things that happen there. Marine Lord focused his attacks on the Torguds. Those guys do not regenerate, so that was a nice play out of him. He's going for a Spearman, Sipahi comp, now throwing down the Archers. Now that is going to be fun for him, seeing the Archers are already out on the map. Both these civs are not scared of sticking in feudal, actually, which is cool, because we could see a situation that both of them stay for feudal way longer than other civs on this map, which is highly unusual. And who do I favor? Well, it's actually weird. I do think that Golden Horde is one of the civs that doesn't get bullied by Ottoman as hard as other ones.
Oh, we have a nice angle here from Wham, trying to find a little sneaky spot with the Hawk now behind. The Scouting Falcon is over that forest, catching eyes of those Archers. A good indicator of when Marine Lord might want to make some sort of move could be when that second Vizier point comes in. Maybe we'll see some Imams, as he has taken some chip damage on a few of these Spahi. Could be the play for him.
Yeah, both these civs are not in a rush to age up. We have a lot of food on both sides of the field. The twin minaret building there gives you berries for absolutely ever, with also extra gather time on them. And Wham, he's the one with a mobile little squad here. They can tank a TC quite nicely, but he does have to be a little bit careful. I think you're right, Winston. I think it is going to be an Imam. Some of these units getting battered and bruised here. And Wham, we have to think about what he did playing Golden Horde earlier in the tournament. He wasn't saving stone for batch production. He was very much about getting out a lot of Torguds with that stone.
And there's a raid onto the wood line as well. The villagers have to wall. 2 Torguds have made their way around. The villas take out their shivs and fend them off. Yeah, Marine Lord able to hold there, but that was tight. No spearmen were there at that location, forcing a bit of idle time, but the wall does hold off Wham's raid here. And now Wham angling for a large attack on the center. There is now an outpost on that gold. Oh, but these Torguds, have they been trapped? Is there a way for them to get out? But meanwhile, on the gold on the front, there's also an attack on the center, forcing some idle time there, but there are a lot of units here, a lot of ways to get torches. Marine Lord forced to make a choice. How will he defend this?
I mean, that tower is going to come in plenty handy here. I mean, those Torguds, I'm not sure they're going to have a way out. They're incredibly tanky units, not too much damage, but all their damage comes from a charge attack. So really trying to utilize that is Wham. And I tell you what, he's actually going to live to see another day. Potentially going to keep those on the field. Oh, but running by these Archers. Oh, a little bit brutal there, but all things said and done, we have Marine Lord with only 350 resources destroyed for his opponent. Not sure it does include Torguds in that little counter, but I do feel that Marine Lord's surviving what could be a scary stage, and the army he has available is actually very good.
Wham has really walled up a lot of his base to keep things tight and concise in the center, and he's angling potentially for a castle age. 8 on gold, not really much to use that gold on except for the age up, so plenty of food income. This could just be a castle age behind this, which might put Marine Lord a bit into an aggressive position. He might try and attack this southern wall, which is currently what he's angling towards, but keep in mind, there's still that force from Wham on the field, able to maybe deal some damage back if Marine Lord's too out of position. This is quite far away.
And you've got to remember, Marine Lord is not one that is scared of sticking in for feudal for longer than other players, and he's over here. This is a pretty juicy spot. There's a lot of income going on over here. The deer are great. The Ugu's obviously fantastic. And the fact that Wham was caught in this position where it's like, well, I'd love to be able to be left alone and get an age up going. And Marine Lord, look at his eco in the top left. He's gathering a lot, but all those numbers are incredibly low. Now, there may not be a way back home, and I tell you what, I think Wham's thinking about that sandwich, getting that going.
I'm not sure if that's going to work. We're going to have to see in just a second here. Wham looking to maybe defend with some counterattacks, but it looks like he's just going to back off. Try and snipe some reinforcements like he did. A Spahi going down on the back here. And now Marine Lord maybe content with the damage he's done here onto that Uvu. And just back up. Oh, but he's actually looping around the front. You can see Wham shadowing this army, knows exactly what's going on, and Marine Lord forced to make a choice. He's going to choose to move closer to that gold, deny some resources. Know that maybe Wham is angling for that castle age. Marine Lord continuing full production of units.
Those villagers though, getting sniped. One getting sniped, but the others being kept alive. And this wall sort of works a little bit against Wham here, but engaging that without the Torguds. But they're going to come in behind, getting a nice potential charge there. but Marine Lord very quick to turn things around. And now, where's the rest of Marine Lord's army? I mean, this is obviously a big squad that he has, and I do think he has the means of dealing with this. We see a lot of blue to just the left over here, and when Wham sees that, he's going to realize, you're incredibly committed to this, aren't you?
Here's the fight.
And I'm not sure Wham's going to be able to stay around for much longer here. Remember, he committed so much to these Torguds. They are not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. The Scholar's doing a good job healing, trying to focus them down.
One down.
Full. Second one being focused as well. That is great play out of Wham, denying those. But the Sipahi, they are in great numbers. We have so many in production. Look at those archers. There's nothing to keep them alive, Winston.
The Sipahi are just running down the archers now. The front line for Wham has completely collapsed. He had so many tasks to do with his archers. He had to take out the Imams and the Mether. It's just so much to focus down. This is why Ottomans are so scary. This feudal age timing is just so dynamic. Wham might live to see a little bit more time here as Marine Lord maybe backs off here, angling down towards the south again, but certainly a strong victory in the center. If we look at the resources, Wham was forced to commit more units into production, making Keshik, instead of going up to Castle Age, his whole economy a little awkward here, but this is all forced by Marine Lord. Marine Lord now with a massive army advantage.
Massive, and he isn't slowing down here, Winston. He's had very few guys on gold here. He's even starting to get some horticulture tech, making sure he can get more wood income just to stay with this, and he's moving a few guys extra to gold now, maybe thinking, okay, damage has been done. Like, if this game does go with you getting castle and I'm so far behind, like, I am bullying you around this map right now. I know that I'm in the lead, and what does he want to do with it? We do see resources for Wham. He's got a lot of food, but not much of the other bits and bobs.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Keshiks in queue, and of course these are these double production, batch production units, so when you see just that number up there, it's gonna quickly amount into a large army, but he has a lot of ways to go. The gold miners are once again under attack. Another one goes down. If Marine Lord swings north, there's a whole pocket of economy on those berries that is completely exposed. Notably, Wham did snipe the scout of Marine Lord earlier, and Marine Lord did just rebuild it, so he didn't quite see this economy up here, and Wham wisely retreating there, but has a counterattack of his own onto the main of Marine Lord, so some very awkward maneuvers here for both players to handle.
Certainly is. I mean, that tower is upgraded, but these Torguds deal pretty decent damage to towers, and I tell you what, that is a number you do have to respect in your base, but Marine Lord, maybe upon realizing that, hey, you've got quite a bit over here, what can I do with that? He's just checking the other deer pack with a good chunk of his army. He knows that food must be limited for his opponent. These Torgud are taking a lot of damage, actually. In fact, are a few of these Keshiks? I do believe so. Yes. So they pack a lot of extra punch, but my goodness, that is a big flock of Ottoman.
Yeah, Marine Lord is very suspicious of where Wham is getting economy, and the answer is he really isn't. He's run back into his base, he's gathering a lot of wood, he's back onto the gold, back onto the hunt in the south, but he's played a little ring around the rosy, those walls buying him a lot of space to try and keep this together. The military count is slowly recovering for Wham, but Marine Lord's economy is just powering through.
It's powering through, and that supply is just going up and up. I mean, this might be a bit fortunate for Wham, getting a nice little grab on this army, taking out a good 7-8 supply here. Those are the kind of things that Wham needs on his side, but he has a huge army between him and his main base. So is this a one-way journey here out on the map?
Yeah, this could be interesting. The Keshik, Torgud, and Khan now once again rallying into this base. Is there enough units to defend? Not quite. Need more spearmen to hold it.
And you know what's very awkward for Marine Lord about this whole situation? He could be thinking, I want to be attacking you right now. Like, are you taking up with this? This is a lot of Keshik, so that's obviously a lot of gold being used, but he doesn't want to be out here. And you see that blue blob on the map? It's kind of being separated a little bit here, realizing that, hey, you've got a lot over there, and he's being a little bit indecisive. So this kind of like extreme reaction out of Wham being on this side of the map, it's really throwing Marine Lord through a little bit of a loop here.
Yeah, but that's a big and expensive dive. A little bit of idle time on the gold, but a lot of units have taken a lot of damage here, and now Wham once again retreating. Both the Canadian brothers are quite good, but Marine Lord trying to get the surround here. There is a defensive army, so I don't think Marine Lord is gonna choose to stick around and fight this, but does get a few attacks off. Here are the archers now to handle the spearmen. A big battle now brewing in the center.
It is a big battle, and I tell you what, those spears have to stand and fight, otherwise they'll be picked off by all these Sipahi. Now, Marine Lord does not have the healing from those imams to keep this army sustained, but the sheer amount of units that he has available, and he's the one with a lot of guys on gold, and he can get pretty darn... Look at that, by the way, Winston. All of a sudden, cancelling all his units, getting the armory out. This is very problematic for the Canadian.
Yeah, and Wham was even trying to continue raiding, but it looks like Marine Lord already has a gate in that very southern wall and was able to escape a little bit down there. Yeah, he was able to escape, pushed off the hunt, though. That was a lot of villagers that were being threatened, but Marine Lord just so calm and collected. Look at that. No villager kills, even though Wham has been trying a lot to raid. The Meter gonna spot out and has no attack. It's just a support unit. He's banging his drum fiercely. But behind it, was it all a bait? The archers are here. The gate is not gonna be open for long. So many villagers go down.
Oh, that is so brutal. I believe a good like 8 or 9 villagers there being popped. And remember, look at all these numbers. They're all in an advantage of Marine Lord. And that tech is going to be done very soon as well. Upon seeing that, Wham's not going to be feeling too comfortable. He has to fight this in feudal, and he's got less numbers than his opponent. The Sipahi getting a good wrap around. Even the villagers in the back being focused by that army as well. Marine Lord's just got way too much for his opponent.
GG is called. Wham not able to take him down in game 1.
Not able to take it down in game 1. I mean, we talked a little bit, the fact that Ottoman was allowed to go through. I'm very curious as to what the other Civ choice was to get sniped, but maybe thinking, you know what, this is a best of 5. You no longer have Ottoman available. This means if you've got a Phrygian March set up where you want to pick Ottoman Zhu Shi as Marine Lord, no longer do you have the Ottoman available, so you have to mix something else in. Maybe start guaranteeing yourself a more favorable matchup, because AoE 4, and I'm sure AoE 2 is exactly the same, when it comes to a best of 5, best of 7 series, you have to think about the long run in these kind of situations. So getting the first pick and one of the strongest civs out there, out of the way, I tell you what, you can look at that and be like, oh no, I'm 1-0 down, but it's not all doom and gloom for Wham.
Yeah, and we can see here on this post game, just the military value really what sealed the deal. That one fight in the center really did not go Wham's way, and then he did a really good job, I think, of splitting up his cav and trying to distract by time, build his force up, but it seemed that, I mean, Marine Lord was just playing so sharp. Marine Lord was able to handle everything. None of his counterattacks ever killed a single villager.
It was actually really clean. Like, it was good defense. I also like what we've been seeing from primarily these two players. Even though you have a primary comp you want to go for, be it like Sipahi, Archer, and Feudal, we've been seeing these spears constantly eked out. The opening was very aggressive by Marine Lord, having a barracks and a military school. Definitely, I think he caught Wham a tiny bit off guard, already making it a bit of a weird situation. Very often, when you've had a lot of time to prep, it's good to set something up that your opponent has to react to on the fly. But yeah, Wham just couldn't really get a foothold in this game. I think he played well. I really do. It's just Marine Lord's playstyle here, having the Ottoman, just making sure that he has the muscle behind it all and getting the castle behind it as well. It was really clean Ottoman play.
Yeah, and in this fight here too, pulling back the Sipahi, the archers just absolutely dominant. The Meter even coming in, leading the charge, banging the drums and saying, here they are. And this was essentially the end of the game when this attack occurred. No more food for Wham. And now we move on to our next game.
We certainly do. Yet to know the map. We do have Wham's map picks being Socotra and Front Range. He is still allowed to choose one of Marine Lords if he does so please. And the order in which you do maps can be kind of cool. Because if you force your opponent to pick a map where it's like, oh, I had Iobid planned for this map, and then you select it, and then they can't use Iobid in their initial kind of perspective. So we might see some very funky matchups between these guys, because I dare say most of the time you want to save Tuklak for something like Phrygian, but would you be allowed to play it? I mean, Marine Lord is a silly Billy, but you won't allow his opponent to pick Tuklak over there, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's really challenging too. I'm really curious about this HRE pick. I feel like that's got to be the secret sauce here. I think that's got to have to be something that he pulls out to win a map decisively.
Yeah, we've had civs, new civs like Macedonia come in, and what has been one of the big power plays for them, it's been these Age 2 Varangian Guard pushes. Once the hero Radari comes out, boosting everything, you get the +2 armor going. Can Hatery fight against that? I mean, they have men-at-arms, but that high melee armor really does a job on those. I'm with you. I don't know where he's going to be choosing Hatery, whether it's going to be Frisian or land map. We just haven't seen it work out for quite some time. And on paper, it doesn't make sense, because they start off with a Prelate and 6 Villies. They should have a super economy compared to everybody else, but something doesn't quite line up.
Front range going to be the map of choice. This is certainly a map of maps. We've seen some really dynamic moments. There are these small outposts on the northern left side here where you can capture to get vision and very quickly run out of gold in your main. And at some point you have to stretch economy north, either for food, gold, or both. And that makes mobility-based civs very, very important.
So, civ-wise, we've seen Macedonia on this map. We've seen Japan on this map as well. We've seen Hatery by Wham himself. Now, if he wants to start thinking about when would he be able to start picking Sengoku, I mean, is it good on front range? I mean, it's good on any map, let's be real.
It's good on any map, yeah.
But he has to have a situation where he's not left with like all his good civs and he puts them with, let's say, a Tuklak or a Hatery, because then the good civ gets sniped, and then you don't really get to play your best civs. But French is awkward. Like, you'd love to have a situation where you get Mali versus French, but can it come into fruition here? You don't want Hatery against French. I dare say the draft might look something like Macedonia, maybe Ayabid against Hatery Japan. But again, this is all theory crafting here, because Ayabid is very versatile. That is good on quite a few of the maps that do remain. Maybe just not Socotra.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tricky. There's also the French and JD picks, which, I mean, keeping them maybe for Arabia and Frisian. We see French a lot on Frisian. It's a solid civ there.
Zushi is very solid on Socotra as well, and Frisian, and can be played on Dry Arabia, even front range to some degree. There are times that you get a couple of berry packs together, having an Imperial official out on that boar. One thing you might want to steer clear of is, you know, not having a boar civ. That looks like a bit of a Malian to me, you know.
And this is front range.
It is indeed.
Indeed.
Tell you what, Malian can get very awkward on this map, given that they do rely on gold a lot, and those future pit mines you do start making can't entirely be surrounded. Is that, it is Jean. Jean against Malian? That's a brave pick. That is a brave pick.
And we'll see how Marine Lord wants to play it. He's clearly got a plan in mind. Now, these pit mines going to be an essential part of Wham's strategy. This one being in the back means very little to be done about it. It's difficult a bit for JD to aggress hyper early. There's sort of this feudal timing that generally works out in her favor. However, on the side of Wham, do you think we see some Sofa here?
Actually, this map, or rather this matchup.
You want to do Donzo Jav?
Donzo Jav.
It's solid. I think it's also good on this map as well, given how the map has spawned for Wham. He's got both gold mines kind of tucked away in the back, and I think that's where the static elements of the Donzo Jav composition is just so good, and yeah.
Well, it's also, if we think about this map and how it's laid out, it's a little bit like a coastal cliffs, in the sense that you've got just the like home run straight to your opponent's base, and you can technically, if it's not going to go on for a long time, kind of ignore the mountain range until you hit like the H3s and stuff. Donzo Jav doesn't exactly cost a ton of gold to get going. You're going to be using quite a bit of your gold. He's actually gone for a full surround on this pit mine here. Even the mini pit mine can have 8 houses around it, so that's going to be a lot of income. Bringing in these deer as well, just to make sure that he is absolutely cooking in the resource department.
Yeah, maximum greed, mostly because you know you can against JD, right? There's no immediate threat, generally speaking. There have been some funny builds with JD, but generally, people just do the standard.
Yeah, and some of the weaknesses for Malian is kind of like early game pressure. I know we've had these builds where it's like you build a tower and it's kind of cool, and you know, you make sure you're not in trouble early on. But Jeanne d'Arc literally has no way of playing aggressive while kind of maintaining your eco early on. They really have to wait until feudal. So that allowing Malian to be super comfortable, you literally spawn with 2 pit mines as well, because you have the choice of 2 golds. This is going to be very tricky for Marine Lord. I mean, this was his 6th and final pick. I'm wondering what was vetoed and what Wham was maybe he picked both the Frenches, and he was like, you know what, getting rid of Jean d'Arc is kind of cool, but very, very curious about that one.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord, though, also going to feel very comfortable here. The Knight Archer play, I almost want to say it's one of his signatures. I think when we look back at the S-tier tournaments of the past, it almost feels like he wins games like this so consistently. He just is so good with Knight micro, so good with Archer positioning, split micro, making sure everything works well for him. And this is another Civ, I think, where he's just super comfortable.
He is. He's very good with the Knight Civs. He loves his aggression when he gets to do it. Very often, he's not really allowed, because when you are the GOAT, a lot of people try and throw you off your game, and they realize, whoa, you're really good at defending, aren't you? But yeah, Jean d'Arc, definitely. If this game goes on with neither player doing anything, Malian's just ahead. They have a far superior economy. So on Marine Lord's side of things, he's going to have to work and try to get things done early on. I'm just wondering what they're going to be.
Yeah, I'd say one of the hallmarks of Marine Lord's success has been greed. And it's generally when there's these tiny moments where there's opportunity for adding a few farms. A lot of players will be like principled about it and say, no, there's still food on the map, I should wait and get the most out of it. Marine Lord knows, like, I'm okay with a longer game. I think I can squeeze 4 farms here. He won't get super crazy, but just 4 farms here. Then a couple minutes later, 4 more farms. And other players often are sticking on that main food, moving large groups of villagers out, and then that greed ends up paying off later on in the game. Once those natural food sources run out, that tends to be when Marine Lord, he's just somehow up, you know, a huge amount of resources or up a large army, and we'll see what the play is. It looks like we are going to see the barracks opening for Wham with the archer range as well. So this is the Danso Javelin composition to defend. It kind of deals well with the spearmen, and it can kind of fend off, the knights with the spearmen, and then fend off whatever form of JD is picked, although it is the woman at arms.
It is the woman at arms, so this means that spearmen will have a bit of a rougher time against those knights. And you don't really want to go for the range one, just because the jabs can really decimate her, even when it comes to like level 3 Jean, level 4 Jean, it gets awkward. A little bit of boar trickery going on here. Now, this is Marine Lord's boar, meaning that this is one that he will eventually want to be gathering from. Boars do give you quite a lot more food, and he's out onto it immediately. Wham, by the way, was very, very cautious about getting his second pit mine. He made sure he got his barracks first, his archery range first. This scout was not in position to block it, but Marine Lord does get to see that it is going up at this location, and will be like, all right, so that probably means your wood went elsewhere. So can I be as aggressive as I want to be? And he went for a second stable, Winston. We can't forget that.
The scout is actually very low for Wham here and could get attacked, and it is indeed taken out there on that north side. The night charge coming through next to the stone mine, and now Wham is playing blind with spearmen against knights. That's never where you want to be. You want to be able to see where these knights are coming, and I'm curious where Wham is going to build his mining camp.
I love this by Marine Lord, sending Jean in first, despite being the slower unit, just meaning
the villager
javelins, the spears, actually hit Jean and not the knight. And you see here, that's that villager being kept alive by the skin of its teeth over there. And this Jean, she is going to town, tanking all those bad lads. And these knights, one does get braced over there, but the other spearman getting caught out pretty darn massively.
Yeah, another cleave coming out from John. The knights are on their last legs trying to run away. There is access to the AoE heal, but later we'll see if that is an option for Marine Lord to heal up those hurt knights. Meanwhile, he's just sending John on a war march here against these Danso.
She has one mission, keep those knights alive. Make sure your opponent can't get a free one, because those knights will later be allowed to heal. And we do know that on Marine Lord's side of things, he went very heavy into the knights. It was a second stable before an archer range, before a barracks, most likely going to be archers, and it was going to be an archer range for him. Moved out onto the boar. One nice thing for French and Jean, being aggressive, it does allow you to take things on the map. And that is your first form of defense. And here, trying to get the charges off. Nice cleave by Jean as well.
Oh, but several knights going down here. This is going to be an interesting exchange of experience, though, for JD. She's going to get a lot of experience for these spearmen going down. The knights will go down, but maybe a cost that Marine Lord's willing to pay, as especially this could lead to map control for him. The archer mass building behind this. Wham has opted to not go for the javelins, and now entering the sofa phase of the feudal age for the Malians.
Did he finish his archery range in his main base? That's the question that I'm asking myself, because the fact he didn't make any jabs, they can definitely help. So if our observers can go to that main base of Wham and see if it is still an archery range over in the top left. A little bit higher, a little bit higher.
Cancelled it.
Cancelled it entirely. Now we have an archery range in production, but not having a few of those javelins just to be there for a little bit of tickle damage constantly on Jean, making sure that she can't start regenerating when she's out of combat, would have been very helpful. And Jean, she's already 40% of the way to level 3.
Yeah, and that level 3 is really, really scary. Something that Marine Lord wanted to do this game is get these early scuffles in. He wanted to fight. He wanted to take exchanges where units die, and that is something he just gave. And another board being pulled. This will be more experience for Jean, but notably kind of pulls it even closer away from Wham, closer to Marine Lord. Not sure if this will come into play just yet. Could be if the middle of the map is secured. I do love how Wham did run around that north side of the map, and he does have vision. That's a setup for the later stages of the game, not relevant just yet, but this first sofa, finding the gold miners of Marine Lord. It has snuck around, a bit of a surprise. It could go down. This could be the first villager going down. Wham finding some damage.
That's already a big deal. I mean, this gold obviously fairly close to being depleted here, but any little advantage you can get eco-wise as Malian, especially when it's been a little bit rough on the trades here, because Marine Lord's definitely traded well. And another resource to think about is obviously the level of Jean. But this sofa over here, when Marine Lord wants to go so heavily into Knights, just seeing, hey, I am doing a little bit of eco damage. May not look big, but it is quite a bit of denial here going on.
Yeah, we've seen both Wham and Puppy Pod do this a lot, and it's just make one cavalry unit, be it a scout and a horseman, a scout and a knight, a scout and a sofa, and he just runs around, and I almost feel like it's a way of keeping you honest. He doesn't want you walling with one villager slowly. That villager will die. He doesn't want random buildings going down on the side of the map. He doesn't want sneak vills. He doesn't want aggressive walls. He wants to know what's going on, and here we have a big exchange in the middle, but that's a lot of Donzo to charge the knights into. John, though, wants that experience. She's going to charge in first. Get a big cleave, but baited out by Wham.
Now, for Marine Lord, he doesn't want to stick around for that next Donzo shot unless it's a fight happening. So Wham is trying to keep him in combat just enough so we can get that next cooldown shot. It's roughly like 15 seconds or so. So there's a battle here going on between the timers of these Donzos. So again, does Wham want a battle where Jean's going to get a lot of XP? No. But he wants to utilize that cooldown of these Donzos, throwing that spear, just to make the absolute most out of them.
Behind this, though, Wham has been macroing quite well. He's got up to 12 cattle in ranches. This is sort of the end game state, is if you get up to those 20 cattle and hit the castle age with the corral. We'll see if that comes into play here. Now some big walls going off, needs to stave off the raids and make sure no damage is taken. So a lot of ills being put on those walls, but a fight now once again in the middle. JD wants some XP. The Knights will charge in, at least baiting out the spears, backs up, baits it again.
And for those that don't know, when you brace a spear, it takes a few seconds for that to come back online. And look at Jean coming in here. She is just a tanky gal. The javelins do a good job against those archers, splitting up the focus fire as well. The archer count's too low to really deal with this number of Donzos, but Marine Lord doesn't look like he's too worried about that. Just constantly climbing in the knight count. And I don't believe Wham's even mined any gold to get all this going. And that probably shows why the javelin counts remained fairly low here. There's no blacksmith upgrade out for Marine Lord. Wham is starting with his +1 armor.
There are two Sofa, I believe, on the north side of the map here. Maybe going to spot out where these gold miners are. The scout is indeed going to see it. There's only one knight in defense, but it should be enough with the quick walls here. And that was an important fight we just saw for Wham. He was able to get that whole wall on that southern side of the map, protecting a lot of his eco. There's berries, there's deer, an extremely important element of that. And if he hadn't taken that fight in the center, which did notably give JD a bit of experience, he is at, 4/5 of the way there to that next level, which could be devastating at this stage of the game to achieve. Things could get crazy fast if another fight breaks out in the middle.
It really could, because Jean, all she needs is one big fight. But I tell you what, that is so much Malian now. The way that Marine Lord's been playing this, he's been hoping this Malian count wouldn't get as high, because Marine Lord, he is hoping for one fight, where Jean hits level 3, he overwhelms massively, he can start getting those champions out of Jean d'Arc as well that are incredibly good against the Donzos. But the way that Wham's played, economically, so much emphasis on the food. He hasn't just relied on the cows, it's been, I am getting the deer, the berries, absolutely everything on my side of things, which has allowed him to go very, very heavily. And it doesn't look like Marine Lord's going to have that window where he can get caught out.
And we see Wham now potentially eyeing up a castle age. He has now put those villagers on gold, which he was able to get away with not doing before. Now he's committed to a big amount of gold. He has 1,000 food in the bank. The cattle boom up to 16, not fully complete, but close enough. And this could be an interesting position where Wham wants to age up, but Marine Lord still wants that fight in the center. And this could get interesting. The Javelins have segregated the archers out onto the north, but the knights have charged around the forest. The Donzos in reserve here. Could be a big moment. That is a lot of knights.
And while this is going on, Sofa are denying the gold of Marine Lord. And I mean, this is the one fight that Marine Lord needs right here. He baits the brace. Now we can try and get a charge in. So Wham trying to buy time, and yet again. Oh, Jean, she's getting low. She's getting focused by his javelin throws. They don't yet have +1. Jean is down. No more XP for Jean. Marine Lord has to get out of there because he will get no XP. Jean back on the field though. But this is a big deal because his gold is getting denied by Wham behind enemy lines.
So many knights also went down in that fight. The Donzo mass is just so huge. That early cancel of the archery range into a second barracks. Wham just knew he needed the spearmen here against this composition, and now Marine Lord may be in a bit of a pickle. The Grand Fulani Corral, a huge boost to food income, gonna be right behind this.
Marine Lord is in more than a pickle here. Like, he really relied on that fight going super damn well because this game starts off bad, but when that H3 comes online for his opponent, it gets a whole lot worse. The upgrades will come in very quickly for Wham. Right now is the moment that Marine Lord should be in his opponent's base, dealing all this echo damage, trying to really mitigate that army, but Wham played very good with making sure that his weak spot in regular Malian play just wasn't there.
Yeah, and we saw early game, Marine Lord took these outposts along the north of the map in order to have access to raiding if villagers did make it out there. But look what Wham was able to do in all the chaos. He was able to sneak a vill up to that north side, and he has built a wall there. And now that he's up, Marine Lord basically can't attack and has to look to age up on his own, right?
Yeah, and this Sofa, look, this whole spot is undefended over here. Immediately gets Don's upgrade, gets the Jav upgrade. I believe that is the Jav upgrade. In fact, it might be Sofa, but still, Marine Lord looking to be aggressive here. His army, in mere moments, is going to be significantly worse than his opponent. But Jean, she's level 3. That is a big deal. He's going to get 3 champions out in the field. They are very good against most of the army he's up against, but here we go. The Donzo's getting nice Jav throws here. The Jav's also upgraded. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord just looking for the dive. He's just marching in, but there are so many units for Wham here.
Oh, I love this by Wham. He baited
Jean in the middle.
Jean, she's going to get picked off immediately. That is such a huge power spike gone for Marine Lord. And now, how does he get out of there with all those archers? There are so many Donzos, so many Javs on the field. His army is no longer the big lad on the playground. And even these champions at the back there, they're too slow to get away.
Yeah, it looks like he just wanted to take another engagement, fight with Jean, fight with the Knights, but it's just not enough. The sheer quantity of Donzo on the field is immense. Wham is impending, and this is the doom for Marine Lord. Wham potentially looking to take a game here, and things could get crazy.
They already are crazy. I mean, I don't know how Marine Lord gets himself out of this one. Jean is back on the field, though, back from the dead. The knight count has been well and truly thinned. That javelin count has just continued to grow. And now it is Marine Lord kind of chasing him down a little bit. Oh, Jean on the front line, already down to close to half health. The javelin's focusing down the archers one by one as well. And again, charge is done, but I feel that was a big cleave on Jean, though. And his supply isn't dropping, but neither is Wham's. And look at that, he's got to go home with his tail between his legs once again.
Yeah, the Knight's gonna rally in one last time. Jean doing a cleave, but she will go down to the javelins here. And again, Wham has taken out JD, and Marine Lord on the retreat. once again has just enough resources to try and age soon, but it's going to be so far away, and GG is called.
Wow. And I tell you what, in Wololo Grand Final history in AoE 4, this is the first time that Marine Lord has dropped a map.
And Wham is looking so cold.
He's fierce.
Wow.
I mean, on paper, this is a good matchup for Malian, but as was the first map for Marine Lord with the Ottomans, so the first pick civs from both these guys are now off the board, 1-1 apiece. And a little bit of a sigh of relief there. The plan just wasn't able to get going. I was kind of wondering from Marine Lord, like, feeling that there's so many units out and how much emphasis there was on Wham getting the berries, the deer, you name it, just being so focused on having enough, making that one hole, that one weakness of Malian, just kind of too hard to get into. He narrowed the gap so damn hard, and I was wondering how Marine Lord was going to get himself out, because he has to turn a corner at some point, realizing this is not going to happen in this scenario.
Yeah, the economy of Malians here just really skyrocketed as the feudal age progressed, and things just got really ugly really fast for Marine Lord. Wham putting on immense pressure. Even though it looked like Marine Lord was the one attacking, it was because of Wham's setup. It was because of how he was playing. Marine Lord had to force these fights, and at times, you know, we sort of questioned these small skirmishes and exchanges granted JD a lot of experience. She hit a decent timing on the level 3, but both times in those fights, she went down so fast, just immediately evaporated to all of these spears being thrown around. The Archer micro, really great from Wham here to snipe these down, keeping the Danso in good position, spreading and falling back away from the cleave attacks from Jean. Just impeccable play from Wham, and this is exactly what we were talking about when we mentioned how his path has been in the past maybe just a few months. He really looked like he was a top 4, potentially now the top 1 player, and it's because of plays like this time and time again. He has just continued to improve, and now he's taking a game off of Marine Lord, like you said, unheard of.
In the grand finals, at least, of Wololo.
Yes,
it
exactly.
really is. I mean, Marine Lord can't be too flustered either. Jean d'Arc against Malian is very much a stiff matchup to go up against.
And it sounds like we do have Zoe with Vortex, another contender here who was in the semifinals, and he might have his opinion on the game so far.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please, everyone, put your hands together for Vortex. We've been watching the games up here. And as we went through the draft, you said that the bans actually stood out to you. Can you elaborate on that and explain?
Yeah, so basically in Age of Empires 4, we are kind of used to not global bans, but for this tournament, we do have global bans, which means you are not really banning only what you don't feel comfortable against, but also you are banning ships that you know your opponent will also be really good on. So we have, for example, Wham, he loves Byzantines, but he banned the Byzantines because he knew if Marine Lord took it, it can be also a really big problem for him. We also see most of the strong ships getting through. Like in normal tournaments, we wouldn't be seeing Malians like we just did. We wouldn't be seeing ships like Chinese or even the one in the first game, Ottomans. So it's kind of, the draft, there's a lot of strategy going on. And I think that actually showed a lot on the draft already, how they have prepared for their opponents really well.
I mean, Wham tied up the series. It's 1-1 now. Last time at Redbull Wololo El Renado, it was a one-sided affair in the grand final. We know and we talked about how Wham is on the up, that he's at the peak of his game. Do you feel it's enough to take down Marine Lord in his current form?
I think so. To be fair, the first game, I think, was the matchup was really in favor of Marine Lord. He tried his best, but there's only so much you can do when the matchup is kind of unbalanced. The second game, though, he played super sharp, very few mistakes. And I think the ships that are left for him are really good as well. He can find some decent matchups. So I think he could be doing it, honestly. He's been looking super strong lately. He obviously beat me yesterday as well, pretty comfortably. So honestly, I think Wham does have a high chance.
All right, well, let's see how this one plays out. Vortex, thank you so much for sharing your insight. I'm going to head on back over to our casters.
Lovely insight there from Vortex, being able to talk very honestly and candidly about the situation. And yeah, the draft really does come into play a lot for these guys. The draft was actually changed just a couple of weeks ago that the players had to incorporate. It changed to the global ban situation, so they haven't had too much time to think about it. But I like everything that Vortex said there, because the civs that are available, still having Japan, Sengoku in the mix. I mean, Hatri and Tuklak are obviously a little bit more wild cardy, but yeah, having the first choice civs off the table now. Zhu Shi, that opens it up a little bit, given that Zhu Shi didn't want to play against Malian. French also didn't want to play against Malian. So it's definitely opened up the doors for Marine Lord as well, but it's not as if Wham doesn't have choices to make. And remember, either one of these players going up in the next game means the other one, their life is absolutely on the line in this historical moment.
Yeah, these best of fives are just so cutthroat, aren't they, Demu? It is so tricky to handle that mindset of the score of 2. As soon as there's 2 points on the board, it's match point for someone, right? And I think that's just incredibly challenging to handle. And we're about to enter that stage. We're almost halfway through the series. Things are getting interesting. And I think I caught a glimpse on one of those camera panning around that it is Socotra next. And you've been talking about Zhu Shi. So maybe Marine Lord going to his, 6th and then 5th picks potentially, or some other civs. What are your thoughts there?
This is going to be a fun, if it is Socotra, like Zhu Shi is very much a pick. Macedonia with a very abusive style, getting the or rather the strongholds around, just turning them into arrow towers and whatnot. And honestly, Wham potentially has a few choices available. Even though it is a small map, Japan and Sengoku are pretty darn okay when it comes to feudal. Obviously, the fast castle timing's really good, but Yumi's being cheaper, a lot cheaper as well. But we are loading into the game right now to see what civs these lads have picked here. And that looks a bit like French to me, that does, Winston.
Yes, indeed. French on Socotra is certainly a choice against the Tuklak. Oh, baby.
Okay, this is already cool. This is already really cool now.
This is neat.
If the ball game was to be a thing, French is obviously the civ that wants to do it. But if we look at Marine Lord's side of things, it doesn't look like he's gone for that immediately. Now, that doesn't mean that he won't, because he's French, right? They love to get the meat on the field, the deer, the boar, you name it. Done a good little job of scouting around here, just getting as many sheep as he can, but not putting all his eggs in one basket. Now, he does know that his opponent can't go for it. Wow, look at that sheep counter, by the way, for Wham. So
whoa,
he has been monstrous about getting a lot of food. And I tell you what, Tuklak love to have a lot of food with big, chunky boy elephants later on. So yeah, he definitely won a little bit of the scouting game there.
Yeah, getting very good scouting is essential, and we do see the scouts just finding each other. Nothing crazy happening here. These vills are pretty far on this further berry.
Ooh.
An interesting decision there early on, and Wham going for the Dome of Faith.
This makes me think that Wham is going for something a tiny bit more old school with Tuklak.
Yes.
Now, that is funny to say, given that it's only been out for a few months, but when Tuklak first came out, healer elephants were such a big deal. We've seen a lot of people going for these fort plays early on, where they get the food governor, they put it on a gold, they feel very safe, but your gold's all the way at the back. If you do manage to get elephants and some spears out, all of a sudden, French can feel a bit like, hold on a minute, what's happening here? Am I getting bullied? Because they want the food out on the map, and how do you get it when your opponent's playing very aggressive? So already, a very different style of Tuklak so far, what we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, and these healer elephants, right? They have such a snowball effect. And one bad fight against them, and then suddenly they're in your base. They keep fighting, they keep healing everything, and with the right composition here, Marine Lord might not find that much success. We are gonna have a quick fort, it looks like, as the follow-up behind the healers. Maybe the healers are sort of a later feudal option.
I'm starting to wonder, this is a very small map here, Winston.
Oh, Fort Rush.
It could be one of these things where you get the Emir warriors running out, but I don't want to get too cooked up on a possibility here. But Marine Lord's actually getting this school of cavalry incredibly quick. 5 villagers building up. He did go for wheelbarrow early on, but that is going to be very quick knights coming out for him. Now, the amount of guys that he has in gold still not too high, but he's going to make sure that he's got enough for a good couple of nights when those bad boys do pop out. out.
This is going to be all about timings, right? Like, these villagers are exposed. There are some spearmen, but Marine Lord's going to have knights on the field, 2 knights within a minute, right? It's going to get scary, and it's going to get scary fast to be on the map, and you need a lot of stone for these forts, so I'm curious how Wham is going to handle this. Both stones are forward, so if the plan is to mine this, he better have enough to use it, and let's see how this timing works out. Spearmen in production, but already a knight going to be on the field very shortly. This is what Marine Lord probably wants to be doing, is running this right across. He sees these villagers on the map and he says, well, it takes a minute to build a fort too. It's not going to be instant.
Yeah, we saw this out of Vortex, where it was like, you know what? I will get a fort eventually, but I make sure I'm going to have some battle units as well.
Yeah.
Wham does have more than enough gold here just to make sure you can get the Spearman upgrade, and you get it immediately as well with Tuklak. One of their things, all their techs take 5 seconds to complete. But a knight in the hands of the best knight user we've known in AoE 4 is not going to be easy to contend with.
Yeah, last game we did see Wham lost his scout.
He actually got
pretty early on.
textiles super fast as the Tuklak.
Oh, that's so smart.
Super smart. So here, Marine Lord might be thinking, as soon as I get a charge, I can then one-shot a villager. No longer going to be the play. And Tuklak is one of the only civs that can get it as quick as we mentioned.
And there's the fort timing with the textiles play early. This does give the villagers a bunch of HP, 2 spearmen in defense. It's hard to, a third one even, it's hard to even see if Marine Lord can deny this. This will protect the berries and some deer.
Oh, so annoying. The elephant there took the charge there from the knight, so you're going to have to wait for that to come back on cooldown. And now this spearman count is getting too scary to deal with. And this spot here secures the stone, secures the berries behind, secures a little bit of a baby deer pack as well. That is going to be a lot of food available. And already, Wham is dealing with a tricky situation very nicely.
Yeah, that was, we talked about the timing here. It can be really, really tense on these short maps, but this seems very practiced from Wham. He knew exactly what kind of timing he was going for, and now we see Marine Lord moving out to the boar, but there are spearmen on the field. Wham is going to be wise to this play and has the spearmen in position. There is an archer, but maybe a villager could go down here. The knights are now here on the path to running straight into the spearmen.
I mean, both players have to be so careful here in this early game situation. Wham has set himself up for a nice spot here, and look, not forgetting the food, Governor. That's a big deal, going to be having that food gathered immediately. So far, Wham not missing a beat. Does need stone still. These villagers can obviously stay alive for a bit longer because they do have that textiles available, and oh, just keeping them just alive here, but still not quite enough stone. And Marine Lord's postured himself here in a spot that kind of denies both these stone deposits.
Yeah, but the villagers probably could take some damage here. They have textiles. The fort is there to protect them when they move around to the berries, and a healer elephant is in production. So pretty soon that healer elephant could just march on over to the villagers and heal them up all in a jiffy just like that, and then make these spearmen also feel a lot harder to kill with just a few archers. Marine Lord will need enough to one-shot, and a dock.
I really love that play out of Wham here. Getting a dock on this map. This is one of those maps where you are on a little island and the golds do tend to be very exposed for your opponent. So being able to just make that a little bit awkward, and if you don't react in time, you can be under a lot of fire with those villagers. So Wham has to balance his eco pretty damn well here. He still needs stone, but he's getting the first upgrade on the fort. He needs wood because he needs the houses and he needs units. But he is definitely setting himself up in a spot here that he can get H3 without taking too much damage. Also, that dock can play the purpose that he can get a galley behind his gold just to make sure he doesn't take damage over there.
I'm actually looking at the minimap demo, and it's going to be very hard for Marine Lord to get gold. He just built a wall, kind of walling off the maybe only inland gold on the map, which is right there. He'll have to add a gate there, and that'll be really close to the fort of Wham, which will be sort of this defensive posturing position where you can push out, fall back, push out, fall back. And as these players poke each other, more and more damage coming through. We do have the healing of Chivalry on the side of Marine Lord. Not yet, but it will be an option. On the side of Wham, though, the healing is much more monstrous.
I'm all of a sudden starting to get scared for Marine Lord. I didn't think I'd ever say that during this finals, but this is getting to a situation here. 2 healer elephants is the magic number, meaning that they can heal the units around them, but also heal the healer elephant if it gets low. He's got to walk this fine line of constantly scouting his opponent, just making sure that he knows what army he's up against and how much of it there is.
And so the next major play here is going to be this arrow ship looping around the south of the map. It will find the gold. And yeah, this little guy, he's going to be such a nuisance. Marine Lord moving his army out, just trying to spot what's going on, has a scout in the mix.
And I mean, there is a fort there, so trying to deny any of this food is going to be hard. It really is. This fort, not yet fully operational, but it's not as if Wham is struggling for food. He's really gunning out for a lot of wood here, just making sure he can get anything going that he wants. Marine Lord with his own dock here. And I tell you what.
Let's see the reaction.
Let's see the reaction. Oh, there's a big shot.
No reaction just yet. He does run, but one villager could go down. Oh, everybody lives to tell the tale.
That was so damn close. I mean, the galley obviously with the AoE shots here, still some villagers trying to get onto gold, but it definitely slows things down. But galley is produced by Marine Lord. Pretty good timing as well. Can go back to gathering. Now, if you are near a dock, you do regenerate with your boat. So this is not a fight that Wham can stick around for.
Yeah, and it sort of raises the question, do I really want to keep investing in the water, right? Like, there's no fish here. It's sort of a nice, cute play to make this attack, but it doesn't necessarily win the game unless you're able to deny water fully. But the ships are quite expensive, and now it's up to Marine Lord, maybe looking to age up.
And we do have Wham switching to a lot of dudes on the stone, realizing that, hey, I do actually have a lot of wood available. I've been making a lot of archers, keeping the units alive, and this fort is doing a great job securing this location. I do like how he's been walling off the map a little chunk, just making it awkward for his opponent, just if he does want to cross the map. But Wham, no longer mining the gold, actually. I'm so curious what his plan is here, because he's going to start getting upgrades quickly as well. The blacksmith, we do know that the upgrades come in ridiculously quickly, and still he's had so many guys on wood this whole time.
Yeah, a third healer elephant even. That almost indicates that he might want to go for an all-in as soon as Marine Lord ages.
And I tell you what, it's
soon.
It's a pretty cool timing. I mean, granted, French don't mind being in feudal for a while, but we do see that Marine Lord isn't truly thinking about sticking around for it for a while either. And this is a very weird game state here. The spring old ship has been made by Wham. Getting some nice micro in here. Might be able to get this galley.
He's gonna get it.
That's a big deal. So Marine Lord has to have a spring old ship, at least one available, just to deal with that spring old ship. And he's going to go head back home, realizing that, hey, my aggression over there, it's not going to be possible.
We see the scout of Wham spotting out all of the units here. This is critical info. Scout does go down, but he now knows the numbers here and says that's not maybe as much as he was expecting, because now we're going to have that castle age from Marine Lord in just a second. Potentially the Guildhall, I guess. Oh, yeah, Guildhall is the choice. I think both may have been options.
I will quote the great Vortex here. Even if Royal Institute feels like a good option, it's not.
Go Guildhall.
Go Guildhall every time. Wham really committing to a lot of stone here, by the way. I think he is going to go for a second fort. I don't see why you wouldn't in this situation. He's not close to age 3, and he does have to start thinking about what he's going to do to defend, because it's going to be very highly upgraded units, and he's even getting a demo on his side of things, so maybe thinking about taking this out, making sure the gold situation is going to be awkward for his opponent. But we are in a state of the game that I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's really interesting on this small map. The tankiness and turtle nature of the Tugluck here is really interesting. The night charge comes in, several villagers go down. The healer elephants, not enough. 4 vill kills out of thin air for Marine Lord. A great pickup as he hits the castle age.
He hits the castle, and look at this. Wham was making an immediate tower, and he's like, you know what? I need a fort over here. I need the resources on my side of the map. I need to make sure I am not going to die. Now, there's also water skirmishes happening while the stuff on the map is happening. happening. Trying to wall off with his units. Toklak do have the same abilities as Delhi. Quickly moving away, making sure he doesn't take too much damage from the archers. They're both handling this situation very nicely.
Yeah, and 12 archers is enough here, I believe, to handle Spearmen one at a time, but not until it might not be enough buffer, right, for Marine Lords. So this fight could snowball in either direction, depending on the position. Wham trying to force the issue and build this fortress, but Marine Lord just diving once again onto the villagers.
Oh, Wham, he can finish that fort. He can finish that fort. I really feel that was a bit of an error there. Could have finished that fort, maybe hopping the villagers into there. Now he's lost 14 eco all of a sudden, and Marine Lord can't be too upset with how many villagers he killed there. He's got and I believe the demo did win the fight over there in the south as well, meaning he can't gather gold on his side of things.
Right, this is getting interesting because Wham has a really solid army and potentially a position to threaten all of these knights. They could go down. They're going to try and squeeze through. The veteran upgrade is in. The archers just barely tickling them. They're going to go for the quick wall.
Oh,
the units are trapped.
He's trapped him in. He's going to get so many knights out of this. Look at that. Maybe 2 knights can squeeze out there, but I tell you what, Marine Lord could not afford that to happen.
What a play by Wham, using these bonuses so effectively, and right behind that, the resources for Castle H. He has the map control, he has the army, he still has the healers, so this is going to snowball fast. The House of Learning behind this for a few techs to boost up his army, and this could get interesting.
And we got to remember, like the relics have not been grabbed. There are 2 on Marine Lord's side of the map and 2 on the other, and Wham just utilizing the wall ops there so damn well. Knight count no longer scary. Wham can immediately say, you know what, I don't need units right now, we're gonna tech up. But Marine Lord would not be Marine Lord if he didn't think about what happens now. We've seen it throughout this whole tournament where he's like very comfortable about making it a longer game if he does so please. And that looks like is what he's gearing up for. Getting quite a few archery ranges, I believe, around that keep that he has freshly made, meaning that he's not going to die anytime soon. Was he even thinking about, I think he was thinking about a siege workshop there as well, you know.
Yeah, potentially Marine Lord not going to get punished right away, but Wham now waiting for these upgrades to come in, just needs a little bit more gold. They are pretty expensive, but Vet Archer, Vet Spearman would be critical upgrades for him. Marine Lord able to grab 1 relic at least, even though in theory here, Wham has the map control. Things here are so spicy. This monastery on the front could be a target later for Wham if he's able to maintain the numbers, but Marine Lord, keep in mind, he is now up 60 vills to 38, and there are a couple of passive sources of food on Wham's side, but of course there's the guild hall as well, churning away.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was obviously something that Wham needed. And Marine Lord, he's kind of set himself up. He's not in a dire spot behind it because of all the defense he got ready. He's also zooming out archers. I kind of want to see how much he has around that keep right now. Another relic being grabbed by Marine Lord. So just making sure, and yeah, I mean, he has to start thinking about how do I counter the elephants pretty soon. And arbs are a great way to do it, but no arbs yet on the field. This little army that Wham has available does pack a punch in a direct fight, but I tell you what, that is a lot of unarmored units here, Winston.
Yeah, and the Knights could have a field day. Meanwhile, the Archers are upgraded for both players. The Knights getting a charge in. There is the healer elephant, so the little poke damage isn't going to be enough. You have to focus units down if you are Marine Lord. This is such a tight moment for both players. Wham going to try and force the issue after that great pickup on those Knights before. He has maybe a moment or two of advantage that he has to make use of.
Yeah, and I mean, Marine Lord's doing such a good job of just making it so if you attack me, you have to come into my base. You have to go into these buildings, and we all know how the units like to attack, but is this the fight he wants? The big daddy elephant out on the field. Not going to be able to deal with that directly. The healing being really good. Marine Lord still has an archer advantage for the time being, but now matched by Wham, who is winning this engagement, trying to thin out that archer count and the spearman count, and Marine Lord's doing nothing but producing archers right now, though he's only got 2 guys left on wood.
Yeah, this is really good micro for Marine Lord, I think, in this moment. He's just been focusing down the units of Wham. The numbers have been thinned out dramatically, and those units were important. You kind of want the buffer for these war elephants. There are now 2 on the field and going to be very challenging to take out until there are a lot of Arbaletrier on the field. There are 10 in queue, but none on the field yet.
None on the field yet, indeed. And I mean, Marine Lord did manage to sneak out that food out of the guild hall last minute there, so made use of a good 800, 900 food immediately. The longer this game goes on for without that guild hall, that really kind of nullifies a good vantage point for Marine Lord. The berries still available on Marine Lord's side of the map, still available in all of them actually on Marine Lord's side. Wham does have to think about how does he utilize this army right now, because those elephants, even though they're great, they are a bit on a clock against the arms.
I'm not quite sure how Marine Lord did it, but he did somehow snag a third relic that he's looping back now. The Arbaletrier, though, on the retreat. The elephants and the archers just charging forward. These war elephants are going to be so challenging to take out. Well, the healer elephants are on the map.
Yeah, Marine Lord actually for a moment there had 0 on food. I think he was really committed to getting all this on the left side of the map, which is very exposed over here. And in fact, there's a big Tuklak going in this south side of the map, but now we do see, can Wham get home? Can he? I mean, that's so much fire down that back line. One hero elephant does fall immediately. Second one, maybe not going to meet its maker. And Wham, he's using the archers, the range to kind of bait back, get out those elephants out the backside. But can he be taking these fights right now? I don't think so. Marine Lord looking to absolutely take it, but again, so patient with how he's taking these fights, just making sure that Wham has to commit with these slow melee units.
And trying to take these shots very carefully with his ranged mass. He doesn't just want to waste shots onto the elephants until it's really clear that there isn't a better option, because they will just heal up with these healer elephants. Do have a good position for Wham on these berries. Gonna deal a little bit of damage. Might get a Vil pick here to try and neutralize. No, the one to hurt villager able to escape. Now Wham forced onto this gold here, and we do see...
Oh, that is going to be a galley over here. They do have textiles now, so they survive for a little bit longer. Marine Lord fairly quick to react, maybe not going to losing a single villager. And the tower does deal with that galley rather handily, but you can see that Marine Lord's being thinned out a bit. No longer has true food income right now, especially with losing that guild hall. I know he was remaking it, but this is a stressful time for him. His army's not building up as fast as he wanted it to. Is going to deplete this gold in the south, so maybe he can focus more on the right side of the map. But you got to remember that governor with the food is kind of like a little mini Fulani in a lot of ways.
Yeah, generating 300 food per minute right now, and could do a little bit more if one more house was built since the stone was depleted. But on the side of Marine Lord, we have something that I've been saying is his signature all weekend. He's added some farms in. He's found the space to just start macroing for the later stages of the game, realizing that the food is going to run out. He has built a decent chunk of farms, which will somewhat solve the food issue for now. Certainly not enough right in this moment, but with just a little bit of time, with this economic advantage, Marine Lord is surely going to keep crawling ahead.
It's kind of...
Oh, more villagers getting caught!
Oh, and those knights getting a big, juicy hit there. Remember, the eco of Wham is not as good as Marine Lord's, and here, doing the same thing again, just utilizing the movement against these elephants, taking them down one by one.
The Arbalist just getting so many shots under these big tanky boys. Only 3 elephants remain, 1 healer on the map, meaning Wham will have to reproduce those in order to have a large healing force and keep that structure alive. It is so challenging right now for Wham. He is slowly winning the small battle on the water, which could threaten some of the gold sources for Marine Lord, but he does have 3 relics, 1,700 gold in the bank, Sacred Site victory on the way. Marine Lord is looking so inevitable in this moment.
It's kind of cool that Marine Lord managed to grab that relic, not on just his side of the map, but on the other side of the map. Yes. Now he's got Sacred Site control as well. We do see that the crossbow count is getting a lot higher for Wham, but he's still playing catch up in that regard. And whoa, that is such a big, juicy raid here. Look at the worker count on both these sides, 81 now to 43.
He's got to double him up.
And for the first time, I'm looking at the webcam for Wham's face. That was a big sigh there, realizing that, oh my goodness, moving in the chair as well, changing the posture, realizing that even though a few things went right this game, it's still the kind of rolling the ball up the hill, Sisyphus style, against the champ, the king, the Marine Lord.
Yeah, we saw so many attacks from Wham so far, right? Onto these gold miners with the ships and little engages here and there, and still 0 Vil killed for Wham. that is now almost a 10,000 resource collected lead for Marine Lord, even denying the wall in the north while he has his own here in the center of the map. Wham once again positioning, has equal numbers, has a good chunk of elephants, but the massive Arbaletier is now up to 30, soon 36. Trebuchets on the field to start pushing these fortified positions of Wham.
Yeah, this is going to start spelling, I feel, a little bit of doom and gloom here, putting a fort up so aggressively as well. I don't know where that first Treb is, or even the siege workshop here. It's very aggressively placed, and as Socotra gets smaller, those wood camps in the middle of the map become so darn important. Treb fire underway now. Wham's going to feel that there's another thing he has to worry about on the field.
Well, first blood for Wham on the economy of Marine Lord. A few builds going down here, force a little rotation, but the army for Marine Lord just behind this wood line as well. The elephants pushing through the gap. This is going to be an uphill battle for Wham potentially, but he's got the numbers. The Trebs are in the way, trying to walk backwards. They're going to tank a few hits. The Arbalist taking out the elephants one at a time. Two have gone down, one has gone down, more will go down. The Knights charging from the side.
And look, Pavis has been used on these Arbs as well, meaning that they have extra range armor. Trample being used by Wham, trying to go down this very thin corridor, but look at that arc of pure French power in the back line here. Just range units remaining, and now Marine Lord being so careful with those horsemen and those knights, keeping them alive, and now they can play big, lad, tanky boys in the front line, all elephants, fleeing the field here, and the number of Arbs available is tremendous. 34, 6 more on the way, and they're all a lot cheaper as well. GG!
Wow, what a game from Marine Lord. You know, we really looked at Wham's setup there in the early game, and it looked so solid, so good. And then there were just 2 night charges. First it was 4 builds, and then another 10 while trying to build these buildings, build that defense up. And it just seemed like the game was so hard for Wham after that point. Things just got so dicey so quick. You can see how these small, tight maps just favor this aggression so much, and Marine Lord probably very happy to be getting a win with his favorite civilization.
He's done well so far, hasn't he? French against Tuklak. I mean, Tuklak has been kind of a little bit of a dark horse here. We still haven't seen it win, but you've definitely been seeing these little hints of light at how it can be very dangerous, because if Marine Lord was not able to get some of those villager kills early, or those villagers kept on building that fort and then hopped in, maybe minimizing the losses a lot there, we could be looking at a very different story. It's just Marine Lord's so good about these situations where it's like, it looks pretty rough, but he always thinks a few steps ahead on how to get himself out of it. Farm transition was pretty darn good, even though he lost the guild hall, which is a big food income source as well. Managed to get out the right units, and he was so patient about how he took these fights. I loved a lot of that game.
Yeah, that was a really clear display of both players' strengths, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We even saw these little skirmishes early where it looked like Wham really just had the perfect answer to Marine Lord's opening. I really thought, you know, this is the best way you can deal with French, and he made it look pretty simple and trivial. Like, he had the build down, he got the early textiles, things just felt so difficult to attack, but when those French knights charged in, and this pull micro here, I think it's just a testament to the skill of Marine Lord. To somehow not lose any villagers is crazy. You have to kind of shuffle and dodge. It's challenging there. We also saw later he pulled only the Woodvilles back over to the gold mine, not to risk them getting caught again. But this was the game-ending moment, basically, where the lead was held by Marine Lord.
And look, he starts fighting with the villagers. I know they have textiles, but I really feel that that was maybe a choice that Wham may come to later regret, because after this, very shortly after, we had that lovely cage moment. And you don't see that very often. I think this is it, where all of a sudden, it's like, boom, there's a wall up. There's a wall up. You can't get out of there. Very nicely done, because you can see every turn these knights go for, you can't go for it anymore. And all of a sudden, Marine Lord was looking like, even after doing all that eco damage, the game got kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah, that might be my favorite play I've ever seen. Like, that might be one of the best plays ever, and we're gonna get it again. Yeah, that we should. This is so cool. So they're able to build these palisade walls with their infantry units. That includes the archers and the spear, and so just pulling out and really getting that great surround with the walls early. That quick wall play, something you see a lot more in H2 than you do in H4.
Yeah, and I mean, that was especially important given that these knights do regenerate. So if that fight was something that those knights could get away with, then come back again just a few moments later, Wham would have been dead right there and then. But I tell you what, there was water fights going on here, there, and everywhere. So many villagers did fall for Wham. You could really feel that Tuklak was still kind of scary, despite losing 27 vills this game. It really does showcase that Tuklak can be quite scary, but look how much damage these Arbs do.
I mean, it's 37 Arbalist. Arbalistry, right? That is a lot of units on the field there for Marine Lord. Crazy, and even as a Sacred Victory timing right here, he just got everything. He got 3 relics, so there's only 1 left on the map that was on Wham's side, and wasn't really able to grab it.
I also like that he was very careful about, if the war elephants are on the front line, I don't send my horses forward.
Yes.
He was so careful about it. And you see, even when the spears, there's a few spears hitting, it's like the knights are juking and jiving back and forth. Just very cool play. Out of both of them, honestly. It's not often you get to see Tuklak, but the Tuklak that I've seen so far out of Wham, that was really cool. Because it was a mix as well. It was like the old school healer elephant stuff, but not the all-in. You really saw that he tried to make kind of a mishmash. And it really looked a bit scary for a while, actually, because he was doing it very darn well.
As scary as those like big shining armored statues behind each of the players?
The looming statues behind them, yeah. Arms of coats, or coat of arms even. But okay. So last pick for both these players did lose. First pick for both of these players did win. We're now left with Sengoku, Japanese, and Hachery for Wham. And we've got Zhu Shi, Macedonia, and Ayabid. Now, if you're Wham, depending on the map, and you have Sengoku Japanese available, worst case scenario, you will potentially be forced into playing Hachery on the final map. But both these players do have to be thinking about that, because the civs that are left over, Ayabid doesn't necessarily like to go up against Japan. No civ necessarily likes to go up against Sengoku. And we got Macedonia as well. Like, it's a very, very awkward and tight situation. Both these players have got to be putting forward a lot of possible scenarios that they might not want to encounter.
Yeah, the draft is going to be really challenging at this point. You can see both players simply so focused on this moment. This is everything. We're at that magical 2 number, right? This is a best of 5. The next game that Marine Lord wins will be another tournament for him. He is just 1 map away. 1 map away to do it again, to bring it back.
And then kind of confirming his status as the AoE 4 GOAT if he hasn't done already, right? But still, you got to think, Wham so far in the games that he's lost, he hasn't looked bad doing it. Like he had, as Vortex mentioned, it was kind of a very unfavorable matchup for him with Golden Horde against Ottoman. The second game he played very well, but again, a good matchup for him. And in the matchup that Tuklak, being one of the worst civs on land, he still make it look very formidable, and still having Sengoku and Japanese in your roster, that doesn't feel all that bad. He's just got to be so careful on what he goes up against, because the thing is, if you're Marine Lord and you have Macedonia, Zhu Shi, Ayabid, those are all 3 very good civs remaining.
Yes.
Like, if this goes to the final map and he's got one of those against Hachery, which one do you want? Honestly, I'm spoiled for choice if I'm Marine Lord.
Yeah, and I think that's what could bite Wham here, but I think we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, Sengoku and Japanese are both just so threatening themselves, though. Those mounted samurais have been the talk of the town as they have just rampaged around this entire tournament, running map after map, and we'll see if that's going to be Wham's Hail Mary here in this next game, as I'm almost undoubtedly sure we're going to see mounted samurai being a key part of this next matchup.
Yeah, and what map's it going to be? I mean, we've still got Dry Arabia. We've still got Phrygian marshes. Now, Phrygian, Hachery could be played there. Wouldn't be too bad. Maybe it's one that Sengoku doesn't really want to go for. I mean, it's possible for sure, but Japan also quite likes it. Cheaper barrack situation. And for, on Marine Lord's side of things, like an Ayabid or a Zhu Shi, Macedonia we've seen used on it as well. Wow, I tell you what, maybe feeling the pressure for the first time in his final career.
Yeah, that was a big sigh there from Marine Lord. Just like a really big inhale, exhale, like a breathing exercise almost, just to really calm down and get focused, get centered. That last game was very hectic. There was a lot going on there. You know, it looked like maybe just one fight in the middle after another, but actually there were skirmishes on the north, the south. The walling situation was wild. The scouting information had to be on point. And those little ship skirmishes matter a lot when it's literally you lose access to gold if you lose too many ships in a row, right? You have to stay on point with that. You have to keep producing the ships. That is challenging. It really stretches the players to be playing on Socotra. And so now we're going on to the next map, and the mental state, you have to just bring it back in, right?
There's so much balancing you have to do in AoE 4, especially in a game like that. Like the water, the land, the army, the eco, and just thinking constantly steps ahead of what is the next weakness, what is my next power struggle kind of thing, situation that I have to deal with. And it's going to be Japan for Wham against the Macedonian dynasty from Marine Lord.
And the instant barracks, so we got an immediate drush. This is no super surprise when it's Japan. This is something they love to do. An early move out to the hunt with the farmhouse, going to be the follow-up for Wham. Meanwhile, Marine Lord with the Macedonians. What do you think the key to his strategy is here?
This is actually already kind of funny in the sense that Wham's moved out immediately to Dia with Japan, which they don't often do, especially not with the barracks first kind of thing. So immediately going for that means that he's going to have pretty safe food if he does choose to try and get a fast stage 3, meaning that you can then resort to your berries, your deer in your main base. So already thinking about if he gets taken off that food later on or is a bit food starved. You do see here that Marine Lord being very careful about getting a little wall around his gold, so he doesn't want to be, you know, taken too far apart against just a single spearman opening by Wham here.
Yeah, just the one spearman, maybe to force a little bit of a reaction. Of course, Japan gets that cheaper barracks. So it's really not that big of an investment to just get this one guy to go force a reaction. If the gold is out of range, which it clearly is here, it means that there's going to be some spiciness for Marine Lord. He did do that little tiny quick wall, that little tiny wall to force the spearman kind of around into TC range if he wants to get in range. But that is quite the expense, right? It almost kind of compensates Japan for that barracks cost, right? And now you have a barracks and your opponent has some very tiny awkward walls on their gold. So interesting openings from both, but no major damage.
No major damage, and both these civs are civs that, you know, they can hit feudal without too much trouble. We see Macedonia, they can hit feudal and it's like they don't worry too much about the gold. Yes, it will deny them from silver later on as well. But both these civs aren't strangers to just kind of playing their own game or getting knocked off course too hard. Imperial Hippodrome will be the age up of choice, and that is by far and away the best or the better of two for them, meaning they'll get out those hero units, those hero cav, and allowing him to have real strong map presence without much cost.
Yeah, Wham already has the barracks up, which is going to be very convenient in this matchup, right? You know the Hippodrome is coming, which almost inevitably, you're at least going to train one horseman just to say what's up, say hello, and just force some reaction. So Japan being on those hunt, maybe he can stay a little bit longer if he has another spear there or brings his own spear back. He's currently just doing some interesting shenanigans, trying to force some reactions from Marine Lord, make this a little awkward as he's denying the deer.
This is just making sure, making sure that Marine Lord can't get all the deer in one nice little spot here, meaning that the gathering of them a little bit annoying. You saw that on Marine Lord's face as well. A little bit of a shake of the head there, realizing that his closest deer pack that he inevitably is going to want to take is a little bit weird.
Yeah, that spear getting a lot of value there, forcing Marine Lord to just kill them all now and drop them where they were. And now he needs to bring these sheep home. The Kura Storehouse, no surprise on the side of Wham. He's got the Hippodrome to deal with, but already the spears.
It's honestly, there's not a whole lot to say about the situation right now. Both players going for a very modest age up, 3 apiece, so not massive rush being done there. I'm mainly curious about what Wham chooses to do when he hits age 2. He's got a few choices available. Does he skip age 2 entirely, just going straight for, you know, a fast castle, getting out those mounted samurai? Your opponent, what are his strengths? A Varangian guard push, which could be annoying, but they're not the best against the Yumis because they have low range armor. But Radari have to be on your mind. They have to be. So trying to get to a stage of the game where he doesn't have to worry about those too much, and he's already got the deer outside his base. I mean, the options are endless.
Yeah, that first horseman in queue just going to be a nuisance. Just try and find some damage. Maybe a few more will join. Usually players like to build between 1 and 4 just to see what they can get damage. And then, of course, the Hippodrome horseman hops out and buffs them up, which makes a nice little raiding force. Pretty challenging to handle and deal with. Looks like we're going to see more than just one horseman.
Wham's been pretty damn cool cool about his gold income here. Like, he's getting the berry upgrade here, meaning he can gather berries a little faster, making his workers a little bit quicker too. Those deer, very nicely worked on as well. He's got enough gold to get the wood chopping upgrade, which can often be a choice that players go for. Gonna get the spear upgrade as well, making sure he's been producing a couple of spears back at home. And Marine Lord going immediately for those archer units here, which I quite like out of him, meaning that you can open up a path, deal with those archers, allow your horsemen to reign free.
Yeah, just has to make a few of them first, right? At least get a few out so that you can then make more horsemen. Economy is very small at this point, and we do see a push out to that hunt on the right side. Looks like a big chunk of villagers, so enough for 2 towers. Probably 2 outposts need to be built there in order to protect them. We'll see if that is the play of choice. I mean, nothing super aggressive from Wham, so maybe could delay those, but at some point you like to protect them, and that's a lot of vills going to the hunt.
It really is. A spearman here, sat on that gold, kind of hiding there behind a villager. Now Marine Lord's food income will be sorted. Going to get a wheelbarrow just to make sure his own villagers can move around a nice little bit quicker here. And no damage is able to be done on either side. Wham does have a lot of food available. Is going to start trying to get a tower on this gold. Granted, this is quite a bit later. Going to use these villagers over here to gather the stone, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to put down an immediate house next to those deer, just to make sure he doesn't need to build a forge over there. It's a smart play.
Yeah, some interesting maneuvers there, some nice macro. The horseman going to come in, try and do a little poke. The one archer there could be a nuisance.
That one archer is actually very quick for Macedonia. Very often it's not one of the units you make immediately as this Civ. But there are horsemen being produced by Wham. On how many stables, I wonder, because he has had a decent income that up until this point was left untouched for the most part. Wait a minute, he's still got those villagers on the stone there, so maybe thinking about getting a daimyo up and running?
Just without building the forge. I mean, the forge isn't that expensive, but I guess maybe just trying to save what he can. Every resource must be spared. It's a long haul, though. That is a big walk time.
That is a big walk time indeed, and if archers are on the field and horsemen, what's good against all that? I mean, you could say your own horsemen, especially with a Uma Bannerman, but I'm very, very curious about how Wham's going about this, because this feels like it is going to be a fast castle, but he's kind of just done what he did in the Malian game, where he's just made sure that he's not super weak getting there. And I think against an aggressive Civ, that's a smart choice.
Yeah, I would love to see maybe a wall on that north side to try and like rein in some of the potential Hippodrome raids, because he is getting the first Daimyo Manor and has upgraded that outpost on the stone, but now the archers under attack from these horsemen. Not going to be the biggest deal as the spearmen are in position to defend. Marine Lord looking good to hold his own hunt as well.
So seeing that it's horsemen being produced from Wham, and that was the first time that we saw them, Marine Lord is like, you know what, I'll get horseman armor over here, making sure that all my units are tanky, because I don't think this game is going to end anytime soon. So that's an investment in not only his horses now, but the Radari later. And yeah, you pointed it out to me. Wham is looking like he wants to get that castle going.
Marine Lord not too far behind, but he has spent a good chunk of his gold on these upgrades recently. Just now getting wheelbarrow. Only 5 on gold means that his Egypt will be a good chunk later. It will probably be the Golden Horn Tower in a solid position, maybe buy those hunts over there to try and defend that, maybe near the main to get the second gold online. Not quite sure.
Those 2 big golds aren't that far apart in the center of the map. That could be very annoying. Ooh. And Wham was very quick to pull those villagers off deer way earlier to get that stone. Just thinking about the possibility of them getting attacked. Oh, but this is quite a few
almost
horsemen.
gets the surround. Will take 1 vill down already.
Yeah, that's really nice by him, and gets the villager off the gold, slowing down the potential of getting an H3 quicker as well. This is all nice by Wham, because we do see resource-wise, he's also being slowed down, using the other villagers to body block, keeping that low villager alive, and immediately, boom, starts throwing down the landmark, and that is something that Marine Lord did see, but can he do anything about it? He's looking to get his own castle. He's not got the units out to deal with it. He's just got to play catch-up, knowing that he's going to be behind on that front.
Yeah, an interesting moment there. Both players, Horseman getting a little bit of value. Wham obviously getting that one villager kill is a huge boon to his setup at this time. Now the gold still a problem for Marine Lord on this age up. Does have the food, but not the gold. And once again, the gold is attacked. Wham somehow finding the right spot here, delaying that age up again. And the villagers are just sent back into the grinder. The 4 horsemen going to be forced to retreat, but so much idle time. That age up is so delayed.
It's so delayed here, Winston. Those guys wanted to have that age up already going. So the fact that they've been slowed down and these horsemen just doing puppy paw and wham things, being there, being annoying, wasn't a massive commitment. And now floating gate online. What is going to be the unit of choice? Most likely mounted samurai, I am guessing, and it is going to be mounted samurai, and they're going to be getting boosted from that Yashiro.
We talked about it during the draft and right before this game. The Mounted Samurai have been such a dominant unit in recent times. It's a knight that just does a little bit more, and that little bit more is so important in these fights. Now, there are Redari on the side of Marine Lord. He has opted to place this Golden Horn Tower to defend those hunt patches on the north, which leaves the gold on the south exposed. This is going to be a very difficult position to defend now because the base is kind of obvious to attack. We see the Bannerman here too.
And you got to remember, this is a Bannerman that just hit age 3, so this is going to be quite a bit stronger. Going to try and take down as many, but no villagers falling yet, but still, Marine Lord needs gold. Those Redari are incredibly expensive.
Has he not scouted that corner gold on the far right of the map? It is kind of behind the Golden Horn Tower. He does see it. Maybe he's just thinking he can defend this position with army, but the Bannerman is still here. He has not sent his units to defend it. A villager could go down in Will Wham with 2 Vill kills on the board and a lot of idle Vills for Marine Lord.
And look at Wham, by the way, already adding on Onimusha very early by him as well, realizing the potential threat of those very heavy armored Redari that will be on the field. Marine Lord doing a little tip of the head there, realizing that something bad happened, and yeah, there's another samurai in his gold. Wham being relentless with his harass on that gold, slowing it down.
Yeah, I mean, both Wham and Puppy, I feel like this is quickly becoming their signature. It must be a key part of their practice is just moving individual knights around the map. We talked about it earlier in the Malian game. That one sofa felt so key to distracting Marine Lord, keeping him honest. Several knights were always running around chasing these raiding cavalry, and other players sometimes raid with more units, but the Canadian brothers get so much value from just the one.
Yeah, for a moment there I was like, doesn't Wham have any relics? So he's been utilizing a lot of his resources just to get out as many units as possible to do all this slowing down. But he has gathered one of the relics that was a little bit tricky to get and brought it back home, just not yet with a monastery. So you can really tell that a lot of his focus here is just making sure that he's out there slowing down his opponent however he can. Now he's starting to expand out on the map a little bit. Marine Lord very aware that his opponent can get relics quite a bit quicker than him.
Lord, now that he's in the castle age, starting to diversify his army, grabbing relics as well, adding in those crossbowmen from the Golden Horn Tower will kind of help round out this composition. And once again, with the addition of the Onimusha, the gold villager walls are no longer enough as they can simply shoot over this gold mine and hit the villagers. And Marine Lord once again idle on the gold, wondering if that gold on the right just isn't appealing at this time. It could relieve so much pressure, but Marine Lord so good at these reactions, but 3 vills down is so challenging in this moment. And now a big forced fight by the Mounted Samurai. They're going to get an interesting engagement here, but there's so many spearmen from Marine Lord and a few crossbowmen as well. The Mounted Samurai trading some HP and a few of their brethren. Not much on the other side of things.
I tell you what, I don't think Marine Lord's going to be sad about that one at all. The relic was snagged in the north, by the way. I think the Redari kind of... Oh, there's a monk over there trying to grab it. So that monk on a journey to absolutely nowhere might quickly go for the sacred site in the middle over, or in the north over there.
Goodbye.
Redari here, trying to get the Wololo going. Oh, I thought we were going to hear it in the crowd then for a second, but Marine Lord now feeling that his moment of being a little bit strong is now. He's got the range upgrade for his units. The crossbow count is going to start getting higher very naturally from that Golden Horn.
Yoink.
And boom, he's going to bring that one back home.
There's Onimusha though, so even if you block with your own units, the timing isn't going to work out for the Wololo here, I think. Yeah, down it goes, but it is a little bit closer now to Marine Lord. We have a good old-fashioned tug-of-war for the relic in the north.
Yeah, I wonder what the Yashiras have been placed on for Wham, by the way, because now he's got 2 relics in a monastery. We do have it on the archer range second. What's his third one? Most of the time it's on like a gold, or it was in the past, but yeah, TC can be a very good option as well. Getting so many resources, and he's been free from getting harassed this game as well, which is really nice for him.
Yeah, this game is just building up the tension here. The players trying to angle for little tiny advantages. Nothing major yet, but we are, I think, brewing towards another clash over this relic. Both players with the monk heading for it. They're like, I want it. No, I want it. Give it to me. And now both players checking to make sure the other hasn't. There's this really annoying forest here that's sort of blocking the vision.
Marine Lord's been very different about the upgrades that he's been getting, by the way. A lot of players really focus on getting those Radari through and through. Marine Lord getting like infantry armor as well. Now focusing on the range upgrade. So being very good about reacting to what his opponent's making. Are spearmen great in this situation? You bet. Because they're good against the Onimusha, good against the samurai. Trying to keep alive these villagers with a Wololo. We'll be able to do so for a little bit of time, but that's a lot of low health villagers over here, and that samurai smells blood, and whoa, lovely block there with the villagers, just making sure that samurai cannot get through.
Great micro again from Marine Lord to mitigate the losses, but once again, Wham finding a way onto that gold mine. It feels like a tale as old as time. Marine Lord must be a little annoyed and peeved by it, but he doesn't seem shaken as he's been able to nab that relic yoinked back again by Marine Lord, and the Mounted Samurai are like, wait, where'd it go?
Yeah, kind of funny that Wham went this long without getting any sort of upgrades. Now he's going for double upgrades, getting the Daimyo level 2 as well, meaning that he will be able to add more bannermen. We do see a pretty big switch on the archers by him. There are still quite a lot of spear on the field, but right now the army that he has available isn't really meant for dealing with this number of those Macedonian spearmen, and that number's getting higher. The Yumi count, though, also getting significantly higher here.
Yeah, and also the Mounted Samurai count is scary here. That exchange did trade a few of Wham's units, definitely in favor of Marine Lord in that exchange, but it just seems like the Mounted Samurai count is still a big fear. Up to 9 crossbows from the Golden Horn Tower and 21 at gear for those spearmen to hold that front line. It's gonna be tight here. If Wham does decide to take this engagement, it will be challenging. He has the superior units, but does he have the numbers to handle? Marine Lord just charging down the center of his base, will go for this outpost, forces the charge from the rear. The Atgeir will get a few kills on the front lines, but the archers now exchanging fire across the front.
And I tell you what, Wham is like 20-30 seconds away from having 2-2 done on his range units, which is a big deal. Keeps the samurai alive for a lot longer. Nice range focus fire by Marine Lord, but I tell you what, there's so many mounted samurai here in the face of his opponent, keeping alive all these Yumis. The Yumi's focusing down the crossbows on the back line as well. Looks like it's going to be a cleanup from Wham here, dealing with a lot of the army. A nice runestone gets popped, meaning that all these range units deal a lot of extra damage and movement and range, but there is just so much Wham here.
Yeah, but now there's crossbows still in the retreat. They have the movement speed from that Hippodrome Radari, which is boosting up all these infantry units. The Mounted Samurai numbers are thinning. There was a quick raid from Marine Lord during that fight. He did find 4 villager kills for himself, but once again, he has 15 idle villagers, probably on that gold mine, maybe from another raid from Wham. Things are really heating up here as the cavalry now charge, force Marine Lord back across to his base, hightailing it home. Will the reinforcements be enough? The Golden Horn Tower is just beyond our sight here to the right. It will provide a moment of respite for Marine Lord after maybe a pretty successful attack.
I think it wasn't bad for him, you know. Like, he wanted to get more done out of that, obviously, seeing that upgrade timer, but thanks to Japan having forgers, be the same as blacksmiths, he was able to catch up on those upgrades incredibly quick. And now, the special weapon in Marine Lord's army, which was those spears, have been well and truly countered by the number of Yumis that are available. And look at the income at the top. We do see that Wham's income across the board is just quite a bit higher than that of the Macedonia.
Yeah, but he's just currently slurping up this deer pack on the left of the map, once again forcing the issue on this gold, but Marine Lord is nowhere to be seen. He's already added a few of those greedy, classic Marine Lord farms in to try and get the scaling going early. These Mounted Samurai only going to find a single spearman for their trouble.
And I tell you what, having those blacks, or rather barracks, also be towers there, helping with the defense a little bit, but natural food resources definitely being diminished here on both sides of the map. We're going to have to start thinking about transitions. What did they go for? Marine Lord has 800 silver stacked up here, thinking about most likely a tier 3 archer upgrade, which would allow that back line just to fire that little bit stronger.
Things are getting interesting. Wham adding a bunch of farms in of his own, has now added 5 naturally. Of course, there are the Kura Storehouse farms, which are a nice advantage for him in this situation, but you can see the macros are picking up the players, angling for a bit of a longer game here as both players just try and hold their eco. Maybe Marine Lord happy with the damage he dealt in that last engagement.
Yeah, and I tell you what, even though Wham was quick to start getting the relics, Marine Lord didn't skip a beat either. Grabbing 2 of the relics, he did hold that sacred site at the north as well, just getting any sort of eco grab that he possibly can. But I dare say in the next couple of minutes of this game, Wham is going to look to utilize this big spike of food income that he has available for the time being, because those berries and deer are not long for this world, even getting a second TC behind this.
Yeah, this game could go the distance here. If Wham isn't able to take a really decisive fight, we could just be looking at a bit of a macro play. Of course, Marine Lord needs to make a move onto the map, probably to decap some of these sacred sites, could maybe just split off a single cavalry. I don't know how much Wham feels that it is a win condition at this moment, more than just, it's nice to get the gold.
Marine Lord did go for the +2 armor on the cavalry, meaning these Radari are again getting stronger and stronger, still adding on a bunch of Radari, a bunch of spears as well. The armies are going to be very awkward to micro against because both of their archers don't really want to be shooting the big chunky boy samurai type units or horsemen, but that mounted samurai count here over here, Winston, 22 and growing. Also the Onimusha count doing a very good job of seeing the army and responding to what he's making and making the appropriate counters.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to get really awkward for Marine Lord, right? Like, what units is he going to make? He just needs a lot of them, right? He's not producing anything right now. He clearly, maybe he doesn't know what to make. Maybe he wants to try and sneak in an Imperial Age if his opponent isn't going to attack. But now, a little skirmish across the middle. The archers are firing back and forth. The Sacred Site going to get decapped with the Mounted Samurai. Looking to angle for an engagement. The Radari are just going to commit the Athgear behind it. And Wham is going to wipe this fight.
He certainly is. He's got so many Mounted Samurai here, just wrapping around to that back squishy line, taking out the front line very handily indeed. All the Radari swept off the map. Those archers running for their lives, they do no damage whatsoever to these units, and Wham takes a 30 supply lead here. Even the slow crossbows, the spearmen are going to try and do what they can, quite a few in that back line there, but Marine Lord's food income is not there. It is just not a level playing field. You see a lot of farms being produced, but I tell you what, Wham is not going to let him breathe or get the opportunity.
Yeah, he just placed all these farms here and he just lost the fight in the middle of the map. Wham just charging down with the Samurai. The Athgear making a last valiant stand. Will it be enough? Surely not. The number is just there for Wham, and GG is called. We are going to game 5.
This is awesome to see. This man right here on the camera, the only person in the history of AoE4 to not just take 1 map off Marine Lord in the final of Wololo, but 2, bringing him to match point here. It's all down to 1 game here, Winston, and I tell you what, these players will be feeling the nerves in front of one of the biggest audiences they've ever played in front of.
Things are now tense, and we have to look back at the draft because we have 2 civs left on the final game, which means that you can essentially snipe the opponent's civ, so we could just see Wham playing HRE. Not one of the strongest civs coming into this tournament, but he picked it with confidence in the semifinals.
And it's going to be Frisian as our final map as well, I believe.
What a crazy map, too. We've had so many incredible Frisian games this game, but let's first take a look at some of these replays. I feel like Wham got so much tempo from those raids on the gold mine.
I mean, honestly, the amount of gold that he denied there, slowing down the H3 of his opponent many times. The food was there, but the gold wasn't. Just needed 1 more drop-off, but Wham somehow just knew about it. Some of these fights look like they could have been a bit close. You see here that Wham doesn't want to truly engage until those upgrades are done, just trying to utilize the range, getting the charges in here and there and everywhere. Once they came in, though, he was managed to hold this army back
Yeah, and I think Marine Lord was probably happy with this engagement. He was able to pick off a few vills in the north there with the Radaris. And, I mean, it kind of looked okay here. It just, as the game progressed, he was sitting on like 1,000 resources and just took a fight in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, this was rough.
This fight. Like, he just started to produce as this fight took off. He had nothing in queue when he took this engagement, maybe overestimating his position here, but Wham surely didn't miscalculate at all. He knew he had the lead, and he just took the fight. He said, "You're offering, I'll take you up on it."
Yeah, this is one of those situations where Marine Lord could have been assuming that his opponent was actually doing like a farm transition while that was going off, but we saw how committed Wham was to getting all that wildlife off the map, all the berries as well. There was still like a boar in the south there that could have been Marine Lord's potentially, I suppose, with Macedonia. They can mine the boar, right? Gather the boar? Yeah,
oh,
okay,
yeah.
okay. I just think there, it's been a long AoE4 series when it comes down to it, but yeah, I think that's something that he thought about. And Wham wasn't like super greedy in that regard. He was also getting farms in the mix. He got a second TC behind it as well. Wham was not like, you know, honing in on finishing the game right there and then. He was also thinking a few steps down the line, and it just felt that once he got the ball rolling, it was forever sliding downhill with Marine Lord sitting there ready to take it at the other end.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a moment here as players get ready for the next game. What could be going through their heads at this moment? I mean, Wham looks the same as he did at the start of game 1. He looks so calm. He looks so prepared for this moment. He is rising to the challenge, to the legend of Marine Lord in these Wololos.
This is tough because Marine Lord, is he going to want to play Sengoku on Phrygian? Actually, of all maps, that might be one that Sengoku doesn't thrive on. Whereas HRE, of the maps, they can play it, but these civs are just in two totally different leagues. So both these players do have to think about things. Which civ is Wham going to consider going up against his HRE? Zushi's kind of a rough one. Iabid, very rough, actually. But yeah, you can see that both these players under a lot of pressure here. They brought each other to the finish line. But which one is going to be the one to take it all home?
I almost have to feel that Marine Lord is going to snipe out Sengoku here. I think it's inevitable, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's inevitable.
I think you snipe out Sengoku. I mean, Phrygian is a map where there are battles potentially everywhere. And if you have the ability to have the fastest horseman and samurai in the game, you don't want that. You really don't want that. Even if you've got like Iabid or Zushi, I think you get yourself out of that situation. So if he is against HRE, and he's got Iabid or Zushi, I still feel that is in Marine Lord's court there. But again, you know, these guys are both better than me. And I mean, HRE, it being this kind of wild card pick, and this is one of the better maps for it, you got to be a little bit worried if you are Marine Lord about that as well.
And he's taking just a sip here as everyone's just preparing. A shake of the head there, clearly thinking about that last game maybe a little and just disappointed, knows he is kind of expected to deliver in these moments, and that was tough.
It was tough, but Wham looking pretty calm and cool. I feel the pressure is a little bit on him, you know. Because if he has gone for this weird pick here that he might be forced to play, I just wonder what he's going to pull out, because in the semi-finals it did not look too great for him. Granted, it was going up against Ottoman, and nothing looks great against Ottoman, but he's done it. He's got to the final, obviously, and down to the final map as well.
And look at all those beautiful people in the crowd. Can we get it up for game number 5 in just a moment? Yeah. And then right after that, we'll be live with AoE 2 Grand Finals, Hera versus Leary. So things are just getting great here in Londinium.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those AoE 2 fans out there, very often in StarCraft, when we have like a, you know, a bit of a lopsided semi-finals where it isn't the best day, we always know a great Grand Finals day is going to happen. And I hope it's going to be the same way later for you guys. And if this series is anything to go by, you're in for a good one later on as well.
Oh yeah, and you can see Wham still just, his facial expressions have not changed yet.
Iceman.
Iceman, ooh, that's a cool nickname. Is that it now? Is that what we call him?
Iceman. Has a nice big polar bear as well.
Ooh.
Man from Canada. Lots of ice? Who knows, who knows? Ooh, and we're going to get right on into it. Final map here for the Age of Empires 4 finals between this man spawning over in the top as our IBID player. It is Marine Lord. And then the camera switch, but over to the left as our red HRE player, it is Wham.
Yeah, and we saw Wham pick it. I mean, HRE has been used on Frisian in the past, so this isn't such a crazy pick. It's been used, I think it's fallen out of the meta since the last DLC where Civ's kind of shifted up and really changed how it goes. The map has also undergone quite some changes. The meta has gotten a little bit faster. Previously, the Aachen was like a decent option on this map, but it's just a bit slow. Now players may be opting for the mind work from the HRE here, and we'll see what Wham's doing, because yesterday he went for the Aachen and it just did not look that great, but maybe it just wasn't a good showing. Maybe it was a matchup issue. Maybe Vortex just had something great for him in that match.
Oh, what's that? Is that a scout going across the middle? I was starting to think there for a moment it might be a villager going for an aggressive barracks, but no, it won't be. So of these two civs, Wham kind of knew he was going to be forced into playing HRE. So he said, I don't want to play against Zushi, I want to play against IBID here. So even though IBID do have cheaper docks, what don't they have that Zushi have? The ability to play a Dark Age game. They don't want to be making a barracks. It slows them down way too much. What are also they potentially weaker than Zushi at? A feudal fight. Like when you've got Zugnu on the field, that can really be a bit of an imbalanced situation, and it is going to be a barracks early on. So already thinking about these things, Marine Lord will try and get up maybe a few docks, but he has to realize as well that he doesn't want to take that early fight in the Dark Age, and maybe thinking, well, if you are going to be going to barracks, that is very, very likely. I don't really want to overcommit to the water, because then I'm just behind and losing all my docks.
Yeah, it's probably expected here to see the barracks from the HRE. It's a pretty nice opening for them. We'll see if Marine Lord Scout is able to spot this. It is now moving around past that dock. This is a critical moment for his Scout. He'll see the canceled barracks, and that might give him some indication that something could be up, and surely he's about to spot the barracks from Wham here. And he does.
Yeah, no gold being mined from this base, and Marine Lord probably thinking, you know what, I'm very happy I didn't go too greedy here, because right now we see he's not gathering wood at all, or he's just switching to it, but he's got enough food here, so taking those guys off the sheep there, did not go for the mill, just realizing, hey, I'm not going to commit too much. Going for the reinforcement wing over here, Winston. That is cool. That means he's going to be able to produce Desert Raiders for free. Granted, one at a time, and pretty few and far between, but still, that's going to be able to deal with these spearmen pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, and just getting a few of them for free leaves your macro open to a lot of things. You can kind of do as you wish. On the back of it, you can make, sometimes you can go for a stable and add horsemen. You could go your own archers or spearmen as well. Things just sort of are flexible when you have these units to deal with this early aggression. The timing is a bit awkward at times because it does take a while for a Ubits to age up and then a while to get that first reinforcement out. But once you have it, the spearmen should be no issue. Wham has decided to stop at 3 spearmen, which is just enough to be pretty dang annoying against that dock.
Pretty dang annoying. Now his Scout is in the main base of Marine Lord, so we'll be able to get good vision on which wing he's up against. And these players are so good that seeing that wing over there, he knows it's a military wing. Now that could also be a blacksmith wing, which has been getting a little bit more, play time and what have you, meaning that, hey, a feudal fight could be among us. But those Desert Raiders will be able to be on the field very quickly. I'm not entirely sure about the Desert Raider choice here, but this is Marine Lord. I'm not going to question him.
Yeah, he has a lot of strategies for a lot of situations. I wonder how much this matchup would have been practiced. I don't know if this matchup on Frisian was in the practice rotation for either player. Maybe Wham knew this was an option, but as we said, with the draft changing so recently, it might just be that this is starting to be some pretty quick, on-the-fly strategic decision-making, because what can you do? You can't plan for everything. There are simply too many matchups, and we might be in for some real spice here. Things could get really crazy really fast as, yeah, we're probably not going to be going by the book very shortly.
No, we've got to wait as well and see which age up Wham's going to go for, because, Marine Lord's cards have been revealed, but Wham's still yet to age up. Going for that second dock, does now have the gold available, and it's going to be a mine walk here, so that means he'll be able to get upgrades very quickly. 7 upgrading it as well, going for some power dogs. That dog could be a real thorn in his side if it starts attacking that worker as well, which it does.
Oh, the wolf on the Vill. A thing. Oh, poor Wham. That villager just has to run super far away to get the wolf de-aggroed, and the scout pretty happy with that moment.
It definitely will, and there is a Desert Raider now on the field, meaning that where is that guy actually? Coming out here just to secure this dock. Another villager has been moved out as well. Remember, Ibid docks are significantly cheaper. Wham does have a few units out in the field. And
double stable.
He must know that this is a potential for a play as well.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider against HRE, which I think it actually works pretty well against the Minework. Now, there is the follow-up into Archers for HRE, which might be the play, but the Desert Raider just does pretty well against... I mean, they got all pikes. It's just so good.
So the thing about Minework, it's not necessarily going to be for owl pikes. It's going to be about getting archer upgrades very quickly,
yes.
I'd imagine. And if you're going for archer play and you've got a bunch of Desert Raiders, you can then go into very quick horsemen as well. So the way that Marine Lord's playing, it's uncomfortable to go up against. It's awkward. It's weird. Now, it's all about how fast these guys scout each other out.
The villager has been pretty low. He will go home. He will go home indeed.
No kill on that Vill. He lives to see another day. Does head back home. But that does definitely slow down dock play and dock production. So right now, Wham leading on the eco front. Is going to start working on some upgrades as well, getting lumber harvesting going. He's got the docks going as well, faster than his opponent. And these are just some of the things that can be very helpful for you as a HRE player. Because again, are you going to be happy about this situation? I'm a bit worried for Wham that no units are being made just yet. And Marine Lord does have 5 Desert Raiders out, 2 horsemen and more. That's going to be that's a risky play. That is a very risky play.
This is a risky play against the Desert Raider Horseman combination of Marine Lord, especially as he seems to have tempo on the map with the mobile units. He is both defending his dock villagers and denying the docks of Wham at the same time. Is Wham, does he have a potent strategy here? Hiding a villager in the south here, HRE, does it just have the chops to keep up with the Ayubids here? Marine Lord looking solid in this opening so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the army he's gone for as well is very awkward. It's very mobile as well. Like, the fact that you have those Desert Raiders on the field means that horsemen are going to be far less effective. Yeah, your spearmen as HRE are faster, but getting an army out to deal with this and stop this dock bleeding, it's going to be hard.
2 stables from Wham.
Getting owl pikes will be, like you talked about it earlier, getting owl pikes for the horsemen is also going to be a pretty nice deal. We'll kind of negate that camel debuff a little bit.
Yeah, but the Desert Raiders against horsemen,
they do a lot of damage.
Melee a bit, and they do take a lot of damage back, but they deal so much damage on the front. If Marine Lord feels like he has the numbers, he could just go for the throat here. The economy of Wham, he's massively invested in these pawns just recently. Remember, we're just barely tickling the feudal age here, and the horsemen for both players going to clash over essentially the last 2 docks of Wham.
Yeah, this is really a lot of mobility out of Marine Lord and a lot of firepower as well. Having this big switch where you can make them go range or melee to take down the docks much faster. And all of a sudden, that eco advantage that Wham did weasel himself out here, kind of diminishing. And on the other side of things, it does look like Marine Lord has been spreading docks. There is a little red blip on the minimap that might be looking around to deny and see what he can do. But already, I feel that Ayubid is doing a good job of just being the bully.
That sneak Vill that went to the south, I think, built a house and has now gotten up 2 docks. And we'll see if Marine Lord scouts that. Typically, he's very good at keeping on top of that. But right now, I believe his scout is in this main army, trying to spot when the horsemen and the spearmen engage. So Wham trying to play it sneaky, trying to get some advantages elsewhere on the map because he knows he can't hold his own base right now. Marine Lord just going to take more and more fishing out of the equation for Wham while he's forced to rebuild it on the back of this. The horsemen going to clash here, but the...
Oh, I mean, this is really nice out of Marine Lord. They're both trying to utilize their units as good as possible.
Whoa.
Hiding out in the open, though, if these horsemen get a wraparound so the spear can get on top of these Desert Raiders, that'll be brutal. Lovely focus fire out these Desert Raiders, utilizing their very quick attack and spin. I'll tell you what, Wham is doing a good job of keeping most of his units alive here, but now he's out in the open. I'm not sure if Wham can be here.
No, the camels could just turn at any moment. There's only 3 spearmen left. They're getting focused down. Marine Marine Lord just falling back to the reinforcements as well. Not many units streaming across from Wham. The scouts are even involved here. This is where all the marbles, the fight will now go in favor of Marine Lord. Wham on the retreat, on the heels, but there are so many camels.
So many camels, even with +1 armor, they are able to easily clean up those spears, and that is one of the issues when you're against such a mobile army. If you're caught out on the map, there is no way back home. Going for +1 attack, I don't know if he does have owl pikes already. I'm not sure he does. Oh, he does have owl pikes already. Okay, so these units are dealing as much damage as they possibly can here.
Marine Lord Scout is going south from the sacred site. Wham just invested so many docks. We can see it going south.
Yeah,
He's going to spot the new docks. He's going to spot that there's been a Vil sneaking in the south. And Marine Lord, he's going to just send his units right there after Wham just invested hundreds of wood.
There is a demo being made somewhere, and there are a lot of units, and there's been a lot of chaos so far.
Could be a demo moment, but it looks like Marine Lord is so wise to it. The Horseman going to back away. The explosion not utilized in this moment. A big investment. That is 160 resources. Boom in the water and nothing to hit.
No, and I mean, yes, he's been spreading, getting a good little horseman counterattack. In small numbers, these Desert Raiders don't want to be fighting against these horsemen. Marine Lord still with a decent amount of units back home, but these are very well upgraded horsemen. Fights happening here, there, and everywhere. We've got little blinkers happening all over the minimap here, but that Desert Raider count is getting big here, Winston. Wham is doing a good job of accumulating a lot of resources here in food. 29 on food here, getting out a lot of spearmen. And against the spearman-horseman mix, you do have to micro so damn well with these Desert Raiders.
Yeah, none on gold compared to 12. Of course, these Desert Raiders do cost a bit of gold, but things could not be more clear for Wham in this moment. He needs to make horsemen, he needs to make spearmen, and they need to win the game soon. And things are heating up here. Marine Lord is up 10 villagers in this game 5. Golden Age 2 even has been activated. His base building at home, feeling comfortable. Things are looking crazy. The armies could clash in the south.
Still, okay, Marine Lord does have +1 ranged attack now, but he has to be careful here, Winston, because if there is a big wraparound, if Wham can get around this army, it won't last for a long time, so Marine Lord has to make sure that he's able to run away whenever he can. Those spearmen are a bit faster than normal. I tell you what, going to start getting some pokes going on.
Oh, big engagement for Wham. He's made so many spearmen, and so many Marine Lord's units go down here.
7 Desert Raiders, 8 in production here. Marine Lord has 16 villagers on gold, which is a huge number. But does he have to start thinking about switching it up? As long as he has field to run, he's going to be feeling pretty okay. And again, has Wham stepped a little bit too far here? Some of these Desert Raiders are getting picked off from these spearmen that are a little bit faster than normal. And I tell you what, you do have to be so careful with these Desert Raiders. They are not cheap.
Quite an engagement for Wham. He's continuing that production, now moving villagers to gold himself, maybe thinking about some additional upgrades, feeling that the pressure is off. He was able to weather the storm. His docks did go down a huge economic loss, but on the back of it, he seems okay, only down 10 villagers.
Yeah, Wham, or 10 eco even, including the fishing boats, but you know that Marine Lord wants to be on the south side of the map. It wants to be burning down those docks. They are more expensive for your opponent. He got it set up. They're going to last for a long time. Wham wants the attention anywhere but. That is why he's here. He's on the other side of the map. He's near his opponent. He's getting a lot of gold here, probably thinking about an age up as well. That is so many guys on gold. Even thinking about regular archers here. That must have been quite a sad archer there. And Marine Lord, he's having to fight in 2 places at once. This is when Desert Raider Micro gets very, very tricky.
Yeah, Marine Lord looks like he was actually aiming for that Castle Age. So 2 games in a row, Wham raids the gold at the perfect time.
And 6 Desert Raiders in queue. Still so much emphasis here on a feudal situation. These spearmen still able to deal quite a bit of damage, but he has to be so careful. As this army gets thinned out, it will not be able to stick around. And Wham realizing how many guys on gold there, yeah, he has to be thinking it's going to be Castle. And I tell you what, the situation doesn't get better for him. As Desert Raiders hit age 3, it gets so damn scary if you're a H3 player stuck in this kind of army. Look at this, lovely micro, focusing down these horsemen one by one. These Desert Raiders do great damage, even against these nice range army units.
This is just looking better and better for Marine Lord. The number's just not there, but Wham maybe was thinking about going Castle Age, has 600 gold and nothing to really spend it on at this moment. just sticking with the plan of horseman, spearman. And logistics is coming in. That's going to be massive. Relic grabbing on the field, also healing. We've seen a lot of these Desert Raiders are very hurt, and them getting healed up here very quickly, mind you, by these the Dervishes could look amazing for Marine Lord. And the Prelate goes down, the economy under attack.
This is very scary now because Marine Lord, he's looking strong, he's looking fierce. There's a lot of villagers out on the map. Wham does have Wheelbarrow available, but now that Marine Lord's come over here, knowing the army's somewhere in the main base, he can start picking off the villagers, but also working down to the south, away from his base while he's taken up, and close to where the docks are. Lots of the food income.
Yeah, Wham once again sort of forced to defend his base by charging into death with his army, just sending them forward saying, I need you to buy me just a little more time, please. But Marine Lord will have none of it. He will not even let these spearmen hit him. Potentially, ooh, well, I spoke too soon, but Marine Lord still whittling down these numbers so effectively. And Logistics Swing is only a minute away.
Oh, this is brutal for Wham. I mean, you said buying time, but buying time for what? It's his opponent that has time on his side. Logistics means he's going to be grabbing relics. Hatchery really want relics. The eco is so much better for higher bid as well. So many guys on gold.
Rams!
Oh, and Rams. That's going to make short work of these docks. And that is one advantage of having that Desert Raider wing. Even your camels can start producing siege.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Wham will hear the sound, hear the news. Golden Age Tier 3 even is in. So many bonuses are accumulating for Marine Lord. Things are just looking better and better for the reigning champion to hold his title. Wham making one last charge here, potentially trying to get us around on all of these Desert Raiders, but it's just not enough. Marine Lord just whittles away once again.
He's whittling down those spearmen, and if he gets rid of all of those, age up has happened. The face of Wham probably in despair right now. The webcams are obviously a little bit later on the front, keeping a few spearmen in this stealth forest here, but the upgrades are coming online. Relics will start getting grabbed. There are more Desert Raiders in total than any number of military on the field for Wham. And I tell you what, soon they're going to get upgraded pretty massively here with that veterancy.
Camel Lancers as well going to be the next unit of choice for Marine Lord. He switches several to melee mode and just takes the fight. He says, you've been chasing me around, now I want to take the fight to you, Wham, he says. Marine Lord now running down what remains of Wham's army, looking for the kill, looking for it all.
And you see that bit of disappointment on the face of Wham here, realizing that maybe his time has come to an end here. He's made it to the final, but once again, Marine Lord being a bit crazy there with his Desert Raiders, but they have all turned silver. This means that they are upgraded, they are a lot stronger. The fights have not been fair thus far. Marine Lord taking this fight here, doing incredibly well, and I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Marine Lord is our champion here in Game 5, match point.
Once again, he does it.
The three-peat, the Wololo, undefeated, undisputed champion of Redbull Wololo. 3 times in a row. This time he was taken to the very end. The first time he's ever dropped a map in the final of Wololo. But what a performance from our Victor and from our second placer as well. We'll hear what the man has to say. Take it away, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Everyone, give it up for our champion, Marine Lord. Another trophy for your trophy case. But Marine Lord, this was unprecedented because Wham did push this. He really made you work so hard for it. What made this game so close?
I mean, to be fair, I was expecting him to do worse because that was the same quality as he gives in practice. And in practice, it's always pretty much 2-3 or 3-2, and we've practiced the whole months. So I was expecting him to have some nerves and like not be as ready as me, but it went toe to toe, and I think every game that he won, he had a better sieve, and every game that I won, I drafted better, I think. So, and yeah, he played very well.
Do you feel that pressure? Because people do expect you to sweep it cleanly and like play so dominantly. Does that play in your head once you're actually on the back foot or once your opponent manages to even out a series?
No, I really don't care. I won enough trophies, so I know I just want to have fun. So I don't really put pressure on myself. And yeah, I just try to have fun. And it was very fun to have such a close 3-2 against Wham.
You couldn't have asked for a better final. You guys made it so exciting. Now, Marine Lord, before I'm going to let you lift that trophy that is rightfully yours after this victory, any final words to the people who have been following and supporting you on your journey?
I mean, thanks everyone for the support. Thanks to my team, Gentlemates. Thanks to all my sponsors. Thanks to my family. Thanks to my cats. And yeah, thanks to everyone else here. You are a lot. So yeah, thanks everyone.
I'll take that one from you. And now, Marine Lord, this is your big moment. Everyone, Marine Lord!
Champion of Redbull Wololo, Age of Empires 4, Marine Lord!
I could not hear him in my ear. I have no idea.
I just needed this. Well, let's keep the energy up, my friends. What an incredible final we've just seen. Before we get fully settled, how about we put our hands together for our valiant runner-up, Wham, as well. 3-2. He went down swinging. He gave us a hell of a show. Well done, Wham. All right, as we set things up and get ready for the next stage of the proceedings, we have am somewhat flattered to tell you, have received several requests to replay the sea shanty bit from earlier. Very pleased to hear you all enjoyed my singing so much, or maybe everyone's just got the song stuck in their head and this is the only way they're going to get it out. In any case, we're going to play it again, so please enjoy from the HMS Londinium filmed earlier this week, the Wololo Sea Shanty.
Below deck, by lantern glow, on biscuit hard and pea soup slow, we filled our bowls and raised a cheer, for Redbull Wololo was drawing near. Oh, gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years and 20 more, the great ship Londinium spied the shore!
Land ho!
Out of the mist the governor, yo, dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the east the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
Then Leary took the captain's wheel with fingers fast and nerves of steel. Then doubt rose up to claim the prize, with castle lie within his eyes.
Then the ship made land on German shore. At Heidelberg's gate, we called for war. The Viper struck with crown of flame in desert sands and halls of fame.
We sailed her south through Spanish lands after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish throne.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly. Yo-ho! Wololo, hear the seeds of legends roll. Ready, shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow. Yo-ho! Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we roll. Yo-ho! Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we roll. Onto Redbull Wololo.
What terrific fun we're having here at the Redbull Wololo halftime show, brought to you by Loom. Protect your villagers today for the low cost of just 50 gold. And heated shot, not as useful as it seems. The festivities continue, my friends. We've got a very special program here for you. You may have noticed throughout the entire Redbull Wololo series, we've had a specially composed piece of music, an original piece of music by Ben Fowler that was composed specifically for Redbull Wololo. And it's my great pleasure to reintroduce to you the London Contemporary Orchestra here, who will now be regaling us with a rendition of Dancing Chariots. And now, to conclude the halftime presentation, a special extra addition to the entertainment festivities. It's now going to be me playing the organ. I'm going to have a turn, please. Thank you. This wasn't on the schedule, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, here we go. Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, all right, we ready? Here we go. Ah! That's pretty good, huh?
I don't understand this. It's nonsense. This is...
Pay no attention to the man in the peanut gallery. He has no taste, I can tell you that.
This captain... This is incredible.
I hate it when people don't take this event seriously.
We want to hear more for the orchestra, right? Vamos, the orchestra!
Enough for the orchestra!
Incredible! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the Age of Empires 2 Grand Finals. I get the sense that we're all ready for that. Indeed, that's what I thought. But before we get to see them battle it out on the stage, let's take a look at how they got here.
Well, that has been the road we have taken to the finals here at Redbull Wololo, Londinium. But there is a road yet left to travel. We have two competitors waiting in the wings, ready to get underway. Zoe, Hera, and Leary, two titans of the game. I can't wait to see them do battle.
Yeah, and they are so familiar with each other, which makes this so much more exciting. Both of these players have had an extremely dominant run through the playoffs. They barely had to show anything during their semifinals. So really, there might be a lot of cards up those sleeves.
Yes, indeed. I think we are going to be in for a hell of a show between two of the game's all-time greats. Who's looking forward to seeing these two players do battle? The energy is at an all-time high, my friends, and we're in a safe pair of hands. Casting our match, cast your eyes to the stands above and bear witness to T90 and Dave. On the other side of this, they will be teeing up our grand final.
The crowd is something that's new to me, and especially this time around we have numbers that I've never seen, so that's gonna for sure get me a bit nervous. Let's see how I can keep my cool under that pressure though.
I've never played in front of that many people as we expect in the Red Albert Hall. Expectation/goal is definitely just enjoy the moment and remember it for the rest of my life.
It's finals day here at Redbull Wololo Londinium. I'm Dave, joined here by T90 official. Welcome, one and all, to the Royal Albert Hall.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Eric Clapton, and Age of Empires. Wouldn't have said those words, at least you would have thought. At one point, we only had maybe 30 people watching the game. That was online. In person, we have 3,500 viewers here.
Let's hear it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The atmosphere here, the tension building between these two. Can Leary finally do it? I think the only thing we can say for sure, Tristan, is that we have the two best undisputed players in our game currently, right now in this grand final.
Unbelievable. And no dispute on that, Dave. They know each other so well. And I think every time that they've played this well, played this dominant leading towards a final, I know they've met a lot. It has always gone down to the final few games, and I really expect that here today. Let's send it down. Let's get ready for our grand final of Age of Empires 2.
The time has come. The grand final is upon us. All that remains is for us to introduce the players.
And I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind here that Hera is currently the #1 in the world. He's the type of player who turned the modern era into his own personal dynasty. He came here undefeated, untouched, and he is so ready to prove to everyone that the crown is his alone. But his challenger today, a teammate, a practice partner, and a friend. Leary, a legend in his own right, who has found himself in the grand final of Redbull Wololo 6 times. Twice, he came out the winner, both times against Hera. Alas, that was many moons ago, and the times have changed. But he once more emerges victorious, ready in the grand final to take his throne back.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the reigning Redbull Wololo champion. It is Hera! His opponents, a 2-time Redbull Wololo champion. Welcome to the stage, Leary!
Wow, what a matchup we have in front of us, Tristan. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Best of
Unbelievable.
9?
Yeah.
Leary Hera?
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm so nervous right now. I can only imagine how they feel. I can only imagine how much I'm making it worse because they can hear me say
We're going to have
that.
to be really careful.
But ladies and gents, we are going to have our draft live up here on stage. I'm sure you're very familiar with a lot of those civilizations and maps we've seen this tournament, all behind them. But my goodness, Dave, it's going to be a day.
Yeah, and we begin with the draft, and this is a more difficult draft than normal because usually you have it all laid out for you on the screen, right? Maybe you have a notepad with your strategies coming into the draft, but this time they just have that one little paper book and they have to keep all of the options in mind. Now, they both have experience with this. They've both done this before in previous Red Bulls, so let's hope that that pays off.
As someone who permanently lives on his computer, I cannot tell you how uncomfortable it is to have to use a pen or a pencil at times.
I can't even write anymore.
Yeah, I had to write a check a couple months ago, and it was terrifying. So here we've got these two pen and pencil out, ready to go, handshakes. And yeah, we're going to get into it here, shape up our final. And that is
glasses.
The home map. Dave actually put on his glasses as he said that. I just want everyone to know.
It reminded me. As you get older, you know.
Yeah.
Forget how to write, forget how to see.
Speaking of getting older, I actually cannot see. It is Volpine.
It's Volpine, yeah. That's your favorite map, right?
It is, yes, the Foxes. And I wasn't going to say it. I might as well say it during the draft.
Loch Ness,
but apparently, yesterday during the semifinal, I heard fox noises, and I told myself, Tristan, don't complain about this. That's unprofessional. There were no foxes on the map. Production added that in to annoy me.
Looks like we have Henchold as well. Remember, this is a best of 9, so we're getting most of the maps here.
I think it's 11 maps in the pool, yeah. So really you can think about what maps do players maybe don't want to play. And I think it's kind of tough because they're both so dominant on all settings. Typically I would say the very closed maps, but this is Empire Wars.
I'm happy to see Thames there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see ourselves casting in the Royal Albert Hall in the north of Thames. Got
Very fitting.
Stonefront coming out now.
And also, not really taking too much time on this, are they?
No, I think when you only have 2 maps that can't be drafted here, I think it's pretty clear.
The Civs, it's going to get a lot more intense. Rampart, another map. Civilization's going to be tricky. And yeah, again, you're really used to your computer. You're used to being able to look at the bar, which shows you when the bans and the picks come in. There's Blue Wells, our new map.
Leary's played that a couple times already.
Yeah, Hera as well.
I don't recall Hera playing it.
He did one time. It was against Hart. And I believe he played Ethiopians there. Okay, that was the map that I was expecting to not see played today. So clearly some tricks up the sleeve here.
That is, by the way, Crazini, our wonderful admin.
Oh yes,
we should appreciate it.
He's looking fantastic.
He's looking great.
He's looking fantastic. And here we go. This is going to be map. What?
Spin to win?
What is this actually? We've got a spinning.
Hey! Nobody wins.
Didn't account for that one.
Yeah. If it ends up there again.
There's someone.
What if it's just a continuous
There's
loop?
someone who's on the production team back there who brought this up, and he was like,
Hey! No! Wait a second.
We've got to get to the games here. Crazini says, all right. And it's going to be Crownwood.
Great map. Yep. It's a very fun map to watch. He's also holding up another one there. Is that Dorothea Quarry?
I mean, these are all the maps I want to see these two play. I think Stonefront is the one where if I'm Leary, I want to play that one because maybe Hera's a little untested on the water maps. I don't know. But yeah, all these maps very open, and these two are both so aggressive. Really fun to watch them duke it out with military.
This is where the difficult part of the draft begins.
Yeah.
The maps, there's not a lot of options there. You just leave 2 out of the table, but now we get to the civs, and we have so many civilizations in our game now. It's going to become endlessly complicated here for these two. They know each other so well, though.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any way to work in a surprise in the draft?
So
without us revealing something
again,
to them?
ever so slightly awkward because they both can hear us right now up on our stage. But I do think they're both going to look for 1 or 2 of them. I don't think you go for surprises early picks here, Dave. They're both so experienced. Civilizations are fairly figured out. They know each other. what typically breaks a final is a fifth and beyond pick beating a top 3 or 4 pick. If you have 1 or 2 of those, you're going to look really strong here. So I think the civs that come to mind, maybe we'll get to, but they've got a lot of maps to work with. They might break it into category, which makes it a little bit easier. I know many of the viewers watching probably don't play tournaments. You might not even play online, but you could look at Hengehold, Stonefront, Rampart maybe is somewhat similar, and say, okay, well, I'm good with opening archers there, and there's obviously quite a list of civilizations from there. So typically you're gonna see players go for very flexible civilizations unless it's very specific. So like Loch Ness is a lot more defensive and boomy style. There you might see the early picks come in early. Civs like Vikings, Hera went Bengalis before. Italians is a civ that both players like. Blue Whales as well. Lots of fishing, so more fishing-oriented civs. And my goodness, this music is incredible.
Can we get some recognition for the orchestra here playing Schamberger in the background during this draft? It's very calming.
I'm going to take it one step further and just say thank you so much to the community watching this, supporting
everybody.
The production, everyone with Red Bull who made this happen. I know it's early, we're just starting, but we're going to be into the games here. Microsoft World's Edge, everything's just been such an incredible opportunity. I'm so thankful. Dave and I were recounting as we see Bengalis there. I think Hera went first pick Bengalis in his semifinal, so that's an interesting snag. Yeah. Or sorry, ban. My bad.
It's a ban. They have
I got
a few
excited.
bans
I wanted
first.
to get to the civ picks.
I know.
I got excited.
I know. We're all on the edge of our seat here, but since we don't have seats, we're gonna
we don't
ourselves.
actually. Edge of my seat would be falling off of this floor.
I'll catch you.
Which is only slightly terrifying. But I
we
guess
might go down together.
Yeah,
Saracen's band from Hera, I think that's also a great one. Portuguese as well, those fast archer civilizations.
Yeah, the bans do, if you watch standard tournaments, the bans do change a little bit. One civilization you don't see banned or picked a lot here is actually Chinese, because it's a very awkward start with Empire Wars. But I think like civ like Tupi, I think we might even see Mapuche banned. I mean, Leary has consistently banned all 3 of the new DLC civilizations. He did say 3 weeks ago he didn't have the DLC purchased. Leary, smile at us.
Poles is...
If that's the case. Because if I'm Hera right now, Hera should be like, I'm not banning Mapuche. I'm not banning Muisca. I'll ban Vietnamese instead.
Oh man, competitive integrity at its finest right there. We see the Poles ban as well from Leary, and the thing is, Hera always manages to sneak in the Poles somewhere in a grand final, especially when it's a best of 7, best of 9.
True.
And it's a civ that not many people think about, so I think that's a smart ban from Leary. Just
I
get
do
it
too.
off the table.
Koreans also most played civilization during the ladder qualifier. Someone's going to be banning this civ typically, or first picking it, so nice ban there from Hera.
Mongols, great ban.
Mongols?
You saw what Leary did with the Mongols against Sebastian.
And he did it on Rampart. Which is one of the maps.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the Mongols. Persians as well, a good civ on every single map here.
Leary's got one more ban now, and there's 2 more new DLC civilizations, so he might have gone ahead and bought the new DLC at this point. He's going to make a couple dollars from this event, win or lose, so I'm sure he can afford it.
Looks like Hera's really considering here what he wants to ban. Telling for Zini now. What's it going to be? There was quite a bit of thought behind this one. Mayans.
Okay.
It's another good ban against Leary, I think.
All right, yeah, absolutely. Dave, I could see they removed the NS from that, and that was from last tournament. They made it Maya because that's more historically
It's not the
correct.
Maya, it's the Mayans. We're not calling them the Brito. It's the Britons.
We hate change here in Age of Empires.
They took my NS.
Well, actually, there's your NS up on screen, so there you go.
There we go. Aztecs as well banned.
Yeah. Well, what did Hera die to against MBL? He died to Aztecs game 1, and that was on actually map 1. So I think that's a really good ban. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, well, there we go. Again, it's a tough situation. Typically, we're sharing our opinions on the draft. The players cannot hear. There is a civ, though. We're not going to say it, that Hera has loved on Dorothy Quarry. We saw it a couple times. I think we saw it from one of his teammates. I think we saw it from Mr. Yo. That's basically me saying it, but...
Picking up a little bit of tempo on the Schamberger. It's a slow builder, the song.
I wonder
my
who named
background music through so many like group projects and stuff at college.
Oh yeah, that's sick, dude. That's sick. Yeah. That's my ringtone when you call me, bro. Good old Schamberger, but I'm going
Is
to need
that
to
customized?
I'm going to need to replace it with this version because this version is just insane.
Okay, now here come the picks. Very, very important, especially the order, right? A lot about Civ drafting is where you can sneak in the Civs you really want without sacrificing the position in the draft.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if Bulgarians gets picked up here because I feel like Bulgarians are made for Empire Wars.
Well,
they
he
just
picked
don't have
them
any eco
yesterday.
bonuses. So.
But it was the last pick of the draft.
Yeah. Well, it's a good later pick though.
Yeah.
It's a very good later pick. Mara seems to be shielding the camera with his words, so there's no lip sync action for the casters here.
I think he's blocking the sound from here.
That could be that too.
Dravidians.
Dravidian's super good on Blue Wells and Loch Ness. And like we said, there's 2 maps there out of the potential 9 where you've got those water-oriented civs. So I like going for the water picks earlier.
Also, you know, we were talking about the Cumans, how they get that fast start because they have cheaper buildings. Dravidians get 200 extra wood.
Yeah, it's
so
huge.
It's basically like the same start.
Yeah, Hera has played that multiple times.
Way and Burgundians, great civilizations here, especially with the Flemish militia being the way it is right now.
Yeah, Burgundians is perfect for Empire Wars. Definitely have my feelings on where these civs are going to play out, but it's still very early. There's Ethiopians now getting picked up.
They've been really prioritized during the group stage of this event.
I think Hera might have been the first one to do it as well, so I think other people saw him do it and said, hey, let's do that ourselves. Didn't necessarily work out as well for them. And then Byzantines.
Always great. Doesn't even matter what tournament we're playing in. Feels like the Byzantines are always there on the draft.
Especially if you play towards just not making any early mistakes. You don't do anything crazy early on and you just defend. Very hard to break. I think that's perfect for Hera's play style.
Leary now picking. He gets to pick 2 here.
Also perfect for Leary's play style.
Yeah.
Cheap archery ranges, cheap stables, allows you to go for the early aggression. Doubt that's for the second town center in feudal age, but maybe Leary's got a trick up his sleeve.
Okay, so we're waiting for our next pick. See a view of the hall right now. It is unbelievable. We walked in here earlier this morning, and I think Tristan and I both got chills. We were getting instructions from the production crew, and I don't know about you, dude, but like, I couldn't pay attention.
To be honest, I've always had an issue paying attention to any instruction, so that wasn't too different for me. You know, Dave, we see Georgians come in. It just pops a thought into my mind. Armenians, a best of 9. They get mule carts, which should be very good. They have solid navy. They have like the longsword play, which could be good starting in feudal age. You got some options.
I mean,
out
they're
there.
listening to us right now.
Well, you know, they're not going to take my ideas, right? They're not going to take a caster's ideas. That would be ludicrous. But I think it's actually maybe pretty good later on in the draft.
Tatar is a very good civ for Dorothea Quarry.
And I think
Very good.
that was the one I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, and I think Leary knew before you said it.
Yeah.
That it was out there.
Well, Leary's also played.
I mean,
many
both of these
civilizations.
players, incredible drafters. They've had so much experience, right? Leary drafts towards his strengths. I think Hera more eliminates your strengths and capitalizes on your weaknesses.
Yeah. Ever so slight difference would be Hera typically a bit more defensive. He does have that aggressive switch.
And a little bit more adaptable as well.
Yeah. But yeah, Burgundians way, Cumans, Georgians here for Leary. And he will go for his next civilization here in a moment. But now this is where it gets tricky. All these other civilizations are no-brainers. Now you're getting down into the weeds a little bit after 6 bans and this many picks. Do you think they're learning about Age of Empires back there as they play this music for us?
I think so.
Think so? I think we're going to have, what is it, 60 people in there? You think we'll have 60 people buying the game after this?
One person in that orchestra that played as a kid and is like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Just one though.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. Most of the people here probably at one point in time saw a video or something and were like, wait, that game still exists?
Mm-hmm.
So now they're here. Frank's there for Leary. Very good civ. I like that pick as well because Hera has played that quite a few times himself.
Do we have another pick from Leary coming? I believe so. Khitans.
Dangerous civ. Dangerous civ in the hands of aggressive players. A bit awkward to manage economically, but if you can get going, can be incredibly strong. And we've got the Vikings then. Big pick there, Dave. Still wondering, You know, what's the approach going to be on Loch Ness? I could see Vikings being the approach there. Also Dravidians and then Armenians there for Hera. So we're not wrong. I like the flexibility. I think like with Hera's approach, he could actually play that on most of these maps and just say, I have mule carts. I have mule carts. I could collect relics maybe, like even a weird play on like, I don't know, henge holds, because there's some relics there.
I mean, you could also go like long swords on Glacis.
Yeah, it could be really good.
We've seen that before. It's a possibility.
Only 2 civs get mule carts, and it's split on either side here.
Woo! Woo is a very good civ. Very good water civilization. They can find the timings with the John Swordsman. There's a lot of possibilities with the Woo. We saw Viper try them yesterday on Loch Ness. Almost had it, just couldn't quite lock it down.
Yeah, almost locked it down on
Japanese.
Loch Ness.
Another excellent. I'm surprised that went so late.
Yeah, kind of forgot about it a little bit.
Exactly.
I think that's a bit easier to do as well when you're drafting this way versus on a screen.
Japanese have had such a resurgence lately. The last couple of years, we see them in almost every single tournament. Especially since the speed of the men-at-arms got increased. It's such a dangerous opening.
Yeah.
And their water control is insane.
Oh man, I have some really big thoughts right now. We got Mapuche.
He forgot to get one.
Yeah, he didn't ban the Civ.
Hera was smiling a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's probably joking with Leary.
Leary, I got you, bro.
Leary can still play against it. There's a couple picks here.
Here
I'm wondering if we're going to see, Turks. Yeah, Hera loves the Turks, can be very interesting in the late game, which he's so good to getting to. I like that pick for Hera, but again, the position of it's great because it's the late end of the draft. You wouldn't want to prioritize Turks very early here.
I think Leary has 2 more, and then Hera's got 1 more after.
He's got the Wei, he's got the Wu. Will we see a Shu, perhaps? We'll see.
Well, I don't know about you, but they don't seem very viable here. Well, maybe. We've seen them before on 10s, I think.
It's our Archer Civ.
Huns.
It's an Archer
Great
Civ.
Civ.
That's the way I see it. Huns.
Yeah, classic Civ.
A round of applause
for the Huns?
Oh my God, I love you guys. Let's go. Round of applause for the Huns.
Can Hera pick Huns as well, and then we just have Huns war again?
Let's go.
Back in time.
Back in the day, baby. Spanish.
Great pick. Rampart is there. Spanish are very, very dangerous on that map.
That's an interesting one,
And it forces Hera into some mind games, kind of questioning what Civ he's going to go for there.
Thinking about their playstyles, I completely forgot about that Civ. Britain then as well.
Hey! You just had to know Hera was going to pick those. Doing it for the fans, and maybe he's got a strategy cooked up as well.
Pretty sure English was banned in the AoE 4 finals, so both games are great, but AoE 2, we picked the Britons in there, all right? That's great. Well, that's it, folks. Those are the civilizations, and we'll be into it here. And let's see.
My friends, let's keep the energy up. Let's keep those hands together. Who's ready to see an Age of Empires 2 final? As we thank once again the London Contemporary Orchestra. What an incredible rendition of Schamburger. How about it, everyone? The grand final is moments away, my friends, as the players get themselves ready, settle in, and get yourselves ready for the show of a lifetime. The Age of Empires 2 Grand Final at Redbull Wololo Londinium is moments away.
My goodness, I'm really getting ready for this one now. A little bit of a wait. We have the draft, we have the civilizations, and Dave, it looks 50-50. These players oftentimes can be 50-50, but it has been Hera who has just been able to tip the scales a little bit, get that extra win when it matters, and win so many finals when up against Leary. Hopefully, we get 9 games.
If the Leary I saw yesterday shows up today, I don't think I've ever seen a player that can beat that.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Absolutely.
If he shows up at that same level today against Hera, I think he can break the curse. And if you're unaware of what we're talking about, there is a history between these players. Leary has not beaten Hera in a very long time. Leary has never won a LAN final, and he has been in so many of them. He's just waiting. He's always that one game away from making it happen. I think today is the day for Leary.
What a story it would be, seriously. Yeah, 10 years ago, I was in Germany at Gamescom. It was the first LAN I ever attended. There weren't many LANs back then. It was Viper versus Leary, grand final. Leary was 14 years old, and Leary lost by 1 game to Viper. And of course, since then, there's been a lot of LANs, and Leary has been very close, and it hasn't happened. But the crazy thing is, you add it all up, he is the most accomplished Red Bull player there has been. Yes. Because he's won 2 of them. He has been in second place so frequently. He is the best Empire Wars player. Can he actually take the crown? Can he actually win the final? It would be an epic moment to do so as our crowd is doing the wave here in London.
Love to see
goodness.
it. Up on your feet. Come on, let's go.
Wow. My goodness, this is so well coordinated. This is insane.
Even the upper deck.
The upper deck as well. Very well synchronized. It's almost like you guys have experience or something.
Unbelievable.
Wow. That is sick.
I also want to point out, Tristan, I do not believe we've had a repeat champion in the Redbull Wololo series.
In the LANs, that's correct. In the LANs, that's correct. We had so many good finals. We're getting close, folks. I know you guys are getting a little bit antsy. I know you're having a bit of fun.
We're getting in there, but let's hear from a couple experts about their analysis on the draft that just happened.
Well, guys, Nelly, look at the crowd we have here. Do you think we can analyze the draft with this crowd here?
They already analyzed the draft for us, right?
They love the hands?
They love the hands, man, yeah.
Hands and Britons. Well, very, very happy to be here. And we have an amazing draft here in Dorothea Quarry, Nelly. It looks kind of straightforward here, like at least for Hera, no?
Yeah, Dorothea Quarry, we know that CA are dominating this one, right? Being on the hill, trying to get the map position, try to play the mobility. Tatars have performed incredibly well. Hera has a time limit win on this map. We are expecting Georgians to be the potential civ against that.
Yeah, I think both might be happy with the draft. Well, maybe Leary a little bit less because how he going to face Mapuche?
That's the big question, right? And Hera had a smile on his face, right? Leary typically banning Tupi, Mapuche, Muisca, and we see the late pick for Mapuche there, and Hera was like, maybe should have banned it.
We have many interesting civilizations. I like a lot of Spanish, but it's the last pick, and it can be very dangerous in a map like Rampart.
Rampart, Glaciers could be an option, right? There, like maybe even a few small walls, Stonefront. We have seen some wild plays. It will be interesting. It's not really Leary's style, though.
Yeah. Anyway, who do you think has a better draft here? Because I really believe, for example, Exit Way, as we were talking, all those civilizations feel very aggressive, fit really, really good Leary's gameplay.
Yeah, Boganians extremely aggressive, Cumans, Georgians, Franks, Kitans, all pretty wild. And then some good water civilizations, right? Wu, we might see on Loch Ness. Japanese, we could see on Blue Wells. Wei is the big question mark, right? That is the only civilization that plays a bit slower than all the others.
But don't you think that maybe his civilization is going to confuse a bit more Hera in the sense that it feels a little bit more versatile? I feel like it can use in several maps, while maybe Leo is going to be able to predict the civilization from Hera more in the maps.
There are also some versatile civilizations, right? Thinking about Dravidians, for example, right? 200 wood at the start. They can be played on so many maps. Yeah, they're incredibly strong on Loch Ness, for example, but you could play them on Glaciers as well. Just double archery range, an extra dock there, and you have the massive eco advantage, and Leary would be on the back foot.
But how difficult it is to analyze all this, because Ethiopians wasn't picked at all, even in the start of the tournament, second pick in the grand final.
Actually, we've seen it a bit, right? We remember the Mr. Yo game against Hart. That was really nice. Also, the win of Hera against Viper, right? So that will be a massive aggression, and that will actually be one of the most interesting games, to me at least, right? Because Hera demolished the Viper yesterday. It felt like a 3-minute game. It lasted a bit longer, but the game felt over. And now the big question mark, how is Leary able to weather such a storm?
Okay. Okay, I think Leary has, in my opinion, a bit better draft because it fits more to his gameplay. Before we go with T90 and Dave, any prediction, Nelly?
Obviously, casters often say, oh yeah, we are looking for such a great grand final. We are looking, well, Hera is taking back the stage. We're often saying, yeah, like everything can happen, tune in, watch. But honestly, I think this could be the one for Leary. My prediction is 5-4 for Leary.
Well, I'm not going to be original. I'm going to make the same prediction. Tristan, Dave, take it over.
Wow. So their prediction, a bit bold considering the last, 16 S tiers have gone to Hera, but I do agree that maybe the best player so far this tournament has been Leary, but we've said that before with Hera. He tends to step it up when the finals come in, when the moment gets brightest, and this is pretty damn bright here in London with 3,000 viewers.
I think both of these guys have the most experience at LANs. Potentially Viper up there as well, but definitely recently, grand finals action. You know, we always wonder, are the players going to crumble under the pressure? Not these two. Hera has come out on top a bunch, but Leary has always been there, usually like one game away.
I am going to say, though, this is a LAN unlike any other.
Yeah.
And we've covered LANs, and we just have to talk. And you told me to soak in the moment. You're like, Tristan, don't focus too much, soak in the moment. That was bad advice. I was freaking out up here. And so I think that for them, you know, it's got to be similar to some extent, that it might take some time to get a feel. Luckily, once you're focused on the screen, you kind of don't turn around, look at all the viewers. You tend to forget a little bit, and you tend to just work on what you know. But I felt like Leary and Hera were able to just completely punish their opposing players in the semifinals and not let them get a feel for the LAN, not let them get into their comfort zone. If someone starts fast here on either side, it could be a very difficult first hour. And in Empire Wars, that could be 3 games. So I think for both players, Dorothy Core is actually a very dangerous map to start off on. This isn't a passive map at all.
One thing I notice about Hera in the finals is he always manages to take that one game with that strategy that no one saw coming, right? It's like poles, or it's something strange like Turks, you know, and he goes for that boom and builds into the late game. I'm wondering if he's going to have one of those games here. Yeah. Maybe Mapuche stands out, right? Maybe he saw Mr. Yo attempting to go for the Bolus Riders, and he thinks they're actually a good unit, or the Konas. I don't believe so, but oftentimes we don't know what's good until we've seen Hera absolutely dominate with it.
Well, folks, when we are in, I would love to hear some noise here. There's been a lot of noise already for Age of Empires 4, for the intro here with AoE2, but when we are in, let the players feel it. Let everyone feel it. Once again, thank you so much. This is so crazy to me that we are here doing this. Everyone who's been able to enjoy this event, all the staff, the players, the casters, we are so grateful. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes. We get some of the plaudits because we're up here in front. We appreciate you guys. I've seen so many Low Elo legends. I've seen Hera fans, Leary fans. I've seen people dressed up as Jaguar Warriors, Eagle Warriors. I mean, the list goes on, dude. People are going all out there. It's been super cool. There's an idle villager.
There you go. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up? Oh, my goodness, man. Also, as far as I know, it was kind of first come, first served for these seats. So people are outside waiting early. I could actually be very wrong on that. I was given a seat at the caster's desk, but love to see it. Thank you so much. Unbelievable, dude.
Let's get a vibe check in here before we get into this set.
Yeah.
Who here is a Hera fan? That's pretty decent. All right.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
Who here is looking for the upset? Who's looking for the underdog to take this one? Who's a Leary fan? Yeah, I think we got the vibes.
Oh, man. People would love to see a new champion.
People love an underdog.
People love an underdog. And it's such a crazy story. It's not your typical underdog, right? It's the guy who's won events. He's one of the most accomplished players ever. People will say he's the most talented Age of Empires 2 player ever. He just hasn't been able to clutch it in the finals. We'll see, folks. There's a look at our venue. There's a bunch of people at home right now who are thinking about clicking buy on that ticket. And they're like, nah, maybe not. Look at this, dude. Oh, man, what an awesome opportunity. So cool.
It's a bunch of firsts for this event. I believe, if my information is correct, this is the first esports event hosted in the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Precedent setting, trailblazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get more.
Let's get more.
I could be completely wrong on that, but we're going to stick to it.
We're going to they'll believe us, Dave, all right? As long as you say something with conviction, They
I
won't.
just got to commit.
Hopefully they won't fact check it. But no, I believe that's the case. And yeah, I just think the thing is, like I just talked about starting quickly, that's the thing that also makes them both so good. It's like they're ready to go right away. In a normal game, you have like 9 to 10 minutes. You can wall up a little bit. You could try and establish your eco. But here, it's a very different situation.
9 to 10 minutes against Leary or Hera is like you're already in game 3.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're safe to dive into some of the civilizations things now. Obviously, we're about to start the first one. Here's just some of my call-outs on either side. Very hard to know, but I think game 1, Tatars for Hera would make a lot of sense. He's played that civilization on Dorothy Core. He's had some epic games there. He's very comfortable. You go down the line there for Hera. I would expect him to play Dravidians on Glacis. And people are expecting Dravidians maybe on Loch Ness. That's also very good. But I seem to recall Hera just going double range opening, super fast archers there. And I think he's trying to match the first pick of Leary on the other side, Burgundians, because we've seen Flemish militia there. So we'll see.
I think you can also go Armenians or Romans on Glacis as well. We've seen that a lot, right? Romans were one of the most picked civilizations there. Leary also has a civ that hasn't made it through many drafts, and that's Burgundians. And Burgundians were used a lot on Glacis for the Flemish militia.
Yeah. Spanish, honestly, with Leary's playstyle, it wouldn't surprise me if he just plays scouts and skirmishers. He might play cav archers or something. Maybe he does get to a castle, but Leary's not one of the players to typically try and go to stone early and go for a castle. But maybe that's something he needs here in this final, Dave.
Guys,
maybe
can we
switch it up?
Can we get a 14 here? Can we get a 14?
A crowd 14?
Yeah.
I think, do we have to cue them?
Start the game already on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you guys are the person that joins the lobby that I
just
hate.
spams it, yeah. You guys just got kicked from the lobby.
Instantly kicked.
Yeah.
Not coming back.
You guys are the reason the mute option exists, but I love that, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Gotta make that a thing when we do this again.
Are we able to convert the crowd, or are we too close to game number 1?
No,
I want to try and convert the
Bro,
crowd.
I've already been through that conversion chamber. That was the most awkward 3 hours of my life.
I really don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, then hey, we tried. Wololo? Oh, wow, crowd is blue now, Dave.
Yeah.
Crowd is blue. Damn, all right. I don't think I did a very good job at prompting everybody.
It was more of a question than a statement.
I really wasn't sure if I had the power. I mean, that's pretty epic.
You're a pretty sad monk.
We've all seen those monks. I didn't research Sanctity yet, and Fervor's on the way at least, but...
Oh, man.
We'll try and get into game number 1 here. Clearly, maybe a technical difficulty. I'm not too sure. We should be very close. They were just in the game, just double-checking. Again, game 1 should be very, very fast. Everything's got to be locked and loaded here.
Really interested on the civs. I think Tatars is pretty much a lock, but I can see opportunities for a lot of Hera civs. And like I said, he usually pulls out that one strat that's completely unexpected.
Yeah, but I think opening with it is very not Hera. Very not Hera. You pull that out in like game 4, game 5. Game 1, you go for your established picks and you get some wins on the board first. I really like Georgians, but the thing is about Georgians is they are top tier on all these maps. So yeah, we could see that option from Leary, but I wonder where Huns, Dave. And maybe that's the map for them, right? Like, we see a lot of cav archers. Yes, it is very hard to wall on that map, which could be complicated, but maybe if you can play full army there, Huns are actually a valid pick.
Can you play Japanese on that map?
You can, and it's good to
Water
play towards
into
cav archers.
archers?
But also then what are we going to see on blue wells? And I feel like Leary loves the Japanese
He
on
picked
blue wells.
Khitans there a couple times before. He's got Wu as well. Are we in?
I think we're in, folks.
Couple seconds. A couple seconds until we're into this first map of our best of 9 grand final. Leary and Hera. We've been here before. Not here, but we've seen these two players match up. Will we have Leary as our champion or Hera, our returning champion? We have game number 1 Leary versus Hera. They're almost touching. We've got Tatars for Hera and Khitans for Leary.
We have seen some crazy spawns with this map, and they have spawned closer than we have ever seen. What a way to start it off. We have the Khitans for Leary. We've got the Tatars for Hera. Hera typically likes to play a bit more defensive style through walls. The Khitans want to break those walls. Again, Hera, reigning champion, he's won 16 S-tier events in a row, but Leary has come the closest to taking him down, and he finally wants that land final victory here in London.
I think Leary was very surprised. You see the way his scout
Hera
moved to the
doesn't know.
left?
Look at Hera's walls.
Hera doesn't know!
Hera found out late. Hera's walls on the back side were him expecting the pressure coming from another direction here. That is a lot of wood spend
I
there.
think his scout went all the way around the map to find Leary.
Leary actually had to do a double take. He actually passed the shoreline, saw the way the water kind of jutted out to the sides there and turned around. So better recognition from Leary. Oh man, here we are. And that archer's pretty exposed. Their scouts are there, spearmen's
Downhill
there,
hits.
of course, but Leary is going to run right on past.
Yeah, Leary just wants to save his units. He's not going to trade HP on the scout for an archer. He's going to get his picks where he can, whittle that HP down. He's found a villager over here, but there's a spearman there as well. Nice find from Hera. He's got the scout hitting downhill, but Leary is there. The villager gets saved, and Leary will just keep wandering around Hera's base, keeping track of the walls. It's walling on the wrong side for Hera, but like we said earlier, he didn't know how close Leary was.
Yeah, it's really tough, and we've seen instances where Hera's dealt with this before. It just simply can't happen. And Leary's gone for the aggression. Now he has forging, he doesn't have
Look
armor.
at the control from
The
Leary.
micro though, game number one, Hera tries a gate. Scouts are still there. Leary should keep moving here.
This has to be so annoying. This is like a little wasp flying around your head and he keeps stinging you and then running away. We've got the villager at low HP. Leary's gonna be looking out for that. His scouts are at low HP, but he's gotten value with them. He killed the scout from Hera and he has more army on the way. Can he distract this defensive army from Hera and maybe get in through these walls?
I don't know if that's the fight you want to take there if you're Leary. Those archers,
How are
Hera's
those
controlled
still
them
alive?
very nicely. Hera should know that this could be job done as far as the scouts are concerned, and walls get down, and you can tell Hera looks starting to feel a little bit better about life. There are some skirmishers here, but the walls are still up for Hera, and he says, thank you very much, dear.
One little, did you just call me dear?
Not you, the deer right there. It walked around.
Okay, I was slightly uncomfortable for a second. One little misstep for Leary, second misstep for Leary.
Yeah.
He was so good with the control early. He's got the skirmishers forward, he's got fletching in now, and he does have the fishing chips, which Hera has been unable to add thus far.
Well, that's the thing. So Hera spent so much time walling that his eco isn't nearly as efficient at the moment. And he'll get a nice little trap there. He'll kill that scout. The other scout's super weak. Well played, Hera. But he doesn't have the fish, Dave. So this is amazing start to the final because you have Hera showing his defense. Another deer wanders in. I'm not calling you deer. That's just, you know, an animal in the game. But Leary's going to be fine here. He's on skirmishers. His opponent's only shown archers so far, and Leary's going to use the market, balance out his res.
But look at
click up
Hera's
the Castle
res.
Age.
Hera's res is looking great. He's also going for the market. This is what we were talking about, toe-to-toe with these two. Hera going for the more defensive approach early, Leary expanding to the water and sacrificing some units to make sure that that's safe. Hera's attention has been purely defensive so far, but the uptimes are going to be fairly similar.
Hera doesn't know about a dock, and Leary doesn't know about those archers. Hera will see the dock. The fishing ships could garrison to shoot some arrows there. But man, that gold, I mean, it was all focused on Hera's base at the start, but the gold for Leary is in such an awkward position. Hera's added a scout there. Hera's going for the villager. Will we see our villager
Leary
kill?
got it!
Villager survives. And the archer's still moving around there for Hera. We still don't have a villager kill when they have spawned right next to each other.
The fact that Hera almost got that villager is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He was running circles around that villager. Perfect.
Well, the fact he
micro
didn't
from
take
him.
damage at all from the early scouts with forging as well.
Exactly.
But guys, this is why Nilly said what he said. This is why everyone's so pumped for this. These two are clearly number one and number two in the world. It's not even close. Now that'll be determined today which is which. But look at Lear. He knows the archers are around. He's waiting for them. He's lurking. He's waiting, and he finds
them.
Beautiful find. Hera obviously can kill that scout, but the important thing here for Leary is to know those archers are there.
Excellent game sense for Leary. Let's see if it extends towards the water because Hera's adding a dock now. He saw the dock from Leary. Hera's going to get some value against this skirmisher, and of course he's paying attention to the random unit over on that side of the map, as he's also microing these archers. Leary pulling back the weak scouts. He's going to kill all of these archers without losing any scouts, and then gets up to the castle age. Good couple moments here for Leary. He's also got the skirms pressuring forward, but Hera completed that dock in the center, so Leary's got to be careful there.
Obviously with the KD, very good start for Leary. As far as the map gen goes, maybe one of the worst golds you could ever have to start a grand final. That gold there on the front, which is still not walled, by the way, incredibly exposed. And Hera went back for the villager kill. He might be able to come back and get more, but Dave, that is a warning sign for Leary, and you can't town center it because of the elevation there. So he needs to always win fights. If Hera gets any counterattack damage there, it's going to be so bad for him.
These weak scouts from before, the ones that cleared up the archers, now being upgraded to light cav. He's only got 4 of them, but they're really going to help him get through these walls quick. Hera has 1 knight and a bunch of cav archers in production behind this, so I think he's going to be able to defend. Excellent job from Hera to snipe that villager and then have the units out just in time to keep this army away.
This is what Hera does really well. Defense first, little counterattack, defense again, little counterattack. He's building up for that second or third counterattack now. He still needs to keep this army out. He does have cav archers, but there could be a camel coming as well from Leary. And what Leary's known for is being able to have the perfect micro on the front. This is the only player that can match him.
Leary getting ballistics. Hera hasn't gotten it yet. I think he just completed the university potentially. He's going for a Hulk now on the water, so we'll see how long it takes for Leary to identify that. Leary is pushing in. Leary is not afraid. So many players I think would back up considering it's Hera, but Leary knows him so well and he believes in himself. He's in here with the skirmishers.
Crazy micro, crazy micro. Who's gonna win the fight? Ballistics about to come in for these skirmishers. That camel, Hera needs to focus it down. He focuses down the camel, which means the skirmishers will have to back away. That is perfect defense, are about as good as it can get from Hera, but it's not over yet, Dave. I don't think those knights are enough.
Yeah, the knights only have the first armor upgrade in Bloodlines. Like, they're not enough against these skirmishers. Hera's gonna have to dodge ballistics while trying to save this knight as well. Looks like the knight's gonna go down. The cav archers need to get out of there.
That camel micro was insane, dude. That camel dodged 3 or 4 volleys, and Leary's right back. This is what we're talking about, guys.
This is peak.
This is what we're talking about. Still no second town center for Hera. Both players going full army. We do have a little bit of activity on water where the fishing ships for Leary are being disrupted, but he sees that.
And he's got 4 fishing ships now, and Hera hasn't taken those out yet.
Look
just
how they
going
don't
for the
even
second
attack
Hulk.
the Vills.
No,
they don't even attack
they
the
go
Vills.
after the army first. If they attack the Vills, they lose their entire army. They might kill 6 Vills, but then they lose the game, and they both recognize that. You cannot let your opponent get a huge advantage in terms of army mass. Fantastic play from both of them. First game of this best of 9.
Hera won't even accept the inefficiencies of running to another woodline because the 30 seconds of those villagers not collecting resources could swing the situation here. I gotta say though, Dave, this is a much better situation for Leary. I wonder if it's worth it for Hera to try any type of counter. Like send 1 or 2 units to Leary's base. It's incredibly hard to do.
Hera's got a lot of villagers near that dock taking the oysters. That's where he's like primarily on gold. Look at this, 28 on gold for Hera right now. He needs gold. And he's got so many villagers there. He also has a mangonel in defense, so that's very creative. I think maybe initially went for the mangonel against the skirms.
I think
but it
Leary's
works against the ships too.
Leary's just got to kill a couple vills here.
Here he
kill
goes.
a couple villagers. Hera's army isn't perfectly here, so yeah, kill the villagers. And Dave, Hera doesn't have ballistics, which means his cav archers are going to continue to miss here. Leary's micro is just so smothering. He's been patient. He will have a camel get blocked off there. Oh man, what a game. What a start to the finals. But I really like Leary's position right now.
The absolute confidence to just keep coming in here through this 1 tile gap.
Yeah.
And he knows that he can get out again.
Yeah.
I think so many people would have been punished by that. And he's going to the woodline again, and Hera doesn't abandon that woodline. He wants to keep baiting Leary in here.
I think Hera's looking at the Hulk. I think he's looking at his dock right now. There's a lot of activity around those villagers. He had to use the mangonel there. That is a lot of exposed eco. I think Leary can save that for later, though. If he can take the hill, he can always move to the dock there. He can always send a demo or more Hulks in. Our defending champion is under pressure right now, and it feels like Leary, through pure military, could take game number 1.
Fighting uphill against the Tatars, but he's got the skirmishers here. He still doesn't have that second armor upgrade for the skirmishers, so the cav archers are doing some damage. Hera now dancing. He's got to be careful of these camels. He still hasn't pulled the villagers off the woodline, and Leary is attacking the oysters again, and Hera's going to have to run away, but he doesn't notice.
Hera's going to run out of steam here, Dave. He has to micro at the top of the hill. He has no choice. but now he's taking more losses. His eco is so efficient. Leary takes game number 1.
Incredible game from both. It was a fairly short game, but it felt like we saw everything there. The military control was so precise from both players. Leary took a little bit of an edge, a little bit faster to Castle Age, and he never gave up on that top position and then just punished Hera on the water.
Remember that scenario though, okay? Because we are gonna see very similar scenarios about 7 times in this grand final, where you have Hera trying to defend, stabilize, and then later push out. So I think that what Hera did there was no big issues, no big mistakes. It was he couldn't match the army numbers early, and it all came down to Leary's amazing macro behind. But remember, if at any point Hera stabilized there, he gets a counter to Leary. Leary's dead. That's how Leary plays Empire Wars. It's like, I will simply kill you. You can't counter me. Hera needs a counterattack next time.
There is exactly one player in the world that could have applied that much pressure to Hera and broke him in that situation. And he's sitting right down there at that computer.
Production
It's
guy?
Leary.
Oh, him. Leary.
No, production guy sucks. I saw him play yesterday. Terrible.
Oh, it's okay, production guy. We understand. But
I'm
no.
sure you have other talents.
But isn't it insane? Like, for those that watch the road here, Leary just crushed everybody. He lost 1 game so far this tournament, by the way. 1 in the entire thing. And as he tries to relax and calm down and breathe, everything you need to do. Dave, it didn't even look close when people tried to defend from him before. Now you understand. If you know what Hera's done in Age of Empires 2, now you understand the 4-0 against Sebastian, and understand all of those sweeps. Here's the highlights. This is how it all started.
The control here from both of them.
aggressive.
Yeah, the control here from both of them was insane, though. Like, and Hera tried to get this villager. He was dancing around. Look, he's not taking the hits. He's trying to get the downhill hits, and it finally goes down. But it was a series of battles just like that.
Yep.
And Leary just seemed to eke out a tiny little advantage.
There was your counterattack. Hera had an opportunity to sneak in with those archers. It was really intelligent, actually, because he was never going crossbowman. He just wanted value from 5 archers before switching into CA. Leary was patient here, Dave. If I'm in this situation,
You go after the
I
vills,
go
I
after
think.
some of those vills, and then I try and take the army, but then maybe Hera snowballs the army, and then I lose the control of the hill.
And even Hera has some weaknesses. You can see he didn't see the raid in the south. He was too busy. Usually that's not the case, right? We talk about how he seems to be just aware of everything at any given moment in a game, and Leary caught him off guard.
We've seen Hera fall behind before. If he has a weak game, it might be game number 1. It's so crazy how often that's the case for reigning champions in anything. It's like they fall behind in the first quarter or the first period or the first game, and then they end up turning it around. And it was close. I didn't see any mechanical issues. I didn't see any of what I said earlier of where he feels like he's not warmed up yet. It was just Leary.
Well, Hera is, one thing he's probably the best at in our scene is when he loses a game, he's good at recovering mentally.
Yeah.
He's good at getting himself back into that mindset, that zone that he needs to be in. He's a winner. Leary looking at his draft. What a moment here. Let's take you to our special conversion chamber as we get ready for game number 2.
You stand before the conversion chamber.
Conversion chamber.
Three questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free.
Walk free.
Fail and be converted.
Be converted. Okay. Fair enough.
Question 1. What unit converts enemies?
That would have to be a monk.
Question 2. What does Luke do?
Loom gives you 15 extra HP and 2 pierce armor and 1 melee armor.
Question 3. How many farms must someone build before he can call himself fully built?
This definitely has a definite answer. That will be always correct. Has to be 48.
We have heard enough. Heard enough.
That's a fail.
How is that a fail?
That's a fail. How is it a fail?
Obvious fail.
It makes no sense.
Stop complaining. You wanna be converted. We welcome the converted into our order.
Congratulations to your conversion, the Viper. Everyone, please give it up for the Viper. Historic player joining us in a historic venue. How have you been enjoying yourself so far?
Oh, I honestly just got in here because all these people have been keeping me busy outside. So, no, it's.
How dare everyone? Do you know who this is? You have to wait in line?
Yeah.
I'll sort you out next time. Don't worry about it.
No, it's been an amazing experience so far, and of course, everything now culminating in the Royal Albert Hall here is insane. So, for Age of Empires, we are truly blessed.
We really are. I don't know if you saw, some of us possess some magic. Have you tried to say Redbull Wololo? Have you tried to say it really loud and see what happens?
Can I try right now?
Yeah, try it.
Wololo.
Yeah, he's got the magic. He's got the magic in and out of the server. Speaking of magic, Leary taking this first one, now up a 1-0. Do you expect a close series between those two very familiar foes?
Yeah, they're both in really good shape at the moment, and they have been neck and neck for a long time already. And yeah, Leary has looked super good so far, as has Hera. I had the displeasure of facing both of them. So no, I always expected a super tight final here, and Leary's off to a great start. I mean, Hera probably the favorite entering the match, but yeah, Leary off to a great start.
You've been the giant. You've been up there. You know, you've been the player with the target on your back before. Has that ever gotten to you? Do you feel like it's maybe getting to Hera? Because eventually he's going to lose a match. It has to happen.
Yeah, you would
right?
expect that, right? I mean, for me, it was always like the pressure was more internal. I didn't really mind the outside pressure. I cannot speak on Hera's behalf of what he feels or if he feels the pressure, but you would imagine at some point that you start maybe creeping into his mind as well. When is the incredible streak going to end, right? Who knows? Maybe it is today, but yeah, hopefully have an insane final ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, we've been treated to a close series already earlier today, so we hope for a second one of that. What are you most looking forward to see from these two players?
Honestly, at this point, it's just the highest Age of Empires level in Empire Wars we have seen. So these two players are the ones delivering it, and that alone is a massive promise for an amazing final.
It is indeed. The Viper, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness. So cool to hear from Viper. So cool to see the appreciation.
People love
for the Viper. As they should, man, as they should. Viper, such a good guy, such a great player for this game. Game might not be here. We might not be here if not for what he did for Age of Empires 2. But it's back to these two here, and we're about to get into game number 2. Let's see if Hera can bounce back. Looks like we will be in very shortly. Once again, everyone, thank you so much. But we're just getting started here, Dave.
Game number 2 coming up. I don't know what map we have here. It was Hera's pick. He's going to have to bounce back after that game 1. I think he played very well there in that short game, but Leary just overwhelmed him, as he so often does. Let's hear it. Game number 2, Leary up 1-0. We have Thames. So we are at home here on this map. The Royal Albert Hall, of course, being in the north side of the map right there. Wave to yourself.
We're in there.
We're in there.
I'm there, Mom. I'm there. Somewhere back there. My goodness. Dave, this is a huge one here as far as the draft alone is concerned. Obviously, we have the gameplay, but top pick for Leary. This is one of his best civilizations. Turks, one of the later picks for Hera that he's been known for getting wins. Like we said, if you can use one of your later, weaker civilizations against a top-tier civilization, tie it up here, then it almost feels like you're 1.5 games ahead. This is how Hera has won finals, winning with 1 or 2 civilizations you wouldn't expect. He's under pressure here by a scout from Leary, though.
I love how Leary always has the confidence to come in there with the scout, get a couple hits, and then just leave. So many people hard focus on trying to kill a villager in that situation or a unit. Leary is happy with taking 1/3 of the HP or single hit because he knows he's going to get it later. We've got the stable coming up from Leary. He already has the archer range, so heavy feudal pressure, as we often see on this map. He's also adding in a few walls as well to keep himself safe as the spearman chases Hera's starting scout away.
These two are insane. Neither player is going to see the stable switch. Hera's going for scouts behind. He's built a stable in the position we've seen him do before, and then Hera missed the stable. Now the archers are going to find each other there. The scout is there as well for Leary. Both players have fletching. Hera will have to micro his way out of this one, and it does seem like Leary's going to take the trade. Leary will always lose these archers now, Dave. That is a Turk scout. He wants to get the trade. Can he get the trade?
He got it.
The trade.
Yeah, I think that's not bad for either, right? Leary lost the scout, but he took 3 archers. He was caught out in an unfortunate position. But now Hera can wall. So Hera can get some defenses up. He can deny that early pressure from Leary. I did talk to ACCM, who was the only other player, I believe, to pick Turks in this tournament. So he picked them against Leary, and his plan was start with the scouts, then make your way into the cav archers.
Yeah,
and it's a really, really deadly composition.
This is just really good understanding. You think that that's a much better army there for Hera in some ways, but Leary got the first hit, so then he dove in. And he also knew that there was going to be a scout coming, so he had to get that pick off. That's nice. But there's a clear difference on this map versus the other one. Remember, Hera walled the previous game. There was a lot less space, or there was a lot less space between them. Here, it's not as punishing. I really like the full wall approach. I think Hera, he has to be a little hesitant because the way get additional villagers.
Armor coming in for both.
The walls are up, and yeah, armor coming in for both. They're pretty much matching each other's build right now.
Now, the one advantage that the Wei will have here is that the Turks don't really have that eco bonus, right? So they're going to get a villager for every single eco tech. Leary can build up his eco behind. He should have an advantage going forward if all things remain equal. But the Turks do have that extra pierce armor on the scouts, which is going to make them very effective against the archers.
Leary got a little house there. That's not an issue Hera has. If you have the Royal Albert Hall again, you get additional population space. So Hera's pretty free and clear as far as that's concerned. Think in Leary's mind, Dave, he's obviously seeing this pressure, but he also has to match it because he has the superior economy. He is a villager lead, and it will be a significant villager lead if he's able to get even more eco technologies here. Interesting to see Hera getting wheelbarrow. I've been feeling like it's not necessarily that good if you don't have a lot of farms, but Hera snags it. We'll see if that pans out.
Yeah, and Leary, as he so often does, is going to go up to the castle age first. His resources are almost there. He takes the fight against Hera. I think this is going to be almost a full reset on the scouts. What are the archers going to be looking like after that? Leary goes after the last scout from Hera. He's being chased by a wolf as well. And Leary is microing down the archers from Hera systematically.
Wow.
He's also on the way to the castle age.
Someone get Wololo there for Leary's archers, though. They're so weak. They're going to need to be healed up, but that's what Leary has done all tournament. Slightly better engagements, slightly faster castle age times. Hera will click up here in a moment. He will have wheelbarrow, which is a very nice upgrade, but you got to like Leary's position at the moment.
I also like the wall behind from Leary. Even though it's an awkward position, it protects him from Hera just kind of running in with 2 or 3 units, which he loves to do if he can sneak along that River Thames. As Leary pushes out here, 1:30 away from the castle.
Hera overextended a little.
Bloodlines as well, though he canceled Bloodlines.
I'm curious to see how it plays out, but I think he overstayed his welcome here. Leary just had to add a couple scouts, and the scout has armor, and that was something that's been in for a long time. This means Leary can advance forward, and Hera will lose every single archer in the middle.
Hera's got those walls behind, though. He still has that forward gold at the front side of his base, though, so he might want to abandon that and go towards the back.
Oh, my goodness.
You can see how many villagers are there.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got to get away. He's got wheelbarrow, so he can run fast.
Oh, man. You know, the previous game, Leary had an awkward forward gold. Hera gets one as well. There is a gold in the back for him to go to, but when you're not on gold with the Turks, it does eliminate a lot of your options.
Leary is all over Hera right now. Hera also sneaking back with 8 extra sheep. There's a ton in the north there. Leary showed no interest in going up there. Hera taking advantage of that. Also the Royal Albert Hall, of course, for the extra pop space as Leary now gets to the Castle Age. And this is a very dangerous minute and a half for Hera until he can get his upgrades.
Every single player in the world dies to this. Let's see if Hera dies to this, because this is just such a crazy timing from Leary. He has a superior economy. He's got the crossbow timing. Hera has to micro at a big number, or a big upgrade disadvantage. Can Hera defend, as he so often does?
University coming up for Leary. He's planning on fast ballistics. Leary also has a decent eco behind this with the way. He got the 2 free extra villagers. Hera gets to the Castle Age now. It's 30 seconds away before he can get his upgrades. Can he stall this army from Leary? Leary is going to be pushing in here, no fear.
Yeah, no fear. He's had no fear since the final started. We've got so many people here. How can you have no fear? The crossbows, they move a bit to the side. I think Leary does still need to click ballistics.
Beautiful from Hera. Beautiful defense from Hera.
This is the same situation, though, as before. Just like that wood line in game 1, he has to hold that gold. He has to hold that gold. And Leary will continue to make crossbowmen here. Ballistics on the way. And Hera has held. And he's got a pretty...
There's an army from Leary in the back of Hera's base.
Oh!
There is an army from Leary in the back of Hera's base. Hera's standing on top of his university. The timings are all out of whack here for our former champion.
Let's see how Leary micros with the other army as well, because with ballistics on the way, Hera could have big, big problems here. Leary's microing so well with that army, Dave. He's microing so patiently with that army. That's so good.
Ballistics is coming in.
He's going to lose it. But he already had such nice damage there, and Hera just can't get out of his freaking base to start this final.
And now he's coming in towards the gold from a different angle. Ballistics is in. He should be able to get a villager there. He does.
Oh man, there's a siege workshop as well, Dave, and it smashes Hera on the gold!
Big shot on the gold! The villagers have to run away. Hera, now, as he so often does when he's under pressure, he's going for an additional TC. He's gonna try and grind this one out because he knows militarily he's behind Leary.
Yeah, can Leary continue to pile on the pressure here? Ballistics isn't an option for Hera, so those 4 crossbows with Leary's micro can technically dance at range for a very long time. Now, I'd like to see Leary at a certain point consider his own eco upgrades. He could snag wheelbarrow. We could see a second TC. But also the other extreme is you just keep pushing, Dave.
Yes.
And you break Hera. You do not allow Hera back into this game.
I mean, so often Hera looks like he's done, and then he manages to win somehow, right? He adds those extra TCs. He min-maxes. He kind of defends against your military with 1 or 2 units. Leary isn't usually the guy that he can do that against, because Leary will pressure as Leary adds the second TC now.
I'm not sure I'm a very big fan of continuing crossbowman here. I know that Leary's micro with crossbowman is very good, but he is a very good Cav Archer style unit of his own in Jean Bay. So maybe after the 16 crossbows die, he considers it, but for now, he's got crossbowman forward with the siege. Hera still doesn't have ballistics, and if Hera runs into that, Hera's in big
shot
trouble.
from Leary.
Oh man, Dave. Now this is kind of what we said, right? Sometimes it feels like you can't get going to start the series, and in the blink of an eye, it can be over. I know it's a best of 9, but how did that unit get there?
Guang is in the back.
Look at the micro, Dave, as well. He clicks it away. This is unbelievable.
He's paying attention to absolutely everything here, Leary. Hera is trying to hold on. Hera is playing well. He's defending well to still even be alive here. Like you said, 100% of players die there.
Yeah.
In that position with that crossbow timing, he managed to only lose 7 villagers so far in this game.
I like the Ram edition. I like the Ram edition a lot. He's kind of switched the order. Some people would open with the Ram, but then Hera can go Mangonel. He goes Mangonel first. Now we'll go for the Ram for the ranges. This might be over quickly, folks. This might be over quickly. The gold is running for Hera. That is pretty much his only gold income, and Leary is chasing him down. Nothing but death for Hera at the moment.
Hera just running. Hera trying to save whatever he can. He's trying to expand his eco in the north. He's got 5 villagers in the queue, 51 villagers total. There's 64 villagers here for Leary, but remember, Hera does have wheelbarrow as well, so the res collected is still competitive. but these villagers are stuck in this corner, Tristan. Can Hera take this fight?
I don't think he can, but he might have to. He truly might have to. He's tried to delay it as long as possible, but he can't get his units here. This is so difficult, Dave.
Does Leary know they're in the corner?
Well, it doesn't matter. There's Bills here. There's Bills everywhere back here. It's an absolute slaughter. And Hera can't take the fight against these Mangonels. Leary pushing. He's running at Hera with the siege. He does not care, and surely Hera's going to have to tap out here soon.
Huge army advantage here for Leary. The villagers are right there. Hera can't defend with one cav archer. He's running away again. He's trying to stay alive. Third town center now being added from Leary. Hera is very fortunate. Leary did not see those villagers in the corner.
Agreed, agreed. Also, Hera's fortunate there was an army to protect the Ram there, so maybe the Ram wasn't the wisest addition. Again, no one comes back from this situation ×2 now. it's like except for Hera.
Maybe Hera.
Yeah,
it always seems like it's a possibility, right?
I'm a little surprised that Hera hasn't added his own siege here. He's up against crossbowmen.
Can he afford it?
And he's up, I mean, he's making cav archers, which of course does work out, but I would really like to see his own siege.
Big engagement here in Hera. Just hiding those villagers in the corner as we see the Mangonels coming forward.
It's so smothering. It's so consistent. And Hera has not been able to ever think about a counter. Maybe he had a chance in the previous game, but there's the replay on the damage done there. There's going to be even more damage done to Hera at some point. Like, this just seems horrible for him. Live time there. We've got more armies coming in. We've got the highlight again because it was so damn good. And we are surely going to see the skirmishers from Leary at some point, guys.
There we go.
And nope, I don't know exactly what we're looking at here. But I think there should be some action coming in towards the front of Hera's face.
Of course, this is where this would happen. I love looking at this field. It's the greatest field of all time. People have been telling me about this.
Guys, I gotta spoil this. It's GG. The game is over. Hera lost more, I'm sure, and Leary just stomps him there, game number 2.
We saw everything we needed to see in that replay. The dead villager bodies from Hera, the completely cleared army. Leary up 2-0 convincingly, Tristan.
Listen, sometimes people just don't pay attention, all right? They snooze off. I've been told that certain people put others to sleep with their cast, but not this series. You got to see it 5 or 6 times there. Can Hera get this train back on the rails right now? Can he settle it down, Dave? Because I know it's a best of 9, so you could look at this as a best of 7 from here, but Leary feels inevitable right now.
Well, that's the word we usually use when we talk about Hera.
Yeah.
And this is a best of 9. You would expect Hera to recover here. Leary was all over him in that game. And he used, it's funny because he used the way in a way that we're not usually accustomed to, right? Usually we see all the eco upgrades flying in and everything. He didn't even get Bosa, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, he was very patient. He did snack Bosa near the end there, but he was very patient with the eco upgrades. He didn't go for too many of them. Had he gone for too many of them, it could have been a problem there. And I've been told, actually, folks, the game is not...
The game is paused?
Yeah, the game is
paused. Oh, the game is paused?
Forgive me, folks. I just assumed.
I'm sorry, we're just getting this information.
I believe the admin hopped in and said, hey, we have a tech issue. We can't watch the game.
Okay.
So the game is paused. We will be back in here. So
yes, I'm sorry. Apologize. Technical difficulties.
Don't get upset with us. Don't get upset with us.
I love that replay. I'd watch it 10 more times.
I agree. Maybe even 12 more times. But yeah, as far as I know, Leary's got skirmishers in the middle of the map, which should prevent any real counterattack, and he's starting to expand his eco here.
He is. I think if you're Leary, you're still in a very comfortable position.
Yeah.
You just have to keep up the army pressure, don't lose any armies for free, and make sure that all of your exposed eco areas are like walled off. Don't give Hera that easy opportunity to snipe 10 villagers or 20 villagers and bring himself back in.
Perfect time for Leary as well to think about how this game plays out from here. He's thinking like, okay, I'm really far ahead. What's my loss condition here? And it's all the big throw conditions. So I think for him, would expect him to consider, just as you said, the more fortifications and walls. A third town center is always an option, but really just full army here. They're typing it out. They're about to be back into it, folks. So again, hold your applause for the second victory, but it's looking good for Leary, man. Looking good for Leary. If there was a dream start to win the dream final for him, this would be it right now.
This would be it. Don't let it get to you. Soak in the atmosphere, but don't let it affect you, I think.
Yeah, that's what everyone told me. And then I look around at this crowd and I'm like, holy crap, I got to look back at my screen. Thank you so much, guys. Oh. Yeah, I imagine the production has probably seen this highlight 150 times by now. Let's be real, that's probably what we are dealing with. And so hopefully we can get that eternal loop off. And
looks like we're ready to go.
We should be ready to go here.
Just got the message. Looks like we're ready to get back into it. Here we are, game 2, Leary against Hera, and this is just after Leary cleared a lot of those villagers. Look at the eco KD right now, 17-1. The actual KD, 69-37.
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking good for Hera, right? I mean, we knew it. We assumed it was the GG call. Hera, he wants to fight it out. I think wants to get into the feel for the series, right? Because he hasn't been able to. But the front of his base is getting mashed down by Siege.
And it's an elite skirm switch from Leary. And what is Hera still producing? He's got some knights, sure. He's got 1 knight in the queue with +2 armor. But it's cav archers against Ram's skirm?
Yeah, he'll make 2 knights, but it's more like 1.5 because the 1 unit is super weak.
He's got Siege on the back of Hera's base and Siege in the front of Hera's base.
He just doesn't lose units. Oh, and the villagers are still there. They're still there.
If there's any proof that they can't hear us, this is it.
Yeah, true.
Leary!
Okay, +2 knights come in. That seems like a positive for Hera. He clears out the siege, but it's just 1 knight. It's just 1 knight. The crossbows can come over to deal with that.
Not even Hera can dodge.
Now he's trying to get into the set, man. He's trying to warm up here. It's a big stage. It's a big moment for him, but he's not going to win this fight. Hate to say it, he's not going to win the fight. And
look in the north too. Leary's got some raiding forces in the north.
He's there as
he might have Hae Guang up there. He does have Hae Guang up there. And he's got skirmishers as well hiding behind that relic. Hera is losing villagers in the north. He's ramming down farms now, Leary, and he's got skirmishers following up behind. And look at the eco upgrades. Look at the villager count for Leary. Look at the resources for Leary. He's gonna go up to Imp.
Absolutely, he's gonna go up to Imp. He could build a 1 villager castle in the front of Hera's base right now. Hera couldn't do a damn thing about it. Hera is so and utterly dead right now. How many times do you see him this far behind, still trying, still hoping for any type of hope, Dave? It just doesn't happen with Hera.
This castle is a big question mark for me for Leary, but honestly, it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, that's a. I don't want to throw the game castle. Let's just chill. I could hold on. I'm doing enough damage up here. Hera's lost 31 villagers this game, and I should probably throw in the word "and counting" because he's about to lose more.
32 now. Res collected significantly ahead for Leary. KD significantly ahead for Leary. Map control significantly ahead for Leary, and I'm imagining that you're starting to sense a theme.
Yes, the theme is we are running out of things to say because Leary is killing so much and Hera has so little to defend with that we are slowly and surely running out of ideas. But don't worry, we are prepped for these moments.
There's the counterattack.
There's the counterattack.
There's the counterattack, and guess what? There's a hidden crossbow behind the stable, so it immediately takes out one of those cav archers. Leary is chasing that down. Hera is just running completely to the north. Has to go for another stable, but he only has 1 town center against 3 town centers and a castle for Leary. Imperial Age as well.
I wonder, I mean, if this is Hera playing to still get warmed up, he still doesn't feel warm. He's starting to feel a little concerned here. He's 69 population. His counterattack will be matched here. We'll have Crossbowman and Tiger Cav chase that down. You cannot win an Age of Empires 2 game when you have taken this much damage. Hera's got a lot of experience. I just think, Dave, gotta restate just how nerve-wracking it is to play in this situation and how difficult it must feel for even Hera to gain any confidence from how the series has gone so far against Leary's aggression.
Somewhere in the crowd, ACCM is sitting and giving a big thumbs up to Hera because he is playing on. He is an absolute warrior here. He's trying to do anything to win this second game. It's not going to happen. I think we can definitively say that. It's not going to happen.
Hera's greatest skill set is arguably stamina.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe that's a play here. You're like, all right, let's just make this go on a little bit longer. But it's not looking good, dude.
Just go sit under his TC at this point.
Yeah.
I think he can justify it. There's so many weak villagers there too.
I think
another castle at the bottom of the map.
And
Leary's doing
Hera,
all the right
I think,
things.
will tap out here shortly, seeing Imp, and he does.
GG!
There's the applause.
2-0 Leary.
Hera's got to turn it around. Hera's got to turn it around. He's got to lock in. He's got to do whatever it is that he does, and he's got to do it now. This is quickly getting out of control for him. He's got to go for one of his big picks, Dave, with his civilizations.
Yep.
He just lost with Turks, and that was a bit of a gamble. You're okay going into the draft losing with that civ. You're not okay with the overall feeling of the series. So go back to your first or second pick, get the win, make it 2-1, and get that feeling back, that feeling of victory and control that Hera so often gets to feel.
I mean, you saw that graph on the military page, right? It just went up for Leary and it never stopped.
Yeah.
It never stopped. He was in control the entire time. Hera had one brief moment where he tried to push forward in Feudal Age. He maybe got a little bit out of position, like you said, with those 3 archers, and he got absolutely punished. This is it.
Yeah, this was it. Yeah, I think he overextended with the archers here. I think Hera, because of all of his other sets, he would always take the initiative here. Like if you think about against Viper, he got the early scouts and he got the armor. Viper was surprised, Viper died. Well, here Leary matched him. Leary did the same thing, but slightly better because of the micro difference. And then you had the eco difference with the way, but yeah, it wasn't actually that fight. Right there, Hera's archers need to get out and never turn around. He turned around, he lost them. Gold didn't help him any, but still it was just perfection.
I mean, he had the other gold option at the back, right? He went to it. This was an incredible hold from Hera to just keep Leary away for that amount of time until he could get to Castle Age. But these 4 crossbows...
That was so good.
Completely derailed the game for Hera.
I think there must have been a hole, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it got through. There must have been a hole in the wall. But every time Leary hit Hera in one area, he was expanding to the other. And the amazing thing about Leary is that his economy is perfect as well. We are approaching the highlights, Dave.
Well, we've seen this one a couple times.
Will we get stuck here again? I'm a little scared.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. We've been here for the last 4.5 hours, enjoying ourselves immensely as we go back to the draft screen. Hera has to make something happen. Once again, it is his pick. He picked Thames last time around, his home map.
I think Hera should go Glacis, Dravidians. Double range archer opening is, in my opinion, the strongest opening there. He's won with it so many times. It also will likely lead to a matchup against Burgundians, which is a high pick from Leary. So you get the winning momentum. You then also eliminate a top pick from your opponent's Civ draft. That's probably what I would go for.
Can you pick humans there if you're Leary and try and match the production from the Dravidians?
Yeah, I think you can. You could actually play Burgundians or something on Rampart. I think that's a very good option. And I remember Leary doing it as well. I actually have a very vivid memory of him playing Flemish Militia and Skirmishers in the ladder qualifier. So mind games might be a play here. Hera could swing back the other direction. He could say, okay, I'm expecting your counter pick of Cumans to match my Dravidians. I'm going to play Byzantines and play 1 archer range skirmishers against your double archer opening.
I think when you're down 2-0, you can't get that deep with the draft.
Yeah.
I don't think you can rely on your opponent to pick a civ and then try and counter it.
Agreed.
You just got to go towards your strengths. You got to believe in yourself, and Hera's got huge belief in himself. Even down 2-0, I think he's going to make this a very competitive game number 3 here. Leary has looked absolutely unstoppable, though.
Yeah, but we've said that before. We've said the exact words before. Someone with way too much time on their hands can go back and find us saying that with these two playing each other, okay? We've been there before. Sometimes it's like multiple chapters throughout a final. So, yeah, I really believe Hera can turn it around. And I think with how many wins he's had, you have to believe that he could turn it around until he doesn't one time. Right, until the floodgates open, until everything falls apart. And they're, I think, sending lobby codes to each other there, looking through their civs on their screen. They're about to be into it, Dave. Wow.
Unbelievable result. This is not what I expected in terms of a start. I thought they would go 1-1-1-1. I thought they'd just trade off maps on their home maps, but Leary taking it to Hera on his own home map. We've got Hera now trying to wrestle the nerves, potentially.
Yeah.
Not something he's maybe accustomed to.
Really
considering what he wants to pick here.
Very uncharacteristic to play on quite that long. I think it is just trying to get the nerves out of your system. I like to say get the frustration and tilt out of your system. If you think about it in between games, then that's affecting game number 3 more. So however long it takes you to go through the mental hurdles. You do it in the game.
I mean, he said it before in tournament sets, right? He's like, well, I played on because I thought it was dead, but I wanted to see what could happen.
Yeah,
and then he wins the game.
Yeah.
So it works for him. It didn't work here against Leary. I think it's going to be very tough to recover those types of games against Leary. Here at Redbull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it from the crowd, please. Thank you.
Let's go. That's sick. So cool.
That guy was just too cool, wasn't he? He didn't want to cheer, he didn't want to smile. You know who you are.
They're all looking too cool. Yeah, that one guy is looking too cool right now. Thank you so much, everybody. Would not be here if we didn't have the fans to buy these tickets and be in these seats. I think they sold out like record time as well.
It's like 2 days.
2 days, unbelievable. Yeah. I actually did not believe that this was possible, even though they told me it was sold out. Like all this time I've been thinking maybe our moms and dads have been buying view bots to just make us feel like we have something to do with our lives, but apparently you people are real. Thank you so much.
I've met so many new people as well the last week.
Yeah, it's been so cool. It's been very, very hard to see everyone, of course. We always try our best, but so many kind words, so many usernames that go back 10 years. As some people we've seen at multiple lands as well. But here we are, game 3, and we've got some big civs here. We've got Stonefront. Can Hera claw one back with the civilization that I think he's played the best this tournament, the Ethiopians?
And this will follow the theme of the first 2 games, right? Heavy early aggression. We have the 2 archery ranges all ready for Leary. So the archers are going to come out. Hera starting with an extra 100 food, 100 gold with the Ethiopians. He's going to be able to afford the upgrades, and he's going to be able to afford, I believe, an archer production and maybe even a stable if he wants to go that route.
The tricky thing is actually the wood. Leary has the double range because of that minus 100 bonus or minus 75 bonus on the archery range cost.
What the second building is here from Hera.
Yeah, this truly is going to come down to
another archer range
because they're both playing archers. Hera's archers will fire faster. Hera's archers scale better. Leary has archers earlier. This is, again, can Leary use his micro to gain an advantage over Hera?
And also, like the previous set against Sebastian, it felt like even with early aggression, he was up so fast. And it's been the same in the first 2 games against Hera, right? So we'll really have to look at the resources from Leary. I can't hear myself think because the guys beside us are cheering so loud.
They are chanting Wololo right next to us. Yes, they are. Okay, big thing here is Leary seeing that second archer range. I believe he's expecting skirmishers from Hera because he sees 2 range instead of the 1 range and scout like he did before. Here come the archers.
That as well. Leary's got 4 archers. Hera's got 3. Important position here with these berries from Hera. He doesn't want to give those up.
Oh, nice start for Hera there. Again, he's got the faster firing archers here. He kills the first one. He just needs the early engagement to go his way.
Hera.
This is exactly what Hera needed.
He's turning it around. He's turning it around. Leary has been winning these early fights. Leary just trying to get value. He's not going to find any additional value. Hera, despite having Ethiopians up against humans, has the military lead for a brief moment. Leary's going to go with the skirms now forward to try and stop these archers. Hera, though, already adding scouts.
That reaction was huge there, though, Dave. He almost overextended again. If he would have gone 2 tiles further forward, he loses all 4 archers. Those archers are so important. And yet, both players reading each other very nicely here. The only thing that hasn't been shown is that Leary's adding scouts as well. But if Hera's on full archer with scouts, he will scale better here.
Berry's still an important area, but we've seen the tendency from Leary to just ignore the villagers and go after the army. He's standing right next to them, and he's not going to attack them. Also sending a villager forward. Is this potentially like a siege workshop?
It's funny, for years, pros would never go for the siege workshop with humans. Now I'm actually seeing situations where players maybe are too excited to go for it. Let's see. He doesn't know about the scouts, Dave. That's the critical thing here. As of now, the army comp is better for Leary as far as
there it is.
There's the siege workshop. But if Hera has scouts here and Hera gets the numbers, Hera can collapse onto this and maybe deny all the siege from coming out of the siege workshop.
If Leary wants to go for rams, I think he's going to have a couple spearmen inside them.
Yeah.
Keep the scouts away. The villagers can also be used against the rams. The scouts are going to go forward. No secrets now for Leary, as the scouts will discover that siege workshop. Armor coming in for Leary's scouts as he tries to hold the line here. Good micro from Harry. Snipes down that spearman. Snipes down the scout as well. Leary's trying to kill these archers, but he just can't.
Yeah, he can't kill the archers, but he is killing a couple skirmishers here. Man, that's insane. I really thought this would always go Hera's way.
Now he's hunting them down.
It almost always goes Hera's way there. I thought the archers, the spearmen, the skirmishers would be cleared, but Hera with the better composition will lose the fight.
And now you have to deal with rams if you're Hera. Forging on the way for his one scout right now. Harry's floating so much gold. This is so unusual. We rarely see him in a position like this, but Leary is pressuring the front side of his base like crazy.
Famous Leary quote, if you don't lose fights, you don't lose the game. Now that quote is completely understating how good his economy is behind all these pushes, but still when he sees villagers, he's not too bothered by them. He just knows if he clears out Hera's army, Hera will not be able to hold. David is 16 military for Leary.
Can Hera
it is
hold on?
5 for Hera.
Can Hera hold on? The berries are gone now for him. The first few farms there at the front side of his TC can no longer be taken. The wood line is under threat as well as Bloodlines is coming in for Leary. Hera is going to have the armor and he's going to have forging, but no Bloodlines available for the Ethiopians.
I like this from Leary. It's a little bit of a check. He's like, all right, Harry, I don't want you to come to my base. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm going to go threaten Vils. Hera showed the army. He goes right back to the front. If you're in the front, you always see if Hera makes a move forward, and obviously you can take the range. There's the ram. There's our first ram of the game. There could be more, Dave, and there could be so much more army from Leary
If you
as
have
well.
an army to support it, rams in the feudal age apply so much pressure to your opponent. They don't want to build another range. They don't want to replace their buildings here. As Hera's micro is immaculate, he's sniping down these scouts, but he is losing some scouts forward. Leary has the archers behind that as well. The skirms are trying to hunt down the archers. Leary hasn't killed an archer yet.
No, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not enough army from Hera. The micro's also just not there. The moment was before, Dave, when the unit numbers were close, when he had the scout numbers. Maybe he can do it. Maybe Hera's getting close.
The scouts are strong. They have the armor. They have forging, but are they enough? Now he's going after the archers. Leary has more army.
There's more army on the way as well. There's always more army on the way. He just won with the way. He's constantly on the way with military here. Game 3, he's going for a forward staple now as well.
Forward stable from Leary. No signs of going up to the castle age as of yet. He's just all in on the feudal age pressure, and the ram is putting in work.
Let's just not forget what Leary did last time he played this map in the semifinal. He just went Castle Age. But against Hera, he has gone full send here. Full feudal is extremely rare. Usually people are hoping to get to the Castle Age at some point in AoE 2. Now, Hera will move to the side. I'd like to see him consider a counter because, I mean, why not at this point? If you keep defending, you're going to have problems. But yeah, Leary still moving it, still taking down buildings. It's double scouts from Hera with a Civ that does not get Bloodlines.
Market in the back for Hera. A market in the back with 330 gold in the bank. He's got the stone to sell as well. Potentially thinking about going up to the castle age faster, just defending until he gets there. But how do you defend against Leary today? His micro has been so good and his pressure is just relentless.
If Leary continues to spam scouts, he will always win this game. If he stops to produce scouts, he will have a big problem potentially because Hera is going all in because this position is so brutal.
Let's see if Hera can find the fight.
We see a stack there. There's more scouts there for Hera, but Bloodlines is in for Leary. Who wins it?
How many scouts will Leary have left? It looks like Hera's going to clear his up, but where are the scouts now from Hera? He's lost a lot of them. The archer range goes down. That's the second range to die here to this ram, and now he's working away in the houses.
Yeah, I think Hera's got another range somewhere. He does have 2 stables as well, but it's getting increasingly difficult to have farming space here. A lot of these farmers are going to be delayed. And Leary's still got a beautiful farming eco back at home, but we don't look there, Dave, because when Leary is playing like this, you never look back at his economy. You're always in the opponent's economy.
This is unbelievable from Leary. This is a level we have not yet seen from Leary, even including that semifinal yesterday.
Agreed.
This is looking like another victory for him if he can continue this pace. Hera is desperately trying to defend. He has one more villager than Leary. Eco Katie is still 0-0.
No, you just kill military. Kill military, you are destined to kill all the villagers. That is the way Leary sees the game. He does not care about the villager kills. It is simply the military. When this range goes down, Hera's got a big problem, an even bigger problem than he already has. His production's cut off. Range is on the left side, stable in the middle. It's impossible for Hera to group his new archers up with the group very soon.
This is the 3rd archery range to be killed by that ram, and now he's going after the market. The market is an incredibly valuable building right now for Hera. You can see he's even farming at the back. He just keeps running. but he's running out of room. The edge of the map is there.
He has
Leary
to
is
fight.
hunting him to the
He has
ends
to
of the
fight
earth
now.
here.
He has no better choice. He has no better option than to fight right now. But if Hera fights, he will lose yet another game here at Red Bull Londinium. This has been perfection from Leary. Maybe the best we have ever seen in the game mode across all of our tournaments. And it's here under the brightest lights on the biggest stage. Hera's got to tap out here.
This may be the best Age of Empires I've ever seen. This may be the best Age of Empires 2 I've ever witnessed. Leary is all over Hera. The market goes down. The villagers are cut off. He's up against the edge of the map and he's sending the boys and the girls.
It's unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable. It is absolute perfection. There is no other word for it. This is against a player who has won so many S-tier victories or tournaments in a row. And I think Hera's sitting there in disbelief. He can't believe it. But now the villagers die, Dave. Now the villagers have been dying.
Hera won't give up, though. He's an absolute warrior. He will not give up. If there's a single chance left in the game for victory, Hera will grasp at it. He's trying to quick wall the archers, and he does. Hera just does not give up, but does it change the game at all?
Doesn't change a damn thing. Those archers, they're happy with that. More scouts coming through, and Hera taps out 3-0 for Leary.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Insane. Leary's probably happy with the applause, folks, but job's not done yet for him. He's got 2 more to win. Hera has been behind before. Hera has clawed it back. That is what has made his run so amazing. And Hera, he's got a mountain to climb right now, Dave, here in London. If Hera wins this, it would make the victory even more unbelievable now after the start from Leary, right?
He's had comebacks before.
Yeah.
Against Leary as well. He's had comebacks before, but down 3-0 against this version of Leary.
You kind of have to wipe the slate clean at some point and just push these games out of Leary's mind even with a couple of victories. Right now it seems impossible for Hera to win, but he's still like holding on. And if Leary makes any mistakes, Hera can come back. I talked to Memb last night about this series, and Memb was saying, you know, if I had to break down the series, it's basically like Leary very consistently, maybe more than any other player, is at a 10 out of 10 in an Age of Empires 2 game. But occasionally, he falls down to an 8 or a 7, right? Whereas Hera is almost always a 9, right? He's almost always a 9. Obviously, Hera hits that 10 as well, but Hera just overall more consistent, or more consistency rather, is why Hera has been able to get these wins over Leary. So right now, we got to see if Hera can turn it around. What a final it's been so far.
Yeah, we're gonna give the players a moment to take a breather, soak in the crowd. We have another guest arranged in our conversion chamber.
You stand before the conversion chamber. Conversion chamber. 3 questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Walk free. Fail and be converted. Be converted.
Question 1. What age comes after you?
Castle Age.
Question 2. Which civilization has portals?
Persians.
Question 3. What is the ASP velocity of latest scout cavalry?
1.52, I guess. Not sure.
We have heard enough. Hear the knowledge. We welcome the converted into our order.
Order.
Oh, well, Sebastian, you've had some ups and downs this entire weekend, but honestly, you know, that looked like the most stressful thing you had to go through throughout this entire tournament. How was it?
Yeah, I agree. Probably the most stressful, so awkward, didn't know what to do.
You got tens of thousands of dollars on the line when you're sitting and playing Age of Empires, but the conversion chamber seems like it was much worse.
Yeah, that's top one for sure.
Look, I tell you what, we're getting the show of a lifetime up here at the Royal Albert Hall. I know there are hordes of fans here who are pleased to see your face. Sebastian, everyone! And you'd be having a fantastic time representing not just South America, but Uruguay. I saw some country folk down there as well for you.
Yeah, there is people even from Uruguay coming, so really glad to see, meet new people and all. So support has been unreal. Thank you very much, guys.
Fantastic. Very good. Well, let's turn our attention now to the very serious business of the final that we've seen unfold behind us. Leary is just something else. How is he doing this?
Yeah, I faced it myself, so I know how he does it. I mean, it's relentless pressure. He's having the control of the game the full time. So, yeah, he's playing insane, out of his mind. Yeah, he's in an insane level right now.
Well, we were chatting during that game that we were watching just now, Sebastian, and one of the things you pointed out that's key for Leary is timing. Talk to us about how he's leveraging timing in order to put Hera on the ropes.
Yeah, he's playing so fast, putting the aggression first, probably selling the stone to win the timing. And yeah, he's just insane multitasking right now. He's playing insane. So he's going back at the right moment and coming aggressive again, using the timing to castle age. So he's finding those windows.
But of course, we can't count Hera out. This is one of the most the most dominant player of today's Age of Empires. I'm sure you agree. He's definitely got what it takes to bring this one back.
Yeah, I definitely think that if one player can come back from this, it's probably Hera. So, yeah, he can win for sure.
One final thing as well. Sebastian may seem like a very pleasant and easygoing gentleman, but that's just a very carefully constructed facade. Behind the scenes, he's jealous, he's needy, and I know that if he walked out, he'd pitch a fit if we didn't give him an opportunity to try what everyone else has had a go at. I know Vibe had a good time with it. You want to try it yourself? Let's see how it goes. All right, here we go, everyone.
Wololo!
It's good fun, isn't it?
It feels good, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian, everyone!
My goodness, what a reality we are living in right now. This feels like a dream. And for Leary, it's been a dream start to the finals, Dave, and he's got to continue to give Hera no room to breathe, right? You got to keep going this way.
Am I wrong in saying it still feels like a 50-50 when he's 3-0 up?
I
Just
think
because
that is...
I've seen so many Hera sets turn around.
Absolutely. No, I can't heavily disagree with that statement. Like maybe like 55-45 or 40-60, but again, we just have not seen Hera get going today. When I spoke to Viper about his semifinal yesterday, it was essentially the same. He was just like, I couldn't get there, you know? I couldn't get my brain to click with my hands. I couldn't quite get there. And then the series is over, right? And in a best of 9, that should be really difficult to have happen here eventually. You think we see peak Hera, but I think that peak Leary at the moment is smothering peak Hera. Here we are, game number 4. There's no better time for Hera. It's got to start soon here. He's down 3 games. Can he get a victory on the board?
Look at the Civ for Leary. Look at the Civ for Leary. He's got Spanish here on Glacis. We thought it might be picked on Rampart. He's got the stone in the back. Of course, the fish so valuable on that front side as Leary goes for the galley early. He's also going for second dock. So he might be thinking about just going like Navy in defense and then getting onto that stone, getting up to Castle Age and going for those Conquistadors right away.
I've seen Hera against this before, and the key on this map is to just run past the Navy. You just kind of run through it, and if you can get through with 2 archers, Leary doesn't have any defense here. So that's the key. Now also scouting, it's the key. But yes, you have a lot of the fish on this map on the pond. It's very difficult to justify farming on this map because the fishing is so efficient next to the docks like that. And for now, Hera's going to show archers. He will go after the spearman. Even that spearman was microed, by the way. Even that spearman didn't take many hits there from the archers. It had only taken the hits from the spear.
Paying attention to every unit, both of these players. Leary briefly housed here as he's trying to go for more galleys. That'll stall out his production a little bit. Here comes Hera. Leary already has 3 galleys.
Yeah.
This is quite the Navy. I don't know if you can sneak by this one.
Yeah, you just give up on land immediately. That's a lot of pressure. Hera's eco balance is fantastic.
And there's
here.
the market for Leary.
Yeah, market for Leary. Now, the unit of choice here typically is Conquistador. And if you get to Conquistador, it can be almost impossible for the Romans. The Romans are one of the worst civs against it, at least the longer the game goes on.
Hera's very adaptable, though. He'll know what's coming, most likely from Leary, as Leary sends that first villager out towards the stone pile. Also, Romans, better economy than the Spanish, right? They're gathering everything 5% faster, they're building 5% faster, so in the long game, Hera should have the eco advantage here. He's already up to the castle age. Leary trying to sell his resources, doesn't quite have enough gold.
That was a painful one. He actually tuned it there with the market. We don't usually see Leary use the market this early, but there he goes, and the vills are on stone. So job 1 of this was defend from the archers and feudal. Job 2 is much harder. Get a castle before you take significant damage here.
Leary's not really a unique unit player most of the time, right?
I know.
He's not the type of guy to go fast castle into unique unit. As Hera snipes that scout, that's actually valuable. He's coming forward with the archers, just making sure Leary doesn't expand. He doesn't want to give any free kills to those galleys, but once he gets up to castle age, if he gets the crossbow upgrade, I think he can actually do quite well against the villagers and the galleys in that river.
You got 2 options if you're Hera. Option 1 might seem a little suicidal here, but you just run around. I think if you go very far and get across the shoreline, you can get onto that terrain, which allows some value. The other option is you say, okay, I can't go stop this castle. I have to play towards ranged units and just outboom you.
Well, I mean, it might be a case where Hera just wants to prevent the castle from going up in the middle somewhere.
Exactly.
Right? So you want that castle defensively in Leary's base, so he has to protect the villagers at all times, and he can't just simply do it with a castle forward in between those 2 wood lines, for example. As Leary continues to gather the stone, Hera going for crossbow. He's in castle age first. 9 crossbows will be on the field with Bodkin arrow on the way. I would not be surprised to see an earlier TC than Leary as well for Hera to try and expand his eco.
I've got a feeling he's going to dive this. I could be very, very wrong. Hate to be wrong in general,
Leary's
but being
got 2
wrong
more
in front
galleys.
of 3,500 people is even worse. It feels like he's confident enough to try and dive in. I've never seen someone make so many galleys this early, so maybe that's part of it for Hera too. He might be a little surprised by this.
Yeah, the fire's getting damage as well. Hera just dancing at the front side here. He's so confident in his own micro. He's trying to snipe down these ships, and Leary needs to pull the villagers off of the food. He's got 400 food in the bank, so he should be able to make a few conquistadors. But long term, he's going to need this food supply. And now Hera's found some villagers at the front. Nice snipe there from Hera.
Well, that's the thing.
And another one.
You need the castle, but you need the food to make conquistadors. So it's not so easy at the moment, and Hera's gaining confidence. He's running across. I don't know if this is worth it.
Leary thought the galleys were fine. He's got a mangonel on the way, but I don't know if it's going to be in time.
It's worth it. Yeah, this is a good call out from Hera. Very good call out. He didn't go forward with the 2 or 3 archers. That might not have worked, but Leary was never expecting him to continue to march forward here like this, and Hera could start to boom with one of the best economic civs in the game.
Yeah, we've been talking the entire series about Leary's micro because it's been smothering, it's been overwhelming, but Hera with confidence like that can make things happen. He has ballistics on the way in 30 seconds. If you're Leary, you really don't have any confidence in this Mangonel without the Conquistadors to support it.
That Mangonel decided to path awkwardly around the gold, and that is going to be so frustrating for Leary because he needs it here right now. And Hera's diving in, and the quick walls for Leary aren't there. This is the Hera that people were expecting, but is the Conquistador number getting a little too awkward here?
Hera has gotten so much value. Remember, when he got to the castle age, he had 9 archers. This is the remnants of that army. He's still threatening the villagers. He just killed the Conquistador. He still has 4 alive. Leary's finally going to pick them off.
Yeah,
Hera will get a final conk, though.
Will he kill the last one?
Yep.
He will kill the last one.
Amazing value from Hera.
Yeah, agreed. And again, nothing on food for Leary. This is the first time in this series that Leary has not taken the fight to Hera, and Hera is truly punishing him. Hera understands that Leary is hurting economically. He just needs to hold now. He just needs to defend. And I'm completely fine with crossbow. It's beating the Navy.
1 on food. There was 1 on food there for a moment from Leary, and it was that 1 fishing ship. He's bringing the Mangonel forward. He's going for a second one as well. He needs to get back out to this fish. Unbelievable micro from Hera to just have so much confidence against the galleys. Leary never expected him to push in like that.
And now, Conquistadors are strong, but they have 1 less range, and they don't benefit from ballistics. So actually, crossbow in this situation is fine. Now, some players are going to go for skirmishers as well. Hera's going to maybe add some siege to mix in, but if Hera holds now, this should scale very nicely for him. This truly comes down to can Leary all in right now.
This is the response we expected from Hera, the greatest player in our game currently. Maybe the greatest of all time. There's an argument for that as well, as we see the Mangonel taking a shot. Crossbows diving away from that. Eco expanding behind for Hera. It's still only one town center. 40 villagers only for Leary.
Leary is in a weird spot. We just don't see him in very frequently, where he has to go try and raid somebody. He doesn't like to raid, he just likes to smash you in the face and kill all your army. But the Conquistadors, something we need to pay attention to now. I think Hera caught a glimpse of them running off to the side there. Still no villager losses for Hera.
You know what you can do if you want to get really cheeky, although I don't think Leary would think of this.
Look at this micro, dude. Being down 3
Oh,
games.
he's got 2 control groups trying to micro down both Mangonels at the same time. That's very risky for Hera,
but the thing is, if the Conquistadors get into your base as you're trying to be cheeky here, you get completely destroyed. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be very careful.
Hera doesn't notice.
He doesn't notice. The Conquistadors are there. He's not microing on the front anymore. Will he be able to keep this group alive as he runs away?
Hera splits in towards 3 Mangonels, and he's gonna snipe one down. Leary's trying to get the shots off. Hera splits around that as well.
Crazy, crazy. Don't try this at home, folks. This is not fair. This is not what Age of Empires 2 is designed around. Hera's micro, unbelievable. He's still taking losses, but he was supposed to lose those crossbowmen on the front. They should not exist anymore.
Especially with Conquistadors raiding him at the back. That was unbelievable from Hera.
Yeah, now it's Leary's turn to dance. Leary just heard the crowd applause, and he says, please save some applause for me. Hera's like, I'm going to take it right back, though. And now, man, how are they microing this? It's still big military numbers for Hera. It's harder to micro the Conquistadors, and Hera should clear up the raid in the back. Will he push the front?
We're just waiting for one mistake. One mistake can turn this game around. Leary losing his Conquistador numbers, though. He's still going forward with the Mangonels, but at this point, the Mangonels don't seem very effective against this unbelievable micro from Hera.
That's worth it for Hera. It's not a problem whatsoever. Mangonels are expensive. He has the villager lead. He will take another one. This is just crazy. He's even leaving that one alive and killing it with the skirm. He's going back in, but he finally loses his army.
Got a little lost in the sauce there. He had so much confidence, and why not? He split so many times around these. He's still doing it.
Yeah, this is exactly what Hera needed. You wipe the slate clean. You remind yourself who you are, what you're capable of, and all those losses for Leary, where he fell behind, where he got ahead, and then he ended up losing, start to creep back into the mentals here.
Leary finally gets a Mangonel. He finally gets the Mangonel from Hera, but Hera still has some crossbows left. He's going to lose them against the dock. He's still got forward pressure. 73 villagers for Hera, 45 for Leary.
If Hera gets a castle down, securing his economy lead, it's job done. That's job done at this point. 30 villager lead. This isn't quite as significant as game number 2 lead for Leary, but we're getting very close. There's one more chance here for Leary. He needs the big shot, which he's been lacking, and he needs a forward castle, Dave.
Sometimes it feels like they're not playing the same game as us. They're forcing things that we couldn't make happen. The splits from Hera were incredible.
What's going on in the north, though? Can we acknowledge the little peaceful... Oh, well.
Caster curse.
Right.
Well done.
Oh, there we go.
4th town center now for Hera. Still only 1 town center for Leary. He's getting bloodlines for his Conquistadors, but he only has 3.
I think what he did before is the best way to play it, and you go counterattack, and then you try and use your siege, but like, Hera's got such an expansive economy now, it's really hard for him to not spot you. So maybe you can't go for the raids anymore, Dave. Maybe it's just run straight at this.
The Mangonel push didn't work the 1st, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th time Leary tried it. He's going to try it again, and he finally gets a big shot.
Yeah, it works the 8th time. Will it work the 9th time and the 10th time? This would be the time to send the villagers forward for the castle. It'd be the first really important castle of the series here. The Conquistadors will take down Hera's Mangonel. He loses crossbows. He loses crossbows. Where are the vills from Leary?
There's 2 town centers there. There's also a siege workshop here from Hera, but he's not producing anything from this siege workshop currently. He just queued up a Mangonel, and the villagers are coming forward from Leary, but there's the castle from Hera to prevent that castle position from Leary.
Where does Leary go, though? I mean, he probably wanted between the 2 town centers. He's going to drop it on the siege workshop. That's not a bad castle either. Hera's castle's going to go up, but this is still a lot of pressure for Hera. And Conquistador still the best unit if the military count is even here.
You can overcome a big villager deficit if you have a unit like Conquistadors in large numbers in the castle age. Leary trying to take care of the Mangonel from Hera.
Wow.
He misclicks the castle. A
Wow.
rare misclick there from Hera, and the castle will go up from Leary.
Yeah, I mean, castle will go up. It's not the end of the world for Hera. There are some issues in terms of scaling here, because you don't get Bracer in it, but you do get Trebuchets in it. So I think Imp has got to be the key for Hera. Get to the Imperial Age, and then maybe Trebuchets take these castles down.
Yeah, these town centers probably need to be abandoned for Hera. That castle won't range the Mangonels as they're attacking them. He's just making more skirms. He has 28 on food right now. Leary at the limit with everything.
Yeah, he is. Hera needs Imp, but he either hasn't, sorry, excuse me, he's clicked behind a villager or he's producing more skirms. I don't think he's clicked it. I don't think it's on the way. It's handcard instead, which is still fine. He needs a lot of skirmishers to keep up with these Mangonels.
Double the population for Hera now. He's doubled Leary up. However, we keep talking about the Conquistadors. Demo ship upgrade coming in for Hera.
Is it going to be too late, though?
The Romans do get it now.
If these Mangonels advance forward, oh no! Oh no! The Mangonels could hit the town center and hit the villagers as well.
What is there up here? He can go for a defensive castle, I guess. That's probably the play. He has plenty of stone in the bank, but Leary going after this town center. Hera rushing this down with villagers. He definitely has some to spare in comparison with Leary, but the Mangonel now finding that castle. I think Hera will defend this.
I still think Hera needs to get to Imp. I think you need to cancel your villagers and click up. You're right, though. Hera's economy lead has been so significant. He's able to afford these losses. Still has a unit problem here, Dave.
No demo in the other dock. It's only in the dock close to Hera's base. The town center is weak. Leary is hunting down the villagers one by one. He has the eco kill advantage now. I don't know if you saw the ones to the north, but his Mangonel is going over to take out that
Demo,
TC
demo,
in the
demo,
middle.
demo, demo. Okay. Sorry, I got excited.
I mean, at this point, Leary wants that demo to go after the villager. He tried to bait it.
Yeah, he didn't demo the villager.
Demo, 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 demo.
We're making a song here. Oh God, there's another demo here, and it didn't.
Leary is going north. Leary is going north with
looking
the
for the
Conquistadors. He's looking for anything. I don't think he'll find that town center, though. 11, now 13 Conquistadors for Leary. Fully maxed in terms of upgrades right now. He's got 55 villagers. Hera's still at 110, so he's got double the economy. And once again, Leary just misses the villagers.
Again, I will repeat, Hera has to get to the Imperial Age. That is his win condition. If it's his skirms and eco, this still is continually very dangerous. The resources are so close.
Leary's found him again.
But Leary's found him again.
Look at the kill death. It's 91 to 59. Leary has been getting value with the Conquistadors. He's hanging in there.
Demo.
Hera still isn't up. There's a demo coming out. It's very far away, but maybe Hera can stall him.
Dude, I mean, it's super close. It's super close. Leary's micro's so good. He's definitely not going to want to give you guys the highlight you want, viewers. There's another town center going down from Hera and still producing vills, still producing skirms, still holding on.
Second town center for Leary.
I mean, when Leary ends this game and sees the resources collected, even if he loses, he's like, I'm happy with that. I should have been dead.
Think about all of the fights that Hera won against those Mangonels.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
You usually don't make a game competitive after something like that, but Leary is doing an excellent job. Hera is just holding on. Hera's still not clicking up to Imp, Tristan. He's been so close for so long.
Hera has this awkward predicament where he has the stone to place a castle, but he doesn't have a position to place the castle, and he just simply refuses to drop one then. But like, it's gonna have to happen at some point. Maybe Imperial Age will come in. Finally, Imperial Age is on the way, and now Leary jumping on the skirmishers with his own micro.
And Leary's micro, he dodges all the shots. He knows Hera has ballistics here. He just needs to hit a few with his Conquistadors.
Hera is gonna start to do something unique here. He'll fire at 2 different times with 2 different groups, I believe. He was doing it there for a moment. Oh man, he has to do it, because if you don't do that, Leary is just going to chase you down.
But Leary has to leave the fish now. Resources for Leary looking decent, but once again, the eco for Hera is more than double of what Leary has. Leary has taken out 2 town centers in the middle area of the map. He can't really pressure this area because there's so many skirmishers from Hera. What a job from Hera to stay alive throughout this onslaught from Leary.
Yep, he's just holding on. And yes, his unit get kind of awkward at some point, but when you have double the economy,
Good
as
demo.
we saw the demo there, when you have double the economy, it is simply okay in this position. Hera, I think, is
Demo from
very
Leary.
comfortable. Here's another demo. Hera's loving this every time. No, he demoed the chickens. He demoed the chickens.
Gotta do what you gotta do, brother.
No, you don't demo the chickens anyways. Hera's happy with the situation, Dave. Conquistadors are so much more expensive than skirmishers.
There is resources considering Imperial Age. Maybe extended Conquistador production, but he has none in the queue. I think the problem for him right now is that Hera's gonna be there so much faster with such a better economy.
Yeah. Hera made us sweat a little bit. I really thought that Leary was going to be able to push this. But once Imp comes in, the castles are positioned pretty perfectly for Hera. I mean, that one in the middle is good. That one up there is good. He still has 1,800 stone. He can also make Drawmans from that forward dock if he completes it. And I think he will complete that. And yeah, that's another thing that could go wrong here for Leary.
173 population from Hera, 142 villagers. We have 87 total from Leary, 80 villagers, and Hera claps back. He gets himself a win. We have ourselves a final here. 3-1 for Leary. Hera, let's see if he can start a streak.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think it was a victory where Hera was able to remind everyone here what he's capable of, right? Like that micro in the middle with the range units was unbelievable. And it was like somewhat believable the first and second time, but then it just got to the point of ridiculous. I don't think Leary even expected it. Leary had the better KD again this game, but it was all about the economy, and that's why Hera picked the Romans, Dave. It's tricky. Like, Spanish are insane. If you get to Conquistadors, you can completely win here. But that was the first time this final that Leary went for a passive opening.
Oh, we forgot about the early part of this game where Hera pushed a full navy with like 10 crossbows.
He called his bluff. Yeah, he called his bluff. He's like, I know you're not going to upgrade those. I know you're probably going to have some eco back there you want to protect, and this was an important part of the game. If Hera sat back, I think it's much easier for Leary to have a lot of economy and to get to the Conquistadors a bit faster.
Yeah, and then if we showed the full highlights here, we'd be watching the entire game over again as Hera just managed to push back, what, 7?
Yeah.
Mangonels over the course of the Castle Age here?
Yeah,
in the center area? Unbelievable splits from him.
Yeah, and this is where Leary's like, okay, finally I'll get value. And then Hera runs at it. Now, Leary was microing his Conquistadors a bit, so he did get some value. But it's okay. Like, Hera was in a position to lose villagers.
Boom.
When this happened, the villager lead was so significant that Hera always felt like he was going to be okay as long as he played a bit patient. And yeah, it's 3-1, dude. And like you said, before it was 3-0, you said it felt like 50-50. Now it kind of feels like 50-50 because we know the history of Hera coming back against Leary.
Leary still found value there. Look at how hard Hera had to work to get himself into a decent position in that game against the Conquistadors and the Siege. We are here at the Royal Albert Hall. We are 3-1 ahead for Leary, the underdog coming into this set. Hera trying to prove that he is indeed the greatest in the world.
Yeah,
$50,000 home map pick for the first time this
Sorry, Dave. I don't think it's been mentioned much. I believe it's $50,000 for first place, something like $30,000 for second place. So we're talking big money here for a game that many people thought was going away years back. We're back, baby. But just wondering now how Leary's feeling about that loss. Spanish was a very late pick. So similar to what I said when Hera lost with Turks, I don't think he's too bothered by that, especially with how many of the top picks were picked there from Hera. So let's see Leary's choice now. Will Leary go for a really big civilization like Burgundians, Georgians, Franks, his top picks, or will he stay down low on that draft with the Wu Japanese?
Really depends what map we're going to see here.
Yeah.
We've seen Thames, we've seen Glasses, we've seen Dorothy Quarry, Stonefront.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not Loch Ness, because I don't think you want a Boomy-style game against Hera after Hera just did that.
Vikings in the pool.
Dravidians as well.
Difficult. Rampart?
I like Rampart a lot. Now, he played Cumans on that. He played Mongols on that. Spanish was actually a civ we thought might be played on Rampart because of players like MBO and Yo. Might be the map for Huns, Dave. Ended early, lots of scouts, lots of archers. It's a very open map. It's not a map that players typically can wall up very easily. So I know the crowd here probably wants to see the Huns. I was surprised to see everybody applauding once Huns was drafted. You guys are awesome. But maybe it's the Franks as well. People here in England, big fan of the Franks, maybe? Oh no, they're booing.
No, there's some French people here too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's a couple boos. Wrong Civ. Burgundians?
Oh man, what a sight! What a sight!
It's so sick, man. So sick. Everyone's locked in here. Everyone's reacting to every moment in the game. We love you guys. This has been awesome. Is that a Wololo right there?
I think that's Monk. I need a Monk.
No.
30?
Monk I need a Monk is 18.
Oh, true.
You done goofed, bro. You done
It's been
goofed.
so long.
Yeah. Well, yeah, beautiful sight. I will try. I'll give it a try. Last time I said it more as a question, as a statement. But I'm actually really nervous.
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Wololo!
Nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well played.
We got to get production queued up.
Yeah, absolutely.
You caught him off guard last time.
I did. I caught myself off guard as well. I tend to do that. So another map I want to talk about because I feel it's still very relevant in my mind is Hengehold. Hera, he played against Mapuche on Hengehold, and maybe he saw that strat from Viper and said, I like it, but there can be some slight tweaks. I really feel like the unit of choice could be, instead of the Champies, it could be their Cav Archer unit, which
the Bolus Rider.
The Bolus Rider, yes, absolutely. Bolus Rider is typically pretty good against Cav.
I don't think you can hard commit onto that though. That's what Yo tried to do multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, he opened with the Kona and then tried to get into the Bolus Rider, and it just felt uncomfortable.
Well, I just don't expect Hera to go for Kona into the Bolus Rider. I think if you play directly into the Bolus Rider and Cast Age, it could be strong. But the more I think about it, I find the early game is really uncomfortable for Hera. Maybe what you could do is you could play Mapuche on a map where players are closer together. That might be better for the Champy play. You play Spearman out of a settlement with a mix of Champies.
I can see in the reflection of the Red Bull fridge, we're in. We're totally in. There we go. Game number 5. We have Hera as Mapuche. You were talking about that. Leary playing as the French.
Both
the
players
Franks
having some
here.
more problems. Leary's board did not follow him. Champy has an opportunity for Hera to be around, perhaps. But yes, this is actually the same Civ matchup that we saw in the Hera Viper semifinal, only Hera was the one who used the Franks to beat the Mapuche. He will try them here. It's a new Civ. Leary doesn't have that much experience against these Civs because no one does.
And we'll see if he practiced it extensively. Leary bringing the boar back. Villager is fine. He's going to go for the stable opening and then the archer range follow-up.
It's interesting because to gain information on this matchup, you pretty much only have one matchup to look at.
Yeah.
And I think both players will have looked at it. So Leary might say, because the Franks beat the Mapuche, I can just play like into Knights and Monks and beat it. But then Hera on the other side, like he beat the strategy and he probably thought, oh, this could be a problem for me if he would have done this, that, or the other. It's very tough. That's what makes Age of Empires so difficult to play, and you combine that with the fact we're in front of a live crowd, and you combine that with the fact it's Empire Wars, and it's just 3 times harder.
Leary coming forward with the scouts now. We only have 2 skirms, 2 spears, and a Champy for Hera. So the military production isn't fully there, and there's the market, and Leary has spotted that out right away. So is Hera just playing fast castle?
He is. Key difference between what Viper tried with this and Hera is full walling. Viper's base was wide open to take some damage.
Market in response from Leary immediately.
Yeah, Leary knows.
With 3 villagers as well.
Leary knows. Now there is a hole back there. Hera actually had a hole when he tried to wall before on this map though. I would be very surprised if he doesn't click a villager out. That's probably the next thing he's going to do. But market race, players buying and selling resources, and nice kill there. A little sloppy there from Leary, Dave, and maybe game 4 just living a little in his mind right now.
Yeah, we didn't see that type of movement from Leary in game number 1 or 2.
Yeah.
It was very, very crisp. Game 3 as well.
The other
big
big
scout there though, and getting poked a couple times earlier.
Both of these civs have a berry bonus, and there's lots of berries in the back. So the Mapuche, I think they gather more from the berries overall.
25%, I believe.
Yeah, they get a
20%
boost there. And the Franks bring in their berries a bit faster. So I think it's easier for Hera to sit behind those walls because he's got them for a bit longer. And what's the comp going to be for Leary? Looks like archers, probably to respect the fact this could be some type of spearman play.
I don't think he found that hole at the back of Hera's base, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he's seen that. He'll just assume that Hera's fully walled.
You know what could have happened there? His unit might have been pathing back there, and he doesn't want to hear 3,000 people go, oh, right? And so he's like, I'm not going to click and confirm. I'm just going to wait. Sorry, 3,000 people.
I think that's completely wrong because he's trying to go through the TC here. He doesn't know about the hole in the back. We have fletching on the way for Leary. And Leary will be massing up his archers. He is about 40 seconds behind Hera to the castle age, but that's a good engagement there against the champ. He's going to weaken it a lot.
Look behind the town center there. Something that Leary can't see because it's hidden. We've got town center, or sorry, not town centers, I'm sorry, archer range from Hera. So this is a Cav Archer style unit. It's new. People aren't really used to using this unit or facing up against
cavalry.
this unit. Yep.
I don't think it performs particularly well against crossbow, but we'll have to see that matchup, especially with Leary's micro.
Yeah, and see Hera passed that range a couple times, but there's been no archers on the field. So I think Hera's convinced himself it's just a fake and it's just like one archer in there. But no, this is a fairly heavy commitment to the numbers.
Here they come.
And here he comes.
He's still 12 seconds away from Castle H, though, so I think he wants to show up with his upgrades. We have Bolus coming out here from Hera. Leary's still harassing the gold, and he's doing such a good job at holding Hera in. And it's that forward siege workshop, crossbow play from Leary. Hera's going to see the archers now in mass. He's going to come out with his Bolus, and let's see if he's happy about this or not. Maybe he thought Leary was going to be playing in tonight's.
Leary, I think, found out maybe 30 seconds before this because you can click those skirms and you can see the +1/+1 on it. So he should know it's range units. Now he obviously knows it's range units, but the skirms have gone down. Hera gets pushed off the gold. Hera doesn't actually have a lot of gold in that back walled area. We'll have to take a glance at some point, but it's more so to the outside where the spearman is. And I don't think Leary's going to come to that conclusion because oftentimes you do have two tiles there. But for the time being, no gold for Hera.
This is a very similar position that Hera's been in multiple times on this map so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
There's a couple times, I think, with Bengalis and with Franks where he masked up monks and then pushed through the center. It's going to be really difficult against crossbows and scouts on the field and the siege coming forward.
Yeah, wall and boom. Wall and boom. That's what Hera likes to do. That's what he's best at. He gets the economy lead, and then he will slowly push you back. But this is Hera's comfort zone. This is what he wanted in the first 3 games. He was never able to get there. Obviously played heavy military, but Leary just smashed him. But here it's been different. It's been like 2 different strategies. It hasn't been Hera trying to play the same type of units.
Does Hera know about the siege workshop?
I think he does. Yeah,
Okay.
he saw that siege workshop. What he's hoping to do now is catch out any monks and catch out any crossbows as they come forward 2 by 2. And he will find a monk.
Leary should know by now. That's not going to work. He tried to get one on Hera. He doesn't. Hera's coming forward. He's going to find a gold at the front of Leary's base. Leary's also trying to go under the TC of Hera as those Bolus riders are at the front side. And Hera doesn't stop the crossbows.
Dude, this is so bad for Hera. Hera didn't react. He was so focused on the front. No, he thought he was gaming right there. He thought he was so far ahead. He was really feeling it, but my goodness, this is a lot of idle time. Still hasn't lost a lot of villagers.
No, great quick wall, great response there to the surprise from Leary. The Scorpion is coming back. The Mangonel is coming back. These Bolus Riders are decent against cavalry, so you can't just spam Knights against them. But still, the Knights are going to come in and snipe the Scorpion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hera might be pretty happy with this. The Mangonel landed a big shot on the Knights as well. I don't think the Knights are very weak. This would be incredible if Hera can end up clearing this, essentially having this army trapped. He'll be very happy.
Yeah, turnaround here for Hera. Ballistics is not in for Leary. Ballistics is not in, so it's very, very difficult to snipe these Bolus Riders. Felt like he should have gotten so much more value there, but great reaction from Hera when those crossbows came under the TC.
It's a really good job, a really nice job. Leary is now wondering what on earth he can make against this. The micro with the more mobile units here is always going to be expected, and Hera will clear up the army.
Yeah, good clear up from Hera on the edge of the map there. Leary thought he was in. He thought he was going to be able to do damage, but Hera, with Excellent response times on the quick walls, on pulling the villagers away, and then sending the army back to clear that up. And of course, he's got the eco lead. He's got 59 villagers against the 51 from Leary.
To everyone who questioned Leary on banning the new civilizations for the last 3 months, this was maybe why he was afraid of the unknown. This unit feels perfect in Hera's hands. Mobile, ranged. He's got good eco behind it as well with the berry bonus. Hera's woken up, Dave. He's here now.
He's joined us in this set. 3-1 for Leary. Off to a crazy start, 3 wins in a row. He's looking for the big attack. He finds it!
Oh man, Hera! Yeah, in the previous game, he used crossbowman, which is arguably more difficult to use here. He runs right into a shot. Leary's still staying in this game, and Leary, unfortunately, will lose the Siege Workshop. I'm wondering what he's thinking in terms of unit comp, because with the Franks can't make knights, he's not feeling very comfortable for that.
No, and that Mangonel's not coming out. The Mangonel canceled at about 50%. Leary's trying to get the Malik. He only has one. Nice split there from Leary. He's still trying to get these shots.
Dave, no ballistics for Hera, and these Boldest Riders hit on multiple volleys against a monk moving away. Something about the projectiles is very different here. It might be the projectile speed. They're running a little too close again, but again, Hera moving in confidently. Can he take down the Mangonel? Is he getting too close?
It's a difficult position for anybody. Might be a position that Hera can manage. Leary saving a couple of these Mangonels at the final tick of HP. Hera does get one, but Leary still has another. Leary adding a third town center behind. Hera has already added his third.
Now, a lot of people here would think about a tech switch because the opponent's making Skirmisher, but I don't think you really need that if you have Mangonels. So I think continued Boldest Riders, lots of economy for Hera. He is going to make this unit until he finds a reason not to. He's not going to make a switch and complicate his game. He is clearly ahead in this game. The score at the bottom right is telling him that. And he's taking down valuable buildings. Leary not having a Siege Workshop is costly. Losing the Monastery means he can't heal up or get the relics. And Hera
just surviving.
You need a little bit of luck sometimes, Dave. That Mangonel will be repaired as well, which has got to be infuriating for Leary. And Hera still holds the hill.
Trying to come forward, he gets one final shot, doesn't matter. The Spearman finishes it off. MVP Spearman right there. Hera, eco upgrades looking fantastic. Villager count looking fantastic. Resources looking great as the Boldest Riders come in here. What does Leary have to stop this? He's sending some more skirmishers in, but he has to abandon the gold.
The answer, I don't know. I don't know. Franks are one of the worst skirmisher civilizations in the game, so the unit doesn't scale. And then Boldest Riders are very solid against knights. You wanted to go Siege, but you lost your Siege Workshop. Now he's forced into a Siege Workshop on the back. There are not many easy answers here on what Leary can do against this.
Hera can't go too far forward with this army, though, because the Bullets are vulnerable to the skirmishers, and he doesn't know how many knights are in that stable.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the patient approach. If you have the hill, you can take down the buildings. You're happy with that. Gives you some time to maybe snag the relics in the middle of the map, transition your economy a bit, maybe think about selling off some wood, get the gold for Imp.
In Imperial Age, you talked about it a little bit with the same Civ matchup yesterday. What do you think the matchup looks like late game?
It's very weird because it's one of the rare matchups where neither Civ gets Bracer. So the Boldest Riders don't actually scale that wonderfully well. I think they're balanced around it though. Like I think the unit is so good in Castle Age.
They have the pass-through damage as well
yeah.
with the unique tech.
Yeah.
Leary tries to get the Mangonel. He comes out with the Knights. Hera denies that.
And Leary's just hoping that this is an all-in one TC play from Hera, but it's not. Hera's got the economy, and Hera looks as inevitable right now as Leary looked in those first 3 games.
I think Leary's going to try for a counterattack. He's going to try to defend this. He knows that the Knights are going to do no good back here unless the Mangonels are exposed. Hera splits around that shot. The Skirmishers still in the TC, still threatening. The Knights around the edge of the map are very far away from Hera's base, so Leary still a long way away from potentially getting damage.
This is insane. There's so much army here. Leary out of the town center. Hera's just relentless with the numbers. Relentless with the numbers. The Skirmishers are there. The Mangonels will maybe take the trade. Do Skirmishers even counter this unit, Dave?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of questions here from both players.
Uh-oh, big problem here. Town center's almost down, so it doesn't offer you any safe haven. The Mangonels can dive in. The Boldest Riders could dive in as well. Leary's going for the splits, but he loses a Mangonel. Hera will dive in at this. Hera will take this, and I think Hera is right back in the final. It's about to be 3-2 for Hera. He's been able to stabilize, and my goodness, look at him go.
Big shot though from Leary. Big shot, I think because the Knights came in at the back of Hera's base. Let's see if Leary can get value with this final Mangonel. It is not gonna happen. And I think Leary will be considering calling the GG here. 2 wins in a row for Hera, 3-2. Got ourselves a final.
This is what the best of competition looks like. Sometimes you will have some instances where there's a game which is back and forth the entire time, and we've had some close games here. But with these two, it almost takes me back to 2021 when they faced in one of the online finals. Sometimes it's like who can gain the initiative, and they're both so good they don't lose the initiative, and they eventually hold it and go for the kill. So obviously for Lear, you're still up 3-2. But Hera's locked in right now, dude. He's got the momentum. He's got to be feeling very good, especially using a civilization like that. Mapuche was the one that we really looked at, and even Membenili mentioned. We weren't sure what we were going to see from that, but it looked very convincing.
He made the Bolus Riders look really, really good, and I love the strategy to try and go for them. Leary, with the crossbows, maybe caught him off guard at the beginning of Castle Age, but it didn't matter. The crossbows got in, and Hera managed that so well. He pulled the villagers immediately, he went for the quick walls, and then he pulled his army back to clear it up, and Leary never got another opportunity.
I think for Leary, he will regret diving with that army. If he holds the hill with the siege, his siege workshop always has the opportunity to produce more. He can reinforce it with monks. A lot of that fight is taken right in the front of Hera's base, but he saw an opportunity, just like we did. He thought that you could get max damage from that, but there was no damage to be found, really, because of the excellent defense.
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear from Nili and Mem right now, if we can hear it for them. They're going to analyze what they've seen over these first 5 games.
Well, guys, Nili, we have 2 finals. The first 3 games with a great domination by Leary, but Hera want to make it the most complicated yet, right? With the last 2.
That is the dream, right? We got the crowd hype with a 3-0 lead for Leary, and now Hera is crawling back. Basically split after 5 games. We couldn't wish for a better set.
What was the key in those first 2 games, for example, in the first games from Leary that you have seen that he has dominated? Quite clear.
Well, we have prepared some highlights, and I will try to work you through what I think happened here. In game number 1, it was that Hera walked into the wrong direction. You have a pathway between 2 players. Hera sent all his army towards the bottom, while Leary knew that the distance was at the top. And therefore, Leary could attack Hera with the armies in the wrong direction and couldn't weather the storm. Nice skirmisher micro here.
As you can see here, I mean, in this game, he was attacking constantly. He never let Hera to breathe. I don't think Hera did a single counterattack to his opponent.
Yeah, and now
only with 1 tile there.
Yeah, and the fast production, right? Splitting off the skirmishers here, dodging all the ballistics, CA. And then we are going into game number 2. This was a really nice engagement for both of them. Hera cleared up the army, did not play the market, so he had 200 stone and still didn't build the tower. That's a big question mark for me. He had no army for the defense, and then Leary came in, pushed him away from the gold, and got a crazy crossbow timing. This was really nice micro, but the decision-making after that, a bit on the questionable side. Here we see all the villagers idle, 0 villagers on gold.
Yeah, I also remember that I think in this game there was another second key now. He was going to send some unit, not so many. After this engagement, he's going to send behind this. Look at that.
The 4 crossbows that are coming in.
Those 4 crossbows was basically the game here.
Yeah.
It was snowballing so badly from here.
Yeah. He also could have had those 4 crossbowmen together with the main army, right? And that might have been tricky as well. And here Hera, it felt like he was slipping a bit, but against 2 Mangonels, all the crossbowmen, low HP CA, it was tricky. Maybe the hand's still a bit cold. Also, the unfortunate pause for him there.
Everyone remembered this battle, you know, because we played here several times. He never found those villages in the corner. So Hera got lucky. A little bit lucky. You know?
Now we're jumping into game 3.
Yeah, in the game 3 was the typical command, but even to the next level. He made Siege Workshop with 1 run. He killed all the buildings to his opponent. It was massive efficiency and was doing all the aggression with the advantage that Kumans here got the bloodlines. He was going all the upwards as well, Hera, but Kumans with bloodlines and the ram. And Leary, when he get the initiative, never stop pushing.
Yeah, and archers alone couldn't do the job, right? So many skirmishes out here by our human player. Now the big engagement, but as you said, bloodlines against no bloodlines. More HP on those scouts.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did like 4 or 5 archery range. So Hera was trying everything, but you can see here the population. But the thing here is really 3-0. And then Leary go with a 3-0 Spanish in this map. I mean, he's
Pick number
trying.
10.
Yes,
Pick 10.
the last pick. So he's trying to go probably for the conks, obviously, and maybe for the late game. But here, I read this perfectly. Come with his archers and his micro. He take everything from the start.
Archers did a lot of damage, and then the follow-up with all the skirmishers against the Conquistadors were really great. Were you a bit scared at one point when the Mangonels were hitting?
Nah, no, not really, because he got a big advantage so early, and then he did one castle in this area, and as soon as he was going to try to dive into his base, he made a second castle at home. When you have two castles in those two areas, you know that you are going to be fine. I mean, there was some kill. The KD was insane in favor to Leary, but even like that, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, probably the KD might have been in Leary's favor, but the army value killed. Probably in Hera's favor there, because Conquistadors really cost in comparison to the skirmishers.
Yeah, and then at this point the game more or less was over. You will see that he would have the castle soon.
Nice defensive castle here. Hera realizing that's the only way how he could lose the game.
He got it there. And he got that back. He was doing a great micro, but I think we were just waiting to see in case that he wasn't going to go up to Imperial.
And then we are going into game number 5, right?
DLC! Buy the DLC, Leary! Buy the DLC! You need the DLC!
Where we have to ask ourselves, like Leary, typically banning Mapuche, Murska, and 2B. Ask himself 2P or not 2P. And now he actually allowed Mapuche on there. Why? We don't know.
Why?
It might actually be the case that he have never played against the strategy.
Well, as you have seen, he did everything. Crossbows, skirmishes, with ballistic on Leary's hand. And they did nothing to the Bolas Riders.
Yeah.
Did absolutely nothing.
Some good Mangonel shots there from time to time, but I don't know. I would be surprised if Leary played more than 3 games against Bolas Riders, because he didn't play against them in this tournament.
He's not going to play more. He's not going to play more against them. And then what we can see here now from Leary, what it is, because being 3-0 ahead, now 3-2, what we can expect?
Well, I'm really happy that Hera found his ground, right? At one point I felt like, okay, we wanted a close final. Some people are cheering for Leary, but no one wanted a 5-0. So I'm super excited, and I think both will play the best.
And we go with Tristan and Dave.
All right, we're back here. Thank you, Nili and Mem. We are in game number 6. We have, so far, the dream final. Will it be Leary's first land victory after years and years of hunting for it, or will Hera get yet another crown? We've got the map with foxes, my favorites. Byzantines against Georgians, Dave. For now, both players still leaving those 4 villagers out there, bringing in the foxes, which brings you in the gold.
I'm nervous here for Hera. I really am. He's gotten 2 games in a row. He's gotten a good streak going, but every single time Hera tries to defend against Leary's early pressure, with the exception of last game, it feels like Leary has just overwhelmed him, and Georgians have that capability to absolutely overwhelm the Byzantines early.
Yeah, Byzantines may be the best defensive civ, though. So previously, maybe there were some questions on if Hera could do it, like the first 3 games at least, but I think he's got the perfect civ for it here. This is a map we saw played a lot. I also don't think there will be as many surprises here. And the archers going this way from Leary, Hera at home with his own archers. So both players spending that gold there from the foxes, Dave.
Players at this level realizing that it's so important to stay collecting those foxes as well. Like in the ladder, a lot of people would pull the villagers away early, but I think Hera's still got a couple out on the side. Leary's still got his out on the side, and fletching is in. The archers are in. The scout comes back. Hera trying to wall off that scout. Leary trying to get this villager. Excellent wall there from Hera.
Yeah, that's really, really good right there. That's really good. That doesn't mean this is any easier for him, but that is really good. But Leary, who's been on the back foot, gets the aggression in early. No major kills, though.
Yeah, Leary retreating with those scouts. Doesn't want to take damage. He's just going to continue to scale his army forward. We have 4 archers here from Hera. We have the spearmen backing them up, and the villagers are back to work on that wood line. The walls are coming up as well behind that.
The thing that Leary does really well is because he pressures you so quickly, and because you are, of course, intimidated by him, he'll force you to invest a bit more.
Yeah, and you think he's all in.
Yeah.
But he's going up to castling.
Exactly. So in this case, Hera getting armor, I think, was fully because he's remembering the first 3 games, maybe because he's mixing in the skirms as well. But those are 2 things that Hera's had to invest into in Feudal, all because of Leary's showing just 1 extra scout. Leary might add more scouts. We might see big investment here. That's an option, but so far, that's not the plan.
Archers pushing forward from Leary. You can't wall over that stone terrain. Hera's got the archers in defense. He's actually got 6, I believe, and Leary's only got 5 forward. Leary believing he can micro pass this. Hera just defending on this side. Scouts are going to take some damage, though. The Spearman goes down, and so does the Scout. I don't like this for Leary. Hera's kind of trapping him in here. Leary needs to run. He is on the way to the Castle Age, but has taken some losses.
Horrible for Leary. Horrible for Leary. If he dances there, he backs off. It's completely fine. Hera's investment actually gets some nice value here. I think these archers are no longer part of Leary's future composition. And the worst part is, you lose your range units. It is very likely that Byzantines either have the better range units because of the cheap skirms and match you, or you go knights, very transparent, and they add in the camels.
Hera has 670 food and 7 villagers in the queue. So he's adding a stable right now. He's waiting for the gold to come in so he can click up to the Castle Age. Leary will have a significant advantage to the Castle Age, which means those archers not being there is all that more important.
Yeah.
It could have been a huge swing for Leary if he could get the crossbow upgrade and have them in a forward position. Nice fight here from Hera.
Yeah, I think he, right there, this is where you dance, you back away, but there's a lot he didn't know. I don't think he realized armor was in. I don't think he realized skirms was in. And then clearly Leary showing he's human there for a second. That's all it is. Like 1 second and the whole game changes. This is why this game is incredible to watch and incredibly frustrating to play at times.
You can't play as a human against Hera.
No.
No, you have to be some sort of weird robot like Leary, as we see the archers now coming forward. Scout on the other side for Hera. Just exploring. He managed to save that earlier. He's getting the armor as well. Remember, he was floating a lot of food, so he can actually afford the eco upgrades and the armor as he walls the rest of his base.
But, I mean, the goal here for Hera is take no damage. Your Civ scale's way better. And that goal has been accomplished. He will move forward with his army.
He missed the archers.
He does miss the tiniest little group of archers on the side. But maybe he's second-guessing himself. Maybe he's feeling like he's up to castle. Normally, Leary is, like, right at your base when he reaches Castle Age. And Hera should see this with the house there.
Look at this play from Leary. This is very uncharacteristic. He immediately adds the second and third town center.
Yeah. He's also showing range units. He's going Bodkin. But he's going, like, Bodkin and no elite skirm, no university or anything.
Hera's got to be very suspicious, though. Crossbow isn't in yet.
Yeah.
Like, Leary would have got crossbow already.
Yeah. I think Hera hasn't seen any skirms yet, which is interesting, too. Either way, I think Hera's going to be pretty happy with this. He's going to clear up this army. That knight is never going to be enough there from Leary. In fact, I'm surprised he made 2 of them, to be honest.
I think that's maybe just for some counter damage, maybe to force the army to stay at home for Hera, find a hole somewhere into the eco from Hera. I think he wants to hide the fact he's on 3 town centers for as long as possible.
No, that's a good call. I'd love to see Hera's vision here. It might be a little late. Okay, so he knows the knights are coming from the south. There might be a little bit of paranoia when you see knights that there could be a siege workshop in a monastery.
But the knights don't have any upgrades.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So
But
the
do you
numbers
check
are
that?
telling Hera, yeah, I think Hera always checks that. The numbers are telling Hera that maybe Leary wants to pressure here a little bit, 2 knights forward early, but he's not seeing the text, he's not seeing the cav archer follow-up. The crossbow upgrade wasn't there, so Hera probably a little bit suspicious over Leary's strategy here with the earlier Castle Age, and he's just going to add 2 extra town centers of his own.
Okay, so Civ-wise, which Civ do you think scales the best here? Byzantines or Georgians with maybe Svan Towers? Pretty competitive there.
It's tough. I think it's really hard to beat Byzantines in late imp.
Yeah.
But Georgian Svan Towers can be incredible. They also have the better eco with the fortified churches boosting. I'd love to see some of those added in from Leary.
A little cheeky trap here, which Hera will deny, and the fans will enjoy that one. And ultimately not the most important thing ever, but what is important is Hera hasn't taken any damage here, and he's moving forward with his army. He's about to punish Leary, or try to, for Leary not really going heavy with military.
Yeah, the skirmishers are forward. There's the fortified church, so it's boosting the villagers in its radius. Just a little circle around it. The camels are here as well, and Leary's just got skirms in defense. He's also making a monk.
Anytime you look down at resources collected here, guys, you just have to remember you're not seeing how cheap it is for Byzantines to make their units. The skirmishers are cheap. The camels are cheap. The vision as well is free, and that vision is going to play its role. And I think Hera's very happy here, Dave. He will get the relics in the middle, kind of holding the map control, and booming up. We might even see a 4th TC for Hera soon.
Hera knows late game he's got confidence in the Byzantines. The Georgians should get a better eco. They have the boost from the fortified church. They've got the mule carts as well. And instead of a 4th town center, it will be a university from Hera. So maybe he wants to hold Leary in for as long as possible.
Really curious if Leary can do anything to get rid of some of this pressure at the front of the base. It's not like really pressure in the sense that it's doing damage to you, but it's preventing you from taking resources, and it's making you show your next move to Hera. You don't want Hera to see your next move. At the moment, he's banking up stone, so I'm feeling like maybe Manaspa is his unit of choice, but you need a good castle spot.
Hera's also grabbing the relics, so Ballistics helps him do that if he wants to get that. He hold the map control forward, keep Leary on his toes, and then grab the relics behind it if you're playing towards the late game, which it looks like Hera definitely is right now.
Hera keeps coming in. He's like, okay, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Obviously, you can see everything at home. He'll see the Knights and the Cav Archer get through. So there's a counterattack from Leary. But will this be like the previous game where he kind of regrets running in? Hera with the house wall. Camels are here. Good luck.
Nice timing there from Hera. Again, the damage control from him is excellent. He's also trying to block those in again. Gate, house, palisade wall. The camels are still chasing. Leary will find whatever value he can. That's the first eco kill of the game. He'll take it. Second one as well.
This series has been interesting, right? It was all Leary. It was shocking how good it was. And now we're in a scenario where it's not so shocking just how dominant Hera's playing on the defense. He's got 3 relics with Byzantines. Leary needs to find some positives because the hype and the energy that was in this building for him after games 1 through 3 is slowly disappearing.
26 on food for Leary, 29 on food for Harris. So the ecos are pretty similar here. Leary does have more res collected because of the Georgians. He's scaling towards the Imperial Age, but he needs to invest in Castle Age to keep Hera away from him. +2 armor now coming in for the Camels. We have another Mangonel here from Leary, and lots of monks for Leary. Does Hera get hit? Nice dodge!
Wow, that was incredible.
He's
that
found
was a
the
really
TC.
nice dodge. Hera won't see the town center with the archers just passing. He will know that if he kills the monks, the camels can go in to take the siege, though. Hera dives in. Will the monks get many conversions? It doesn't look like they do, and Hera will take the fight.
Who takes a fight like
well,
that?
take it.
Who has the confidence to push in with the skirms like that? Only Hera and Leary. As Leary tries to get damage against the camels, just missed the camels. The skirms are still coming in from behind. He gets a couple shots against them. Another monk goes down.
That was a bit risky there for Leary. He could have killed his own units, but with his unit control, there's never the risk. He's going to say, camels, stay here, please. I have enough skirmishers to trap you. And there you go. Camels out of the picture now, and Hera will regret running in himself.
Beautiful attack round to follow that one up for Leary, but Hera does get value with that final camel. He sees the castle from Leary.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I'm just thinking about it. Like camels, they're not the strongest thing against skirms right now. And so if it's Manaspa and Skirm for the next 3 to 4 minutes, I think Hera could have some problems.
Could be difficult for Hera. Hera behind this, something we haven't really noticed. 4 relics and a forward castle from Hera on that town center to the right side.
Yeah, archers did the job to find that, right? And now Hera's noticed it, and the archers are actually going to go in for a bit of an attack themselves. You don't expect an attack at this time with archers unless you're these two. That's crazy.
Skirmishers are here from Leary. Still no ballistics. He's building up towards Imperial Age. Hera's going to be there first, though. He has already clicked, and the castle is going up right next to that town center. 44 on food for Leary is really good, but look at the timing for Hera.
I know it's not going to really accomplish a ton, but the fact that he micros those archers as well, it's expected of these two, but it's just really something else. Because Leary's like, okay, those archers are dead. I can look away now. Maybe they will die, and now Hera's not going to... Okay. Well, now Hera doesn't micro them, but you know there was a point to be made there. Lots of multitasking. Hera focused on the stone though, and he'll kill the villagers. And Leary has got to be thinking about Imp himself, but Hera's so far ahead.
Yeah, score switch now in favor of Hera. It was Leary's score for a very long time. Now Hera's on top. We've got 1,300 food for Leary. He needs to sell and he needs to go up, and that's exactly what he's just done. The army from Hera looping around. Leary tried to secure that gold on the right side. He saw the castle from Hera. It denied the TC, it denied the gold, so he goes for a castle up on the north, but Hera is also thinking about that neutral gold.
Yeah, there's not a lot of extra gold on this map, so actually where these castles are going up is what I would call the only neutral gold. You can actually run out of gold very quickly on this map, so something you can try and do is take the middle. And if you can cut through to the middle you can take the Tower of London. If you control the tower, you end up getting additional resources. I think it's every resource except stone.
No ballistics for Leary. It's been very painful. He's missed a lot of value from this skirmisher army, and he's been making a lot of skirms.
Yeah, I think that's something he might realize with some of these engagements. And that town center is a little bit awkward. He will get pushed away here, but the bigger storyline is still the composition. Which comp is better? I know it's cheaper for Byzantines, but if Hera can get the camel upgrades, my money is on Hera tying this up with Byzantines.
Look at the eco from Leary, 54 on food right now. Hera's
is that
units are so
check the
cheap.
MTC. Check the MTC. Check the MTC.
MTC!
Oh my god!
Oh
Oh my god! Imperial Age Town Center underneath the castle. It will be denied at 70%, and that is game-ending.
These are the moments Hera needed. These are the moments Hera needed to get back into this set. Leary definitely doesn't realize yet. He's going to be like, wow, my economy is amazing. No, Imperial Age just got denied, and now you have to make a decision. Which TC do you go up in, or do you just hard commit to Castle Age?
Well, you got to win this fight. If you win this fight, you realize you fight past the emotions, and then you take it from there.
He's up again.
He's realized now. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's visibly frustrated. Big, deep breath. Dave, it was the perfect start. It was the 3-0 lead for Leary, and now to lose the 6th game like this could be so painful.
I think he still has a chance, potentially. I think he potentially still has a chance. Byzantines are very tough, but Leary is still ahead on population. 121 villagers versus 115. Res collected is still ahead for him, and he's expanding throughout the map. Usually Leary is the guy pressuring Hera, and Hera is trying to expand his economy. The roles have flipped a little bit here. Leary needs to buy himself time to get to Imp and get those upgrades.
This has been the closest game, I would say, of the entire final. It's been back and forth, and so the Trebuchet's there. From Hera, he's taking down the stables. I don't think he'll know that Imp was denied. Maybe he heard the shock of the crowd, but so far so good for Hera.
Manaspa are in.
What's happening?
Manaspa are in.
Where are the camels?
Leary needs to battle past that denied Imperial Age. Hera is not doing damage right now to Leary's economy. Leary is doing significant damage to Hera's eco. There were so many holes in this economy. He's killing villagers left and right.
Honestly, I can't believe it. Hera has felt so inevitable the last 2.5 games. I just thought that losing Imperial Age would be the game ender, but still the population is high for Leary. And it's still
going
not
out for
a
the
very big
trap.
army for Hera.
They're going out for the trap. Can he take it down? The camels are there. It's very, very difficult. He's got the pikemen as well, but it's not enough to take out that trebuchet.
Yeah, I think the problem now for Leary is he's still not killing camels, right? He just killed villagers, but that equaled out the villager count a little bit. He is no answer to the camel. And if you go Halb, which is your best option, Byzantines have hand cannons and they have cheap skirms to match it. Hera, of course, already with imp upgrades as well. Still an amazing position for Hera.
Castle in a defensive position there for Leary. He's going to try and hold this hill. Skirm camel is.
Oh, that's painful, dude.
It's not the best.
This is the
comp.
game. This is the game of denied upgrades. There's now a blacksmith researching bracer on the front that will be tread down. That is so frustrating.
Still no ballistics for the skirmishers as well.
Yeah. Oh man, Dave. I mean, again, 10 out of 10 the first 3 games, but maybe Leary's kind of slipped down to like the 7 or 8 out of 10. Hera maybe staying consistent with his 9 out of 10 every single game he's played, and it's evening out right now.
Leave Manaspa on the way for Leary.
It's a good upgrade.
He's going to try and play Skirm Manaspa against Camel Skirm. Camel Skirm is not really the ideal composition you want to be pushing with, especially when Leary has the threat of going to snipe those trebuchet. But Hera is in still a very good position. Denying Imperial Age was so big.
Still no imp upgrades. So I think that's something that he assumes he has. He had the market there. I just saw coinage on screen for a second, so a bit of a misclick there from Leary. But yeah, still no imp upgrades, still no bloodlines. There's a lot missing here.
Still no ballistics. For the 17 skirmishers. Could have gotten so much value with them. The Mangonel is coming out now. Gonna try and snipe the Trebs, or maybe the skirmishers from Hera. Don't think it's gonna last long. Halberdier is on the way, but the castle is being trebbed from that hill position of Hera's. Leary's gonna be forced to repair.
Hera has been able to turn this into his type of game. Booming, adapting, waiting for the late games. He has defended from the early attacks. Honestly, the fight in Feudal Age might have been the most important one, just so he could breathe here a little bit and get to this stage. And here we go, it's all building up towards the fight. Can Hera tie it up?
I don't see really any help here in this fight for Leary. The Camels are going to rip through the Manaspa. It's a wave of blue here as Hera goes under Leary's TC. It feels like he has to take this fight, but look at the population. Still 200 for Hera. Pop capped 148 for Leary. GG flies in.
3-3. You wanted the perfect final. This is it. And who's got the momentum now? It's Hera. And now we have to just go back after 3 games. We have to find what we said Hera needed to do, you know, check the mentals, reset, blah, 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 blah. And we just insert the same thing for Leary.
Leary needs it.
Yeah, he needs a reset big time. And part of what we said with Hera was find a map where it's not as dominant with the aggression early. So I think that's part of it for Leary, but in reverse, try and get back to your civs that can apply early pressure, but also the maps. But like, that's gotta hurt. We've all lost our imp TCs again before. The upgrades being missed, the army being lost. Fatigue starting to set in maybe. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and a best of 9 is very, very long.
And Hera's got that stamina. We've said it before. Hera loves these long sets. He loves the long games. He plays towards them. He played towards it here. He found himself actually in a position where he could be the aggressor.
Yep.
And he took the reins here. Leary struggling to defend. I think he thought he had ballistics. I really do.
I mean, so think about your typical timing.
Oh, God,
that
don't show me this.
Yeah, that was sad, obviously. But think about your typical timing when you're Leary. You go for the army early, you go for ballistics early, you ease into the town centers. That was very un-Leary-like to add the TCs, and so the typical timing's out the window, and so you think you have a few things. I think that's what that was. I'm not really sure if ballistics changes the game much. I just think that Byzantines, you need to pressure Byzantines more, and he felt like he simply didn't have the option anymore after he lost that feudal engagement. The feudal engagement was the biggest thing here. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that shot. 3-3.
Wololo, Londinium. 3-3 in our best of 9 grand final. You can feel the tension here. 3 wins in a row for Leary, 3 wins in a row for Hera. Who's going to take the next one? I think that'll swing the set heavily.
Yeah, Leary just going to grab a snack here, making me a little hungry, but not as hungry as the guy sitting right next to us.
With a pizza?
The multiple of you guys have a pizza right next to us. Now, thank you. That's very nice, though. I don't think I can eat in cast. They'd probably not bring me back. Oh, man, we got some merch out there. We've got the Age of Empires copies. We've been able to sign some of that this week. Crowd getting hyped here. Loey the Legend, let's go. Love to see it, guys. Love to see it. Should we do a poll right now on maybe who they think's going to take this final, Dave?
I think the results would have been very different after the 3rd game versus the 6th game.
We should have done it after every game and seen how the percentages change with the sound here.
Oh man. Boy. Well, let's see what, we caught up with Hera earlier in the week, so let's see what he had to say before we get into game number 7 here.
I think when it comes to me versus the rest of the competition, I just feel like I'm the player with the most complete package. With that being said, there's a lot of killers out there, and that could definitely cost me in the right moments. The 2 new maps make it so you have some kind of element of surprise. A lot of the other maps have been played and we know a lot of the strategies there, but the 2 new maps lets you kind of come up with something completely different, which I think is nice. Expect some surprises there.
We've got one of those maps remaining in the draft.
Yeah, we do.
We
actually,
have Blue Wells.
I think we have both, actually. I think Loch Ness has yet to be played. I think we will see that
Loch Ness
at some point.
Not
but
a new map, though.
Yeah, that's true. And then Loch Ness is like new, I think, for this for the
this
ladder
tournament.
qualifier or this tournament, yeah. And Stonefront, not a map I thought would be played too heavily this tournament. I have seen it a couple times.
Hera getting ready. Leary trying to reset. There's got to be an incredibly frustrating moment there when he realized that he lost his MTC. We could see it in his reaction. And he's been here so many times.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Similar situations.
That's the thing. Like, I almost don't want to repeat the numbers of how many times he was ahead, how many times it was close.
It's almost a curse
at
this point.
Yeah.
We need to break it.
Leary, he's got to come back to where he was the first 3 games. This best of 9 has become a best of 3, and the crowd heating it up here. There's no better time. Best of 3 for the championship.
Can Leary break the curse? Can Hera continue his reign at the top as Redbull Wololo champion again?
I'd like to see the draft.
7.
I'd really like to see the draft again here. We don't know the map yet. We'll find out soon, but I'd like to speculate a little bit. I know Hera's got a top pick of Dravidians. I would assume at this point that is going to be for Loch Ness just because of how water dominant that is. Hera hasn't had a lot of expression on his face throughout these finals, but I'm seeing a little bit more confidence now than I was after the first 3 games.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
What a comeback for him. What an accomplishment. You're down 3-0 against Leary. You're getting absolutely smothered every single game. And then you manage to pull out 1 win, 2 wins, and then that one right there. You make your own luck, right? He was the one trapping that TC, or killing it with the castle, rather.
Yeah, so kind of crazy that we're down to the final 3, and 2 of the 3 water maps are going to be featured. Rampart is the one that's excluded from that. Rampart is like full-on land pressure, full-on send it. I'm going to save that one for now. But like Blue Wells, I could see Japanese. I could see, well, we've got Rampart here. So we know the final 2 games will incorporate some water. Here, though, it's going to be the Flemish militia from the Burgundians of Leary, hoping to move out here and push. Leary, a bunch of things just happened there. He misclicked militia twice after canceling it, then a spearman, then a Flemish militia out of his barracks.
Slightly delayed then. Slightly delayed getting to the Flemish militia. We see Hera trying to take value against that villager. He's going to retreat towards the town center. He's going to pull away, though, so Leary will save the villager. Vikings is a slightly unorthodox pick here on this map.
It's an unorthodox pick, but if you're expecting Burgundians, maybe you could play in towards longswords at some point here. I think you've mentioned a lot, if you research wheelbarrow early, you can save your villagers on chaotic maps. Well, you start with it here with the Vikings.
I mean, also a map where you could get into farming a little bit earlier. Wheelbarrow benefits you more than maybe some of the others. Leary still with 3 Flemish militia. He's getting the wood upgrade now. Slightly cheaper for him, but Vikings have the better eco bonus. They get Wheelbarrow for free in Feudal Age, so that's instant at the start of this game. And then Handcart for free once Hera gets up to the castle. Flemish militia are here.
Without Wheelbarrow, multiple villagers die here. With Wheelbarrow, we will see nice blocking here from Leary. His scout is pretty weak, but he does get the first villager kill of the game. That's the strength of the Flemish militia. It's more so the long term. Can the Flemish militia be the answer, or will Leary have to switch?
Yeah, and what's the play here with Vikings? Like, the eco is great, sure, you can play into a crossbow, I guess, but you don't get Thumbring. Like, the land army is a little underwhelming for them.
We'll talk about it later, but Hera never expected this. I believe he expected Burgundians on Loch Ness.
Maybe.
So there's some options out there to consider for Loch Ness now for Leary, which might be question marks, but Hera's defended. He's lost just 1 villager. He likes to get those picks where if he doesn't take a lot of losses early, he's always got the better eco or the better position. That's what happened with Byzantines in Game 6. He's going to hold with Vikings now. He's getting foraging on Viking scouts. You don't see that every day.
Skirmishers, Flemish militia, going to be a pretty dangerous army, especially when Hera has to protect the villagers at the bottom of this hill. Hera's got some scouts. Vikings don't get bloodlines, so their scouts are a little underwhelming. Most of the land military options are pretty underwhelming.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Hera can't engage into this comp if it's fully upgraded.
Very
and
difficult.
Leary might have wanted to skip the upgrades a little bit, but he's gone all in on them. He's got the armor for the infantry and the skirmishers, and he has the range on the skirms. Very difficult for Hera.
And once
Maybe
again,
he can counter.
Once again, Leary, for the most part, avoiding hitting the villagers. He's going after the military first. He's forcing Hera to engage. Hera doesn't really want to pull his villagers away. He wants to delay long enough for Wheelbarrow to create a significant difference in the eco, and you can already see it reflected here in the total res collected.
It's also interesting Hera doesn't counterattack here. I mean, it would be pretty crazy. He's got exposed villagers, but Hera likes to sit and wait. He always believes in his ability to get enough military to match this, but the numbers are starting to look pretty tricky here, and he needs to find one of these armies.
10 Flemish militia are also no joke if Leary goes up to the castle edge, because they get an instant buff.
Yep, we got the attack on the front now as well. There's the attack on the front. Now Hera could maybe choose to use his scouts against this army, but it is still 4 Flemish militia.
With the armor.
With the armor. I'm not sure that's the perfect fight. That's really good micro from Leary. The sidestep on the archers was great. That's so good. Now
He's
where's
trying
the
to
rest
pick
of
the
the
bill.
army?
He's trying to pick the Vil. It's getting away with Wheelbarrow. He's in on the other side with the Skirmishers. Hera saves that villager somehow. The Skirmishers idling the villagers on the farms, but Hera is still alive. He's still got the army. He's adding a second stable in Feudal Age with Vikings.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be, Dave. It's not where you want to be. It's like all-in scouts with a civilization that doesn't get bloodlines. I'm getting flashbacks to that Ethiopians game. This is not where the Vikings want to be.
Stable.
Oh God, Hera has to delete his mining camp to get out. What is happening? What is happening?
This is so awkward for Hera. I think he's going to attempt a counterattack. He needs something. Leary is all over him. He blocks the villager's stable. Still denied. Wheelbarrow is helping, sure, but Leary is all over the front side of Hera's base.
It's not what you see, it's what you don't see now if you're Leary. You know there's archers out there because you didn't kill them. You need to have the recognition to keep some skirmishers at home.
He has an outpost.
Will the skirmishers be at home? If they're moving out, this is still a very big problem.
How quickly does he see? How quickly does he notice? Almost instantaneously, the houses are coming down. The scouts from Hera are getting value. The stable was finally up. 20 on food for Hera. Double stable scouts. The archers are trying to push in, and he does indeed snipe a villager. Nice counterattack there from Hera.
If Leary makes it to Castle Age, his Flemish militia instantly get a stat boost. You do not need to research a tech, which is incredibly strong with the timings here. He just needs to hold. Hera needs to clear out, I'd say, almost all the Flemish militia to even have a chance here, Dave. The archers are strong. They're not going to kill Flemish militia.
More weak villagers. More weak villagers. He gets another one. He's going to get another one here on the berries.
Oh, man. Leary is bouncing back, Dave. He's bouncing back.
20 seconds away from Castle Age and that upgrade.
There's villagers exposed, though. There's villagers exposed. This is still, could be a bit of a problem for both, but I still need to see that army on the bottom left of your screens. Villagers are going down. Castle Age is in now.
There's no Flemish militia forward. They died. He lost the Flemish militia a couple seconds before Castle Age comes in, but he does still have the ones at home. Great clear up from Hera.
I actually can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. I think you just back off there. You back off there, and you're clearing up Hera's eco right now, and we're maybe seeing...
I think he was busy.
Yeah, the GG. That's a great job from Hera to get the counterattacks, but Leary, not quite as inevitable with the perfection as he was to start the final.
I think that was just an excellent counterattack from Hera. His instincts told him, listen, this army is no good at home. I'm going to go forward. He distracted Leary, and he got those Flemish militia at the perfect time as we see the scouts now coming in against the villagers. Hera's eco is actually looking pretty good. Leary is ahead on total res collected, but not by much.
Yeah, and I mean, you're Vikings here, man. You're living the dream, trying to save your villagers. There he goes for a kill. He gets it. Scout gets away. Let's see if Hera can hold. Let's see if Hera can keep these archers in the south alive.
He doesn't.
There's not a very big skirmisher army anymore for Leary. So it wasn't just losing the Flemish militia. It was the lack of Flemish militia on the front that meant his skirmishers died as well.
The thing I noticed from Hera, he doesn't have much wood. If he wants to boom up, he's going to have to use the market, but I don't know if he has one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he does.
Well, if you can make enough knights and just get the crossbow bodkin upgrade, you might not need another archer here.
This army is going to be very dangerous. He's got villagers over here. The wood line is over here. The farms are over here. The knight is going to hit the gold at exactly the same moment for Leary.
Flemish militia are still pretty slow compared to handcart villagers. I guess they have the slightly faster speed still, but handcart could save Hera a lot here. He's got that other army on the back. Oh, but they're going to get hit.
I think they're going to die before the crossbow upgrade comes in. There's a stable there as well. Leary kills another villager forward on Hera's base. Excellent gate, excellent quick wall from Hera in a difficult position, but how long can he keep these villagers safe?
That's really well played from both players. Very well played from Hera, especially though, because he's been able to have the crossbows there as well. Leary's got the mobility there. He's also on the front, pushing in on the gold. That is a very saturated gold from Hera. He doesn't have much farming eco, so if he wants to make knights, this will be a problem. And the villagers are going to block each other here. You just can't move around.
The knight's going to try and get it, but the knight from Hera blocks it. So he saves another villager at 1 HP. Leary's going to get that one. He's going to get another. He's going to get a third. He's trying to clear up the crossbows on this side too, and he will. Hera is under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, but there's a knight coming from Hera. There's something coming. Never mind, it's dead. I don't know what it was, but it ran into Leary's base. Leary dealt with it immediately. But Dave, we've said this before about Hera. We've said this before about the Vikings. They can sustain so much pressure. They can hold on because of these eco upgrades. There's the market from Hera.
Yeah.
I think he's still got a really good chance.
Yeah, he's going to buy some food. He's going to buy some wood. He hasn't added that extra town center yet, but he's going to go heavy into military here. Double stable knights from the Vikings. Not really the meta choice. They don't get bloodlines. Neither does Leary, however, so we might just see 2 players spamming knights. Both don't get bloodlines, but Leary can get the Cavalier upgrade in the Castle Age.
He can, but crossbowmen are pretty damn strong. With these 2 players, they love their ranged units. And I think Leary right now, as he does land some nice hits with the Scorpion, he's got to be thinking, what about my skirmishers? If only I had a few more skirmishers. You can't go into it now. Skirmishers is just simply not an option. You got to fall back. You have to hold. The Scorpion was enough to hold. Husbandry's on the way, plus 2 armor's in. But yeah, maybe we'll see the Cavalier upgrade soon.
Cavalier upgrade on the way. He's got 10 of them. Hera has 6. Hera's eco kind of at the limit, even with handcart. We see the eco total res collected is higher for Leary, but Hera is the one threatening right now. Cavalier upgrade still 50 seconds away.
I think there's an argument to maybe jump on these crossbows before the numbers get worse. Like maybe run up the hill right at him. Again, it's just an argument.
Is there an argument to go for a counter raid right now if you're Leary?
Depends. It depends on Hera's positioning. Yeah, I actually like a counter raid with 2 units. I think he might have 1. Okay, so like you go in with 1 or 2. Hopefully Hera's not reacting, but that knight was actually deleted because of a monk back there.
Hera's gonna have to be so careful with these crossbows against Cavalier in the Castle Age with the +2 armor already.
Yeah.
Leary's got 12 of them.
I actually think it's really smart from Hera here. The knights are kind of tanks. The extra armor doesn't... Oh, okay, now he's getting extra armor. That's bad. I was so confident there.
Immediately invalidates your point. Congratulations.
In front of 3,000 people here. But anyways, I mean, obviously more technologies is better, but I think there's an argument that you want the numbers, because the crossbows and the monks are really the key here. If you can do it as well, that's obviously huge. He's only on 9 knights at the moment, though. So he does choose to upgrade these versus queuing up more knights.
These are the type of games. You see that Eco KD 13-3. He got so much damage, but these are the type of games. Hera usually has one of them against Leary in a final. He claws it back somehow. Can he do it this time? Can Leary apply the pressure? Can he do the damage against this really big army from Hera?
I really, because of how this series has gone, I really expected Hera to stay full on 1 TC here. For him to go immediately to 3 opens him up to some damage, but this is the Hera we were talking about. He will trust himself with the defense. And because you have Bodkin Arrow already for your town centers, or for your crossbows, it applies to the town centers, and you have outposts on the map, so you shouldn't be too surprised or too worried about these Cavaliers.
Devotion is in for Leary. So if Hera's really confident in just monk defense, he might be cut off guard. And I love this from Leary. This is the second time he's done this. He attacks at one area. He goes into the gold at the same time. He doesn't find anything in either, but he's forcing reactions from Hera. Meanwhile, Hera going forward with a counterattack of his own. How quickly does Leary see this?
I don't think Leary's expecting it. Well, he does react. He does see it. Definitely a bit of confusion there for Leary. He's like, where's your wood villagers? I don't understand. That's a very fast conversion. Isn't Devotion in?
No, he was charging that before. That monk stayed locked in. Devotion is in. Leary got that quite early as the counterattack comes in on Leary's base. He's got the Cavalier there. He's got some monks. I think he converted a knight. The Scorpion goes down, though. The Flemish militia still working away. And in the meantime, we have a counter raid. Things are getting crazy here. Leary is defending at home. He's also attacking forward. Where are the crossbows? They're kind of trapped in under the TC of Hera.
Hera had the map control, but maybe he felt like his economy was the key. He chooses to go for the eco. He's hopping out of his TC with the crossbows on the other side, Dave, but he is really struggling for military right now. He needs more numbers.
Yeah, good damage control, all things considered. I think a lot of people would have lost their entire army, plus all their villagers under that TC. Hera hopping in and out from the left to the right. Leary has to split away and save whatever Cavalier he can. Eco KD is still 18-4 in favor of Leary.
Leary needs to remember eco upgrades right now. This has been super military. There we go. He's going for Postal as I say it. We'll probably see horse collar and wheelbarrow, all of this. Amazing that he can actually find a moment to breathe, but that is it, right? If you can have this much time without Hera raiding you, that is just a lifeline in Age of Empires 2.
And Hera can never leave with these crossbows.
Exactly.
They have to camp under that TC. He can't leave against the Cavalier, and now there's a Mangonel here, which makes camping there even more difficult.
Hera's super heavy on stone. He's hoping to eventually, as Leary blocked, look at that. He blocks so that Cavalier can't kill his siege.
Does it get it? No!
Wow. I mean, that block saved that one extra hit, and the villager will come forward to repair that. But yes, point being, got to circle back here. Hera's hoping for a castle. He needs to win a fight to get a good castle here.
And even so, the castle will have to be super defensive for him. I don't know what that gets him long term. 3 villagers coming forward to repair for Leary. He's looking for opportunities with the Cavalier. I don't know if he's discovered the TC in the north, but he's definitely consistently trying to get value from the TC on the right side. He sees a villager there. Will Leary notice this and send the Cavalier in? Not yet.
Hera doesn't have much of an answer for the siege. The siege will become a real problem here. His answer would be converting a Cavalier and then using that, or his own knights. Those Cavalier have been forgotten. Man, if Leary only checks the left side, Hera's wide open over there.
That monk might chase him over there. That might be a bad idea from Hera to try and go convert that. It's going to chase the Cavalier into that wood line potentially. Such a difficult position here for Hera. The villagers are ready to repair. We have 3 mangonels on the hill. We've got 23 Cavalier versus 17 crossbow and 2 knights.
It's 2 mangonels now. Hera sniped one of them. Leary's hoping to position the siege. Cavalier are actually sitting on that gold as well. When will Hera build the castle? Where will Hera build the castle is the question. He's actually running with the relics.
He's taking the relics back.
That's insane. That's insane. I think Hera should castle maybe like left side TC if it eventually gets spotted. A castle anywhere around here is a problem, but that hill right there is actually maybe the best position.
Those Cavalier are coming in again at the back. Leary still hasn't noticed the TC on the left. He probably thinks Hera is just sitting on 2 town centers right now, but he might find himself some damage with these Cavalier. He's going to go after the monk. There's lots of villagers on stone. He's got an inkling of what Hera's plan is now.
The monk is between the vills. The units can't path in there, and so Hera brings more monks over. He actually converts.
But the Cavalier on the right. The Cavalier on the right are killing villagers under the TC. This is a crazy moment here. The mangonels are nuking the villagers under the TC. There's not enough room.
Leary has to be patient here. You do not force a fight. You stay on the hill. The siege range is everything. Hera will want you to go for something wild. Hera is going to go for something crazy. He knows he can't castle at home, but hold on a second. He is able to maybe clear up this siege. He's trying his best. He misses one again. Will he get the next one? I'm not sure. His crossbows will get hit. That's horrible. Villagers coming forward.
How quickly does Leary notice this? He's very busy on the front side. The rabbits are blocking. The bunnies are blocking the castle foundation, but it's gonna go up here. There's so many villagers. Leary will send villagers of his own to try and deny this, but look at Hera's economy. What's
my
gonna be
God.
left?
I have no clue. We have not seen this scenario all tournament, so forgive us if we miscall this one because this just does not happen. They are both going to be taking critical damage. It is all about adaptation. Dave, what do we even do with this?
I don't know what to say.
This is crazy. Hera's castle will go up. Leary needs to run. Berserk's actually become very strong here for Hera, and the fact that he still has all these town centers with villagers to hop inside is so good, but he did lose so many villagers, Dave. He's lost 45.
That's such a good castle, though.
Yeah, that saved the game.
That's such a good castle from Hera. What recognition to go forward for that castle. Leary is still forcing Hera to spend all of his time in the town centers. The res collected is still close somehow. Shout out to the Vikings, handcart and wheelbarrow, and Leary still hasn't seen this area over here.
I mean, in terms of comfort of play...
finally did notice the town center.
In terms of comfort of play, Hera's got 3 TCs versus, well, soon to be 4, I suppose.
No! Leary, hello?
Just passing. Oh, man. But in terms of comfort of play, you always prefer to be the guy that has the castle in the other guy's face. So, like, you can never really do anything about that, at least not with this economy. I actually think the counterplay to it is to do the same to Hera, or it's to just fully ram down his base, but Leary doesn't have the siege anymore.
Yeah, Leary's starting to expand his eco. He's still working away on that castle. It's 17. That's a great point by Vodka, our wonderful observer. 17 villagers idle from Hera. So you look at the 72 number at the top, it looks close, but with 17 villagers.
But what are they going to do?
I think it's time for another castle.
I thought it was just 1 castle on the contract, but apparently it's 2. Where do you even put it?
I think there's like 4 Cavalier underneath that, though. And the villagers are going down trying to attack the monastery.
Yeah, that's true. Hera can't afford murder holes. What a situation. I mean, yeah, Hera's economy is pretty bad then, Dave. And Leary's still making army, and Leary's still checking spots, and Leary's still hoping for damage everywhere. He's made it so difficult for Hera. The forward wood line is super exposed now.
This is such a fun game. This is why we watch Age of Empires 2. We don't really know what's happening. It looks like Hera isn't going to be able to survive. Great raid on both sides for Leary.
Yeah, Leary's like, go ahead. Build a castle in my base, because I'll just raid yours. You needed the defensive castle. Oh, and he finds more value. Having said that, I think Hera can hold there. I think he's maybe holding on the sides as well, getting more conversions. Hera's still in this game.
4 monks, 2 cavalier.
Dave,
for
this,
Hera.
obviously we don't know. This feels like the closest game in the final. It's 3-3. Odds are very good that whoever wins this game ends up winning the final here.
He's trying
Look
to
at
bait
that.
the Cavalier into the castle fire. The castle is burning. Let's see how quickly Leary can take out these villagers if Hera decides to go for another castle. There's so many
a
villagers there.
mangonel.
There's a mangonel here from Leary. The Berserks are out though, so he doesn't want to reveal that right away. Berserks still trying to bait those Cavalier in, and the Berserks will be there to counter that mangonel, so Hera will get another castle up in Leary's base.
Front of Hera's base, front of Hera's base. There's more Cavalier moving forward, front of Hera's base. He doesn't have the defense. That is such a consistent problem, and Leary continues to punish.
I mean, Hera has lost 65 villagers. It's going to be more this game. Another castle going up. The first one saved him. Can the second one drag this game back into his favor? I love the idea from Leary to keep adding town centers.
Yeah.
He knows that Hera will have to invest so much into just making more villagers.
That is 2 castles that basically deny the same 2 resources.
He did deny the relics.
So while it is like really cool and really exciting, that's not necessarily what Hera would have wanted coming into this. But I still think, like, I mean, score doesn't lie. That's some nice control. And Leary hasn't exactly expanded too far away from those castles. It's not like he's on the far sides. Like, that's the safest TC. He still isn't able to kill the town center. Sorry, Dave.
Handcard on the way for Leary, so now it's all evened up with the eco upgrades, essentially. Neither player has Horse Collar, which has to hurt this game, although for Leary, I guess he's been pushed off all of his farms, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
We have Hera on more stone there, maybe think about another castle. He's somehow survived throughout this. The Berserks are finally getting a counter raid. Leary is ahead by 20 villagers right now, but he needs to notice this.
Oh no, he needs to notice. He needs to notice, but he also needs to focus on the front, and that's the problem. And when you expand your eco like this, you are just so open to raids because you're not used to this. He's forgotten about that town center, Dave. He's not thinking about that area at all, and Hera should know, if he just takes the fight right now, Leary will continue to lose villagers.
Yeah, Leary trying to snipe the monks. The crossbows are doing so well. He will get one monk.
Hera's
After
holding.
a conversion.
Hera's holding.
Hera's getting so many villager kills over there. Leary finally notices. Hera killed so many vills under that TC.
I think Cavalier are just too expensive to keep up when you have to reboom, but maybe it's still just enough from Leary.
Look at the crossbow count. It's only 7
I
for
don't know what to
Hera.
think of this game. They just reset. They just reset, and now Hera's going to drop like
2 more town
two
centers.
more town centers far away. And Leary is too. This might be one of the best games of the tournament. It might be the best game of the tournament. We haven't really had those super long ones, but neither player's anywhere close to winning this one right now.
This is a crazy game. Let's hear it for this game. Royal Albert Hall. Fans are getting their money's worth here. It still looks like a game that Leary should close out, but we've seen this so many times from Hera. He just manages to take these ones back. He's only 15 villagers behind him.
I'd like to see the stable that's on fire underneath Hera's castles, because I just noticed something. Is that producing at all? Okay, so it's actually going to go down to the castle, but I think 4 or 5 Cavalier have maybe died to this castle because he's selecting all of his stables and sending his units that way.
Yep.
So there's some value that you get from the forward castles, but unfortunately for Hera, the stable will be taken out.
See Cavalier coming in. There's Cavalier in the north as well. Hera has to track all of this. He's in villager protection mode, though, and has been for the last, like, 20 minutes.
I know it's a lot to ask of a man who's on 5 town centers and has been double castle dropped by Hera, but I would like to see some Rams from Leary, because he's run underneath these TCs where there's no military so many times.
He's in on the gold.
You gotta add some siege.
The way that Hera just manages to survive these types of games.
It's ridiculous.
It's not fair.
It's ridiculous. But it's still low army. And we saw Leary punish that games 1 through 3. He's hoping to punish it here as well. Hera is on the way to Imp, which should mean forward trebuchets. But, like, what army? I guess still crossbows, right? Crossbows with bracer.
Hera is just banking everything on having some pressure from these forward castles and Leary not wanting to deal with that. Leary has 53 on food right now. The eco is looking fantastic. He finally did get Horse Collar. He's got 14 Cavalier, and that stable is no longer sending them right underneath that castle. So he should be able to mass up some units, but Imperial Age will be so confusing, I think, for Leary. The fact that Hera can even get there.
I'm actually curious when Leary will go Imp, and because of what happened before, where will the Imp TC actually be?
Oh,
I'm
in the
seeing
corner.
a University. You would hope, but like sometimes you just click it because you're rating everything, and this game's even crazier than the other game was.
I think as a follow-up game, you're not going to just click it anymore.
Yeah.
You're going to definitely pay attention. Hera goes through the gate. Handcart helping out so much. Wheelbarrow helping out so much. So many of these villagers would have died anyway. Leary always attacking at 2 or 3 spots. He's always trying to time his attacks.
He's on the way up.
So Hera doesn't notice one. He's on the way up. Which town center is that? It's I was going to say that's a safe option, but I don't really know, dude. TC selection has been a little underwhelming here. That is the MTC from Hera, but he's only 22 seconds away.
And actually,
so he should be fine.
There's no military buildings of value for Hera to even really focus on. So I think he will actually focus the town centers. And Hera's got 15 crossbows. He will have Bracer and maybe Chemistry. This will be a rough 2 minutes for Leary. He has the population lead, but Imp is in for Hera.
Look at that town center from Hera.
He walks across his opponent's farms to place a town center there.
And Leary's never been able to clear up those villagers.
Well, there's just too many spots, right? There's just too many areas.
Hera's always on top of these raids as well.
Yeah.
Sees them from a mile away. Leary's just hard stuck into this Cavalier. Might go Paladin immediately.
Look at the other, we got so much happening here. Where are the Trebs right now? 0 Trebuchets from Hera. That's good for Leary. It will be Paladin. This game has hit a state that Leary almost can't believe. I'm sure he's shocked to see his opponent is an Imp, and he wants to punish with his strongest unit. It is cheaper for the Burgundians.
Leary has killed more than 50 more villagers than Hera this game. Hera has eked out the 41 eco kills with those double castles forward, but Leary consistently killing the villagers from Hera. Hera just makes more.
Yeah.
Just makes more, and that's probably part of the reason he picked Vikings over
Can't fight this.
Not yet.
Yep, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. You gotta avoid that army. This is where it's kind of good that you're spread out with your own town centers. Maybe if Hera moves past the stables, you can consider it with that number. But you have to imagine that Hera will be locked in, waiting for that army to come in. Even the Paladin upgrade stable is something to pay attention to when Hera does have a Trebuchet out.
It's so tough for Leary to focus on one position here. I think it's much, much easier for Hera. Just those castles in the center splitting his base in half.
Yeah. Monks, though. Monks could be sniped.
Forward castle from Leary. Forward castle from Leary on that TC is going to apply a little bit of pressure, maybe push that north side. Paladin is on the way. It's still 2 minutes and 22 seconds, so it's
feel like
a long upgrade.
I feel like we need to see more military from Hera. I know that it's impressive he survived with the economy here, but he's up against one of the strongest units in the game. He's got to go for more military. He tries to go for a double gate, now like another gate to block the pathing and affect the pathing.
Final armor upgrade 2 seconds away.
Yeah, I think Leary should just take the fight, Dave. You see the gates, you back away. Maybe you wait for Paladin. But I like it now, because now you can fight underneath town centers. In Castle Age, it's questionable. Here you can be under like 5, 6, 7 town centers, all with different small groups of Paladins.
Yeah, Hera sees that castle. He pulls all of the villagers away. He's still got this double castle stack behind enemy lines. He's getting the unique tech for the extra +1 damage on his Arbalest, which should really help against the Burgundian Paladin.
Yeah, that's needed. I really like it. What I don't like is getting armor upgrades for your infantry before you ever get a single armor upgrade for your archers. You're going to get hit big time here. You have the damage and you have the range.
Hera's going to castle drop this, right?
Hera doesn't know about it.
But I think you do once you see it. All that Cavalier are there. Maybe you don't. Maybe you run away. Hera's going to have to save some more villagers.
Oh, man, this is Hera not being able to really pressure the economy from Leary catching up to him.
15 seconds away, Paladin.
He's reacting so much. Is he reacting too much? Will Leary be able to get raids in the north at the same time, Dave, near the castle? There's very good odds he'll be there.
Some point in this game, if Leary keeps up this pressure, Hera will not be able to notice everything. So far, he's done a fantastic job of it. He's going for a castle here. Paladin on both sides. Excellent gate wall there from Hera with a gate stand. Will the gate stand?
Gate stands. Gate stands. It saves the fight for him, which means the castle might go up. If the Paladins were able to close in there, it changes the
castle!
fight. The Paladins are going to run around. Hera doesn't have the builds. Hera has to go for more gates. He's still getting raided in the north.
The Paladin trying to get in on these Arbalists. The extra +1 attack is helping a lot. Leary going for the gate. The Paladin surrounding the Arbalist. Will Hera survive? That castle goes up for Leary. The castle is going to be denied for Hera, but he saves a lot of his Arbalists.
There's something we're missing. There's Berserks in the middle. Berserks in the middle raiding some of Leary's eco. Leary, he has noticed it though. He has noticed it. It's not that big of a threat. And yes, he's got the gold now, Dave. That's the biggest thing. He doesn't have the relics that Hera has, but he has more mineable gold than Hera does.
Yeah, like I said, 14 villager kills. At some point, Hera's going to fail to notice some of this. He goes for another castle here in the late game. On land, I would favor Burgundians over the Vikings.
100%, 100%. Hera needs something to mix in with Arbs. That's been the big question the entire game. At one point, he had Knights. He switched out of that. Then he had mainly Monks, but we haven't seen many Berserks except for raids. Pikeman is a good option here for him.
Leary has to take out those 2 castles at the back though. Okay. That's a bold castle for Leary. Let's see if Hera can stop that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of Paladins up there. He only had 1. Hera has no army up there. But you got to have some army to protect this. Crazy to me that Hera is castling that far in the back of his base. Leary, here he goes. Castle, what does Hera do about it?
Building with a lot of villagers. The Paladin are coming in from the other side. He might find the castle from Hera back here. Squires is on the way. Pikeman is coming out. Leary still hasn't taken out the 2 castles in the back of his base. The castle goes up from Hera. Perfect timing.
Yeah, but it's not perfect timing with denying the castle. That's a good raid, though. Hera's Berserks have kept him in the game. At least he's been getting some counter raids. He's still taking so much damage to these Paladins.
147 villagers killed by Leary this game. 150 now. He's going to kill some more. The Arbalists are over here. It's going to be hard for Leary to take a good fight against those.
If there's one thing that Leary has been missing this game, it is siege to take down fortifications. He is raided to death. It's been amazing, but he needs siege. There's the first trebuchet. I actually wouldn't hate Rams here, though it's not so good with his Civ. If he can add the siege, he can take down those castles. Like, Hera doesn't have a lot to protect those castles at home or on the sides of his base.
I think the one benefit of Leary losing that town center over there, or Hera killing all those villas, is his attention isn't as split anymore. He can kind of focus himself from that corner.
Agreed.
Maybe try and get a castle defensively to push back those 2 castles in his base. I think it's necessary that you take out that location. He's pushing the TC. He's trying to kill more vills. He sniped the Treb that was attacking his castle on the right. They're both playing at such a high level here. It's just who can outlast the other.
Hera can't keep losing villagers and survive this game. I'm sorry, I know it looks like he can, but he needs to actually make a push somewhere. And anytime he tries, Leary is there with army. Leary can always run away from the Arbs. He should run away from the Arbs. He can switch into skirmishers now, Dave.
And he's teching like Cav as well. So Leary's not just banking on the Paladin. If he runs out of gold, if he runs out of momentum, he's going to have the skirmishers and the light cap to fall back on.
Hera's relics must be fairly close, right? Like in the middle of his base, and like the.
He's got a couple in the back.
Okay, right
he's
there.
He's got some forward. He's got 3 there, and then he's got Leary's 3 underneath those castles. Another reason to take out those castles.
The thing about these types of games is, the player who's playing Cav, you're eventually going to lose a lot more up against the castles and whatnot. So as Hera finds more raids, Hera's just hoping to conserve that Arb mass and then just play cleanup until Leary runs out of gold. And I'd actually like to see the amount of gold remaining on this map.
Leary, please send the Trebs back for those castles. You need to take out that area. You have to get Hera out of the backside of your base.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't mind the raids. He's still finding value. Hera's still building town centers in exposed areas of the map. And we know Leary likes to wait for 4 trebuchets for the killer blow, Dave. So it might be close.
There it is. He's doing it. He's going to snipe the Treb from Hera. He's going to take out that castle. If he takes out both of them and the monastery, he gets Burgundian relics, 3 of them. That can really help his cause here. 104 villagers for Hera. That's the lowest amount in a long time.
Hera's Arbs get 2-shotted. I mean, Paladins are going to do well against them regardless, but like no armor upgrades means his Paladins get some really nice value there. His Arb count is the key here. We actually have Paladins attacking the castle again from Leary. He still doesn't notice these Berserks, by the way. How many kills do these have?
And the Paladin are sitting right there. Leary just doesn't notice them. 35 villager kills for the Berserks. Hera's done such a good job counter-raiding.
Oh, man.
Leary has 204 villager kills this game.
Leary needs to notice that, though. Leary needs to notice his Civ is more expensive units. It's tougher to rebound for him in many ways. If he does notice that once, I don't think it'll happen again because the castle will be taken down, which means no more sneaky Berserks from Hera.
I think if you're going to break the curse here, If you're Leary, you gotta win a game like this.
Yes.
You have to stop Hera in a game like this.
The raids.
Losing villagers against the
The
Berserks
raids.
is not a good start. He's lost like 40 villagers to those. More villagers going down on this side. Hera is pushing in with everything he's got. I think he's sensing that this might be his moment, but the castles are going down behind.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what the Berserks have killed. But Leary has no choice but to move forward now against the Arbs. But it's Pikemen now. You know, if Hera can get his other unique tech, that would be really helpful for these Pikemen. And it's becoming the type of game which the Vikings can actually win. They have a big group of archers, and they have the very strong Pikemen.
Yeah, Leary is clearing everything up from the back of his base, though. He still has more map control than Hera. He's going to be able to get those relics hopefully soon. He's got the castle going up on the hill. There is a Treb, though, attacking his forward castle, and that's going to go down. Nice concerted push here from Hera. A very dangerous army with that +1 attack.
That's a lot of vills, though, for Hera. It's the problem with expanding so far into your opponent's eco. That's a lot of villagers.
And the
Leary
Paladin
will notice
notice
it.
They notice them.
If Leary gets ballistics on his skirms and gets like 8 ranges, I think he's in a very nice position. But Hera has gold again somehow. So Hera could, in theory, make Berserks. What a game.
What an exhausting game for both of them. What an exhausting game to cast, but it's been super fun, and we see the villagers once again. Those were the forward castle villagers running away again from Hera as Hera pushes in one more time. Can Leary kill that Treb with the Trebs of his own? He's launching away, he's missing his shots. Hera takes out a Treb
Oh
from
man,
Leary.
those are the most inaccurate trebuchets I've seen in my entire life. What are you doing, guys?
Can he hit the shot?
That's a castle from Leary for the stone
We'll
and the
find out
gold.
next time.
I mean, more than anything right now, I think it might come down to the fight. Pikeman will go in for that Treb.
He gets it!
He gets it. He'll lose his own. But can he take down the Treb and keep the castle up as he builds the castle in the north, Dave?
Castle in the north on that gold, on that stone. That's the one remaining gold, I believe, for Hera. Leary now pushing through the center. That's a powerful army. 66 military for Hera, 59 military for Leary, but we look at that gold value, 7.7k versus 5.4.
Look at Hera ratting it out. He's still got villagers around, but the Trebs will move in from that position. I don't think Hera's expecting that. And if Leary can go snipe those 2 Trebs right now, he can just back away with his Paladins, keep his
Ballistics
castle
on
up.
the way. Very necessary. He missed that on that critical game on Volpine. He didn't have it for the skirmishers. He's going to have it here. He's also grabbing his relics, so Burgundian relics will begin to tick here for Leary. And Hera, he can only run so far. Leary finds those villagers finally. A little bit of revenge for him. Killing the villagers in the corner.
Repairs on those trebuchets are really important right now for Leary, and repairs on that castle. I think his castle falls. So well played from Hera. He'll probably take that down. That doesn't mean the villagers are killed. Hera's right back now. We're snowballing towards one big fight, aren't we,
There's
Dave?
still 40 Paladin. There are 40 Paladin on the field. I know they're Burgundian Paladin. I know they miss Bloodlines, but still an incredibly powerful unit.
And where are they going?
I think Hera is matching them with his Arbalest. He's trying to follow them, but they don't have the mobility of the Paladin. Leary is going to come in here. He's got 3 Trebs there. I don't know if he wants to fight directly under this castle, though. It's Pikeman and the Arbalest.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. You can't tell the unique tech is in. It doesn't change the graphic on the unit. Hera's got the Arbs from the hill. Leary feels if I take the Trebs, I can get out of here. And if I get out of here, my castle protects me.
Takes the Trebs.
He'll leave.
He leaves. I think he was pushing in at the same time on the other side. He's got Paladin underneath there. Not too many, though, and Leary is going to be very patient with his Trebs. He's going to find his opportunity, let the castle do the work against the Pikemen. Total population, 191 for Leary, 171 for Hera.
Outposts are your best friend here, Dave. Left corner, Leary's got a gold. There's resources all around, actually. Both players need vision, and it's something that neither player's really been doing a lot of because the fights have been so active. Herbal medicine, so the Paladins will heal up. That's a lot of mining there for Leary, who will drop another castle, very defensive there.
Both players have the stone for another castle, even after Leary completes that one.
Love that from Hera. Counter-attacking with the Paladin he converted. Hera's now with 4 Trebs. Can he protect the Trebs?
Herbal medicine have healed up those Paladins somewhat. Some more Paladin on the way. The skirms are behind, so he's going to try and snipe the Arbalest. I don't know if Leary can save this castle, though. The castle goes down. He's not able to take out the Trebs yet. More Paladin reinforcing. It's a big army here from Leary, but Hera has such great control over the pikemen and the arbalist. He's going to hold on.
Trebs are expensive. If you lose your Trebs here, you could be in a bad spot. And Hera has noticed Leary on the right side. He's dropping his own castle on that. And all the military attention, as we've seen so many times in this game, is on the other side.
Now Leary's going to try and take this fight, but Hera's got those +1 arbalists. Still, the arbalists are dying to the skirm. Still only the first armor upgrade on them. Doesn't help against the paladin as the pikemen are now being whittled down by the skirmishers, but Hera is pushing this back.
Unbelievable.
Hera is incredible.
One of the best games we've ever seen, because it's one of the biggest moments we've ever seen, right? That's what makes a game so much better. I think Burgundian Vineyards could be a big game changer here, though, for the Burgundians. You get gold income from your farms.
He's getting guilds. He's floating a lot of food. He still has an incredible farm eco, but like you said, Burgundian Vineyards.
Yeah, I'd like to see bombard cannons, a couple siege workshops from Leary to just poke and prod those trebuchets and arbalists to really kind of skill check Hera to make sure he's microing properly. Makes so much sense here. But it's starting to snowball. At least like the castles are starting to get taken out. And those raids are not insignificant from Hera. He killed a lot of villagers with the castle. And like, I don't think Leary was planning on losing those resources anytime soon.
See that villager over there? Is Hera going to find that gold in the corner? Is he going to attempt to take that? Leary's going to lose another castle, but he's adding 2 more behind this. Hera is pushing this back in a way that only he can. The patience on this guy, the belief in himself when he was getting raided like crazy.
We are 10 minutes away from a score victory here. 10 minutes. At 1:15, it doesn't feel like we're there because the game's been so active. At 1:15, whoever has highest score will actually get the win.
And I don't know if either player is thinking that right now because it's been so wild.
Well, Hera had a score victory. Yo also had a score victory. It's happened enough times, but I agree. Like, I was thinking it was at 45 minutes right now. From all the action we've seen, it kind of feels like Leary might take this fight, Dave. We might just see that we might not get to score. It might come down to whoever wins this fight.
Final armor upgrade coming in for Hera. Leary trying to hold this castle. He's got the paladin. They're extremely powerful.
Oh,
we have the arbalist behind. Stack patrol in. He's going to take the pikemen out early, but how many paladin will be remaining? By the time this fight is done, the Trebs are going to take out the castle.
The pikes
will the
are
arbalist
dead.
go down?
The pikes are dead.
There's none left.
The castle will go down. Hera will finally lose his trebuchet.
Score switch for Leary.
I don't know if Hera can ever get back that population. And if that castle spotted as well, this can be the game.
The paladin needs to go over there. Hera's trying to mass up another army. He's got 45 pikemen in the queue, but only 12 arbalists. He's lacking on the gold. The paladin are still pushing in. Leary does not notice that castle yet. It will go up.
Yeah, but there are Trebs around. If Leary notices, he obviously has to save the villagers and get the Trebs there right away. Hera will always pop back up here because he has a very cheap unit at play and because he has lots of defensive castles. This is not over.
That castle might force Leary into that corner, into discovering that gold.
And the notification that just popped in their headphones of 100 years remaining might put Hera in a position where he says, I can't push easily. I might need to sit back. I might need to be patient. Score lead is for Leary, though.
Score lead is for Leary. It's not much, though. It's not much. Remember, all the players know heading into every game that we have a 1 hour and 15-minute timer.
Yeah.
In the game, the victory condition is time limit, and we might be going there for a hype finish here in game number 7. Leary trying to reverse the slide. He's finally getting masonry. That's actually a big deal that he didn't have that for so long.
Any technology you didn't have is a big deal because it does slightly increase your score. We're not quite there, but at a certain point we might see some funky things here where players try and increase the score. But I think Leary's kind of like, I'm playing patient, bro. I'm not raiding you anymore. Yep. I'm not losing expensive units. You come to me to reclaim the score.
Yeah, and the pikemen are all going down for Hera. Every kill adds to Leary's score. He's only 400 ahead right now. If he notices those Trebs in the corner, he can take out that castle. He's going to take a fight here. I think he's really relying on herbal medicine if he clears out the pikemen.
I think
but
he won the fight.
That is not a great fight for Leary. Good job from Hera pushing forward with the pikemen up the hill.
That's a horrible fight for Leary. You have a castle there. You fall back to the castle. Hera can never engage. Maybe the previous fight ended up like kind of deceiving him, but I think he won that fight because his units were stacked up when you take the fight in a straight line, it completely changes
Forward
the value.
castle for Hera, and the score is switching back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's Hera on top, it's Leary on top. We have the skirmishers on the hill. The villagers are coming forward. How many paladin are here? The pikemen are out of position.
Yeah, there's more paladins on the way. The foundation is actually blocked, which means Hera has to back up, and the skirmishers are still taking some good engagements here.
And the score is still flipping.
Yeah.
The score is still flipping. Leary also might have noticed those trebs on the side. I'm not sure. He still hasn't seen them.
No, he hasn't. Okay,
He's adding the
adding
monasteries.
now. Okay, so monasteries, because they build so quickly and they cost the same as most buildings, allows you to get more buildings out, which means it can slightly increase your score.
Leary needs
he
to
is
use his
fully
food, dude.
focused on the score. He is already dropping the monasteries, which will be incredible. Hera should go for techs that don't apply. He honestly has most of them, but I think university. We might even see boat technologies be researched here.
Treadmill crane is amazing for building those monasteries faster
Yeah,
as well for
yes.
Leary. So that's a priority technology right now.
But like, you can't build the monasteries in front of your opponent's buildings. Like the middle ones, I actually think there's an argument, and I know this is weird, but if you're gonna lose a building, you might want to delete it so your opponent doesn't get the score here. I don't know. I've never been in this scenario before.
I think so as well. Hera's going to see those. He's going to see Leary playing towards that score victory. We have 7,000 food in the bank. Leary's still in the 184. I think he's under the impression that he can't queue units here. And Hera signals that and says, hey, man.
I'm going to guess that's a misclick. I could be very wrong. I think that signals a misclick. There's a lot going on here, but maybe he was saying, I see it. Now, when he does see it, he can match it, Dave. And he's still got a little bit of time. But the clock's ticking here for you, Hera. Hera had his own score win at one point in group stage. He should know.
Killing a castle is a big swing in score.
Yeah.
We might see Hera go ahead here.
Oh, and
Leary's also
killing
trying to
paladins
kill
too.
some villagers.
Killing paladins as well. I actually think this is a benefit for Hera. I do not know. But if those paladins die, it's so much of a bigger loss here.
Murder
for
Holes
Leary.
is coming in for Hera.
Yeah.
He loves that tech.
I think it swings 25 years.
The TC is going to go down as well. Leary's not really queuing units. Leary's not really getting kills anymore. Hera's coming in here and killing villagers. Score switch for Hera. Leary needs to win again like this if he wants to reverse the curse.
Monasteries better be really damn good because he's not taking any fights to keep every unit he can alive. Hera, 20 years, score lead, and massive population lead.
Yeah, and Leary just wasn't producing units. He's still not producing units.
He switched to the score win way too early here. He wants to save his res. He doesn't want them to be in queue, and he can no longer win the fights. But I think Hera has just pulled out a victory, which I just cannot believe. He's about to go up
14
4-3.
years. 14 years. Hera is ahead on score right now. Leary's trying to look for a big fight. He's got the skirmishers coming over. Will this switch? It's less than 1,000 score away.
Go Flemish Revolution. I don't know what it costs, but maybe attempt it here.
Not enough time. I think not enough time for it. The Arbalists are going down. The score is getting closer. 8 years.
Hera's going to do it. 5 years left to go. Score doesn't matter anymore if Hera has the lead. Hera is going to do this. Leary will not believe that he has lost 4 straight after how fast, how strong, how smooth he looked the first 3 games. But it will happen, and Hera will go up 4-3 in our best of 9.
GG comes out from Leary. 4 wins in a row from Hera. You said it before, he feels inevitable. He is pumped up.
Wow. No words, but wow. Easily one of the best games we have ever seen. One of the best games, if not the best game we've seen this tournament.
How?
How
did he do it?
Just defense. Just never say die. He never was really losing his army. But actually, you know what? More than that, the forward castle, Dave. The forward castle saved the game. The 2 forward castles saved the game.
And Leary had nothing to defend against it.
Yeah.
What a game.
If I were to draw up a script in which you would retake the momentum and possibly frustrate and do deep emotional damage to your opponent, it would have been the last 2 games, right? Like destroying the MTC in the 1, and now this game. Crazy.
We've been saying this for the last 2-3 games. Leary needs a reset. We thought he was in such a good position.
Yeah. I think, I could be very wrong, could be guessing, but I think admin said, are you good to go? Do you need a break? And Hera said, I'm good. I think he's like,
I would
let's stay
too
locked
after
in.
4 wins in a row.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Let's watch the highlights. Let's watch the kills that Leary got early on the villagers. Wheelbarrow and handcart helping out Hera a ton. Flemish Militia doing the damage. I think there was a moment here. Hera came forward with these.
This
and
here.
Leary loses his Flemish Militia right before he gets to Castle Age.
Game genuinely could end if he just clicks back once and doesn't lose his army there. The situation we just saw is never
Right
a conversation. Yep.
5 seconds away.
5 seconds away. Click him back. You then deal with the army from Hera at home. You have a very big lead, and then this turned into, I mean, I don't know, just complete and utter chaos. It was a base trade.
The castle was a stroke of well, the castle was just desperation.
Desperation.
But it worked.
But hey, there's a lot of geniuses in this world that were desperate at one point, right? So that's kind of what it was. And yeah, it's genuinely the only thing that could have maybe saved the game. I still wonder what happens if Leary goes Rams this game. I still wonder if Leary does a slightly better job at dealing with the raids, how this game goes. But like, again, Hera created this chaos, and Hera was able to keep, feels weird to say when he's lost 200, but Hera was able to keep villagers alive that never should have been.
Beautiful moments as well for Hera, right? Just finding value against the Paladin when no other player would. The gate walls, forcing that other army to not engage. Then the raids with the Berserks. He probably killed 30, 40 villagers down there. Then this army that he had, the big clear up for Leary. And there was no follow-up for Leary because I think after he got this army, he started playing towards score. He probably should have just continued pushing out.
Well, that one fight after this, which may or may not be on the highlights, was really the big thing for me. Hera didn't have siege to push him after this. So I think after this fight, you don't even need to take the fight, exactly. Hera did nothing to force the fight. Also, like, if he notices that castle on the left right there, he would have denied it. Yeah, here, this fight. You back up to the hill. I don't even think all of his paladins are engaging on the hill. Maybe they are. But the other engagement went so well that he simply thought he would own that fight. I actually think he thought he'd win the game there. He does not. And we're back to it. So, a couple things here. We haven't seen a lot of boats in this final. We will have boats in the next 2 games. We will have, sorry, not Thames. Loch Ness is one of the maps. And then you're going to have to forgive my memory. It's another map that has water. Deep Wells, Blue Wells. Yeah, exactly. We've got Wu in Japanese and Huns for Leary. I really like those civilizations for the fishing and like lands combination. For Hera, he's got like 1 civ. Sorry, 2 civs, which I think would make sense. So Dravidians and Armenians, but he just needs 1 win now.
Let's get some energy going for these players, especially for Leary. 4 wins in a row for Hera. Let's hear it from the crowd. Let's get pumped up here before game number 8 in our best of 9 final. Hopefully we can go the distance. It will be either Blue Wells or Loch Ness.
Leary picked Loch Ness. I think he picked it because Hera lost a lot of games there. I say a lot, I think it was 1, but I guess that's a lot. I kind of like Blue Wells because Hera's just been like booming and defending, and I don't think Blue Wells really allows you to do that. And then you get the big momentum swing, and then you take it into Loch Ness where you're feeling comfortable. That's my feeling. But obviously, he might have a trick up his sleeve for Loch Ness here, Dave.
I mean, you're looking at the civilizations. He's got Armenians. He's got Britons.
Yeah,
Dravidians?
My
Dravidians
guess,
is probably it.
My guess is Britons was probably a backup for one of these maps.
Or a fan service as well.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, at least it's up there. Sorry, guys, but I don't think it's going to be picked here in London. I could be wrong. But if there's one thing I learned, if Hera does play with Britons, Britons will be very energetic, very supportive, very loud in a good way crowd. Okay, I got like 1 person laughing.
Could be Huns as well,
yeah,
for Leary, if we're going Loch Ness. I'm not certain what the map is. I think they're in right now. And we are indeed going to see Loch Ness. Let's see if Nessie can bless this game for Leary, get us to a game 9 potentially, or if Hera continues his dominance with 5 wins in a row.
It would be, as Leary gets the scout kill there to start off the game, it would be on par with what has happened before if Hera can turn this around, end up getting a win, which would be heartbreaking for Leary. But also, as Leary loses his scout, it would also be even sweeter for Leary if he can bring it back and end up winning this 5-4.
If he can somehow stop the bleeding. He's got Wu here. He's matching up against Armenians. We saw Viper play Wu on this map yesterday, and he actually had a really good start. He just couldn't quite figure out the follow-up. Armenians is also very, very good here. Second dock for Leary.
Losing the scout there actually changes a lot for both players because there's a lot of different openings you can go for. In Hera's case, he is to respect the Wu man-at-arms because that's been common.
Does he see that dock?
He saw the first one. He'll
think
see
he
the
does.
second one.
Great scouting from Hera.
And Leary also didn't scout the archer opening from Hera. So if he knew about that, he probably would have one of the fires positioned more towards the middle. Now he sees the archers, and there goes the fire.
I can't quite find that villager with the fire. Hulk coming out now for Hera. Looks like the spearman goes down.
I think Hera should go to the outside right now. We've seen this before. The archers can't go through the middle. Let's see him try it. But like sometimes you get caught in no man's land if you wait too long. I like going to the outside here.
Leary's resources looking good. He's adding a Hulk of his own. The spearman is just exploring the eco a little bit. Nessie is here.
It exists.
Wow. The Loch Ness monster.
So far,
this game.
Hera has been a monster the last 4 games, and he's still keeping the archers in the middle. So maybe the thought process is to use the archers against the ships. He did do that in the Roman-Spanish game, but it is a pretty big investment that might not necessarily pay off. What do you think about those walls there from Leary?
I like the walls through the center. He's going for the market as well, but the spearman is actually there at the wrong time, so Leary didn't start building that. It's actually super unfortunate for him. Very fortunate for Hera there.
Hera's making a run for it. Spearman's there. Spearman's going to be the MVP here.
He's going to try and go in. He's going to try and go in, but the walls come down from Leary.
Uh-oh. I mean, if Hera kills the villager but loses all of his archers, this might not be worth it for him.
He's losing his navy too. The Hulk is still alive there from Leary. He's got a couple fires here as well. Leary sends another villager. He's going to get just enough on those walls to keep the archers out and then turn his navy over towards these archers and clear up this army potentially.
Yeah, nice job. Honestly, I think Hera overall pretty happy with the value he's gotten so far, but Leary will trap the archers. He won't take big eco damage. He might even bait with the fire and say, hey, it's weak, kill me. Yeah, he doesn't even care. Well played from Leary. Without the walls, he might be completely dead here.
And Leary's going to be up to the castle age quite soon. Same with Hera though. Very balanced eco for both.
It feels weird, but I think we might see cav archers from Hera, and not a big commitment, but right now you've lost all your archers, and you need a fast unit to get to the other side without big investment.
We saw him yesterday when he lost the water. It was in an uncomfortable position against Viper.
Yeah.
I think Viper probably overextended against him. We were both in consensus there, and Hera managed to boom his way back in, but if Leary doesn't overextend and if he manages to hold the water, it's very difficult to get back onto it once you've been kicked off in this map.
Really curious on Leary's priorities here. Sometimes when you've lost your scout, you forget about key elements, or more likely, rather, it's like you don't feel the confidence you can move out to key elements. And the relics on this map, on the right and the left side, are huge. And so I think as we see the highlight here, this was game-saving, series-saving from Leary. Wondering if we'll see any monks go for the relics here.
Nice snipe on the villager from Hera, but then he gets stuck out in no man's land on this marsh, this crossing. And a great job from Leary to come in with that villager and finish the wall behind.
Yeah, Wu villagers actually build houses a little bit faster. Hera ejects from his dock there, has quite a few boats, but...
Wu also get careening for free.
That's nice.
In Castle Age.
That's really nice if Hera's going for galleys. That doesn't help all that much otherwise. Or I guess that would be, yeah, no, that's right. Hera going for the ships here. It feels like in the long run, if you don't have water on this map, you really struggle for resources because all the gold around the water.
Another dock from Hera. He already lost one dock on the left side. He's going for a third here. Medium warships upgrade is on the way for Leary. He's going to be significantly ahead. By the time Hera gets to Castle Age, he's already going to have that upgrade and the Bodkin Arrow upgrade. And he mixed in the galleys really early too, so this becomes very awkward for Hera.
Yeah, Hera wanted so badly to have the fire numbers, but...
Another sneaky dock.
Doesn't really have a lot. Yeah, they're just going to commit so much to this.
You can tell he really doesn't want to lose water. Like he did yesterday, and it was such an uncomfortable position. He just always wants to have some presence there.
What's Hera's plan here? Obviously, I think this game goes on for a very long time. He's shown us the last couple games he likes to boom. I think with his setup, it would make sense. Can he survive with these ships before the upgrade, though?
I don't think so.
Oh, man.
I don't think so. There's no way. 32 seconds left until the upgrade comes in. Full wipe there for Leary, but it's still 3 docks alive for Hera.
I wonder if Hera will try using monks against the Navy here. I guess he's going to need the monks against the Jean swordsman. Yeah, that's the thing. Leary can still run through. It's his walls. He's built a gate there. He'll be right into Hera's eco.
A little archer surveying the back of Leary's base. It's fully walled back there, though. He's protected against the raids. He's sending the Jean swordsman forward. He's going to look for some value, but Viper's tried this before, and Hera successfully defended against it as well.
Well, Viper went for full armor, and monks were incorporated. That doesn't help against the monks. That was because Hera had archers. Leary dealt with those archers. There's no hole there. Hera's played so well. There's another sight of the Loch Ness Monster, but still lots of micro in the middle. Hera's recovered the numbers way better than I expected here.
Yeah, Hera's done a very good job, and he's getting siphons already. So he already has the university up. He's getting siphons for his fires, but still some really good value here from Leary. I'd love to see him mix in some more Hulks, and he's doing it right now. Hera doesn't have that massive war galleys to snipe the Hulks.
Yeah, that's really brutal for Hera. You get an upgrade, and you're hoping it benefits your ships, and then your ships are all dead. Your ships are all gone. Does convert the Jean swordsman, though. And consistently, when Hera will play a defensive style game and he converts a fast unit, that unit's always going to the opponent's base.
Nice job there from Leary with the Jean swordsman. You got to start thinking about the relics on the outside, whether you want a wall on the outside as we see this fire stuck in here. Doc not in the greatest position. He's stuck against the dock and the rocks over there.
The dock and the rock. Sounds like a 7 out of 10 bar.
Thanks. And we have fishing ships coming in now for Leary. So he's extending his eco on water.
Did you just thanks me?
Cool story, bro.
Okay.
Another dock coming up from Leary as well. So he doesn't think that Hera's going to continue investing. He's correct in that. Hera has not invested into any more ships. He's adding more TCs, and Leary will add one more TC himself and then add the fish.
Yeah, fish is huge here. It was a good job from Hera. Sometimes when you lose water, you just don't want to lose it too fast. And so here, he's kind of forced an investment from Leary, which he wasn't counting on economically, and now Leary will inevitably do it. I think Leary needs to get fishing lines and gill nets, though. If he doesn't get those upgrades, there's the first one. I think it's going to be pretty good economy from Hera in comparison with additional vills.
Hera also grabbing the relics. He has one already. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 3. He'll spy the second town center in the back, and he actually might see the third one with that archer, so good scouting. That unit back there.
Yeah, to any tech tree nerds out there, I think Hera is well aware he can go for Warrior Priest, but he's actually made a lot of monks because he saw Jean Swordsman. But I'm not sure if the Warrior Priest would beat a Jean Swordsman 1v1. Maybe it's actually best to go for full-on Warrior Priest to get the relics.
More fishing ships coming out from Leary. He needs them because Hera is ahead at 1,000 res collected. Now, a lot of that is at the bottom of this little lock here because Leary has the KD advantage, 27 to 12. A lot of that has been invested into dead units, but still, if you get the water control, you have to capitalize on that.
Yeah, so this is one of few maps in this format and in this tournament where it's extremely hard to finish the game. It just is. Because if you have a lead, it doesn't immediately snowball. Like the water right now, that helps Leary, but it gives him a lot of long-term control, and there's still a lot of other things to focus on. And it's the same with land. Like there's a lot of areas to expand, so you need patient decisions. We're talking stone walls, castles on hills.
Eco upgrades.
Eco upgrades. Playing towards cannon galleons, or in the case of the Wu, the Lu Xuans. All those are so critical.
There we go. Gill Nets is on the way in. Eco upgrades are happening here for Leary. I think 11 fishing ships is probably enough in this situation. It's got 66 villagers. So does Hera.
Yeah.
So neck and neck here on the villager count. Leary now going for outposts on the sides is very nice. He's going to run into monks over there. Doesn't want to give Hera any free conversions.
I mean, Hera's got 3 relics already. I think he's about to get a 4th.
Speaking of Wu.
Actually, hold on. Archer saved? Heal him!
It.
Heal him! Oh.
He blocks!
Oh, nice.
No. He has nothing else to do.
Yeah, that's true. He's a nice guy.
It's a stalemate in the center. Let's see what Leary's plan is here. He's got 400 wood and 600 gold in the bank.
Yeah, I actually really think this is annoying for Leary. To have monks on the shoreline when you have that many fires,
yeah.
You actually have to invest into galleys and potentially more upgrades as well, just because of the presence
Look at the
of
relic
monks.
situation. Leary has not contested those at all. He's going to find out there's no relics over here. Hera's going to have all 6 relics, plus the extra run for Armenian. So he'll have 7 relics on the field. Where is his fortified church, though? I think it might be at the front. I think I might like the forward castle again.
Yeah.
Similar to what Viper did. from Leary. Just don't invest into another one after that.
Well, yeah, or go Imperial Age or something,
or you
right?
could do
Go
that.
in. Let me cook for a second.
Okay.
You're in Hera's position. Your opponent has water.
Yeah.
They've done nothing to go for relics.
Nothing.
Their other option is right through the middle, right? So if there are other options right through the middle, what about some like houses and whatnot? Just anything to like prevent a castle spot in the key area. Is that too crazy?
Well, there's the castle from Leary. It's on the side. I'd love to see him wall off that other side. Lock down this one with the castle, wall off the other one, and then just play water.
Interesting. Yeah. Also dropping the monastery in a little bit of a panic.
Hera on the way to Imperial Age first.
Yeah. I think Hera will see the monastery being built with that many villagers and probably know Leary will go up as well. And we're both on the way to Imp here, folks. This has been a long final. It has been pretty much the perfect final. I think the only thing that'd make it better would be Leary winning this game and taking us to game number 9. Thank you again. I know it's been a long day, but thank you so much for your support, both for the players and for the cast here, Dave. We've got to start thinking about those late game techs here.
Went the distance on the AoE 4 final. It was a hype finish. Hopefully we get there again with this one. We've got Imperial Age on the way now for Leary. Hera has the advantage there. Hera's still ahead on res collected despite the fish in the middle area for Leary. So really, really efficient eco there for Hera as he begins to add the barracks.
Okay, so unique techs.
He's bringing them back already.
We've got to start with Hera's unique techs here. Ferreters does benefit your Warrior Priest. I think more likely it's going to be all about champions here for Hera. That's probably the best land unit for this Civ. Also, the next unique tech benefits your Navy. So if you can get back onto water, having that extra range with the Dromans is huge. On the flip side, Leary's got really the one unique tech, which I think is helpful. That one there, Sitting Tiger, as we see Loch Ness again. I'm telling you, Lushwans with that upgrade, Traction Trebs with that upgrade are just so, so strong.
He needs to wall this side. Leary needs to wall this
He needed
side.
to wall it a long time ago.
He should have walled it a long time ago, but he still has a chance. He's going for an outpost over there, so at least he'll have a heads up. He's tracking the villager from Hera. Let's see if Hera can save her. Is that a priority for him right now? Probably not. He's going to try and go wall in Leary's villager. Does he get it? Bang, bang! What a play from Hera!
That's so funny. I mean, the villager's going to die, people. The villager's going to die.
Can he do it again?
Don't even get excited. The villager's going to die.
Can he do it again?
But, I mean, well played. We respect the effort. And another castle from Leary.
Fire archers.
Really?
Not what I want to see from Leary.
I don't think I've ever seen Leary make a fire archer.
I really don't. Oh, I love that wall on the left side, though, from Leary. Yeah. That's what we said he needed to do.
Dave.
Let's see if he can get it out before the infantry show up from Hera.
This is a game of seconds. This is a game of seconds. If units get through there to deny that, changes the whole setup for this game. Otherwise, I think Leary's in a pretty good spot. He can play towards the Lushwans on water. He sees his opponents playing champion against archers. Hera really might want to consider something else here. But he also might not have a lot of faith that fire archers can kill him, because fire archers are kind of an underwhelming.
They're a little underwhelming. If you get a bunch of them, then the burn damage starts to tick up a little bit. But
left side.
Left side. He's through.
One
Hera
villager
is through.
walling.
He's got the villagers through there too. Let's see how fast Leary can identify this. Leary's getting elite fire archer. I don't know how often he's played this.
You gotta wall the sides. You gotta wall the sides if you're gonna push. It's just like walling the middle. It's the same aspect. I think, when does Leary actually know that the units are through on the left? Dave, he's playing Fire Archer. His castles are on the right side.
He's going to see them. He's going to see them. He's going for a castle
That's
there.
not
But
it.
there's so many two-handed swordsmen there. Leary will have to quick wall these villagers. Is he paying attention? He's got a house here. He's got a palisade there. Another house here. Another house there. Another house there. University there. Can Leary stop these from getting through the houses? Stone walls behind. Leary holding the fort here on this castle. He's got to get it up in defense.
That's a good castle. That's a really nice castle. Hera will definitely push that, but Leary will keep the army out.
Stonegate!
Leary will keep the army out. What is happening here? Leary saving himself, keeping himself in this. There's a castle there, but the fire archers are doing pretty good over here against Hera's military.
Elite fire archer. Ferreters wasn't in, though. Ferreters is coming in right now for that extended HP on the champion line, and the barracks are at the back here. Leary needs to see this. He's going for a watchtower. He's a little bit nervous. More fire archers are coming out now. Still no Lushans on the middle, but nothing from Hera is really within range of them yet.
Hera's very late to skirm upgrades here. He doesn't have the armor upgrades. He didn't have chemistry. Makes sense when he was super committed to champion and he got pushed like that. I think that castle's actually the key to this game. Leary needs to know that that castle's there, and if he does, he can play traction trebs right away. If he doesn't see that castle, Hera's got some really nice chances to mass trebs there.
You know, I was talking about it earlier. The Lushans are over here attack grounding absolutely nothing. I'm sure that piece of ground feels very offended right now. I've talked about it earlier. Hera, usually once per set goes for that strategy, you go, I didn't know that unit was so good. Maybe it's Leary's turn. Leary is walling this off. There's still a hole at the back. Does he see it? He's going for a castle there. You have to go around and check. The Fire Archers are still doing a surprisingly good job at the front side of Hera's base.
Yeah, well, they have the hill, and Hera's production is kind of right there, and it's bleeding right into the units.
He sees it with the Fire Archer. Can he wall this off? Can he finish the job? He's going for it with villagers. He's walling into the corner. Gate over there.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think Leary sees the castle on the left. There's a big opportunity for Hera coming. Hera's got a problem, though. He doesn't know where to actually send the units to. He's in all these different spots. I thought he was going to go for a snowball, and like, yeah, he's got the relics, but relics doesn't compete with actually the stone mining and gold mining. And Leary's got plenty of gold on the shorelines right now.
And these Fire Archers can basically act as siege as well. They're taking out the units, but they also kill the buildings incredibly fast. Leary going into more John Swordsman. Still doesn't know about that castle back there. Gate is opening periodically, which could be a problem.
Where are the loose Schwans right now? Have they moved to the shoreline? They need to be moving around. Are they still attacking that one piece of ground? I think they can range that.
That's so brutal for Leary. He's just missing it.
Yeah, outpost though. Outposts. Outposts are so critical. If you don't have outposts here, you're gonna regret it. Oh man, both unique techs for Leary. He's like, I'll just get them both. I've got the resources for it. Can he force a Game 7, Dave? Hera's got one big push coming.
And can he do it with Fire Archers?
Yeah.
A unit I don't think I've seen in heavy numbers in a 1v1 in a very long time. Viper tried to make a few of them. Leary's made a lot of them.
Here's the weird thing about this map. You've got so much of your military in the middle now if you're Leary. So yes, you have the military lead, but that's about 20 of your military in the middle. So you can't actually free up the pop to defend yourself. And if you're playing unique units and you lose a castle, this becomes a really big problem. That castle's down, the rest of the base could go down soon as well for Leary.
Leary has to defend. He has to defend at home. Luckily, Hera's got his units on stand ground. What can Leary do against that? Fire Archers still pushing out here. We got fortified churches against the shoreline. The Fire Archers are working away on the castle. They're going to take it down quite quickly, but Hera is expanding. Hera is at 200 population. Leary's got a lot of res in the bank. Feels like he doesn't know what to do with it.
Let's not forget about score here. I think score is a very real possibility. We are much earlier in the game. We're only at 30 minutes, but yeah, let's not forget about score. Also, Fire Archers take down buildings, so they do have that bonus. And so Leary doesn't necessarily need the traction trebs, though I'd love to see them, especially in defense.
It's so difficult, right? Usually you want 4 or 5 traction trebs, but how are you going to manage those numbers when you're looking multiple places, maybe more consistent to go for the Fire Archers long term? He's trying to tech into cavalry. He needs to use his resources somewhere.
I love Champion here. I think Champion is the play. Your champions might be slightly worse, but your champions regenerate. That's not bad, though. If you spend your gold, you don't go for Hussar and you go for Heavy Haegwang. The nice thing about it, Dave, unlike Paladin, it's just one upgrade. It's not as strong as a Paladin, but it's very fast to get to.
I think they beat Faraday Champion as well. I'm not sure about cost effectively, but definitely in the 1v1. Could be a great option, and Hera doesn't see it happening either. This could be a surprise tech switch. The Lu Xuan got converted.
Hera is doing more with the converted Lu Xuan than Leary did the entire time.
Remember, Fire Archers are super effective against ships, though, if Leary notices that.
I don't think he's going to notice it. I mean, I would not look there right now. That's crazy. He's still busy at home. If he starts to lose castles to that, what a swing.
Doesn't notice it yet. The castle's still being attacked. He's trying to push back this. He's fully focused on this army at the side of his base.
I think he'll notice.
He'll repair.
Yep.
Maybe attack it with the Fire Archer. The Fire Archers do get the extra damage. No, he just brings his navy over. Nice job noticing that from Leary.
It's actually very nice to lose the fishing ships as well. That's a waste of pop at this point. That gives you 1 extra unit on land.
When did the Haegwang kick? How many of them are there?
Screw this reacting noise. Just send the Haegwang right into the heart of Hera's ego.
Into the heart.
Just into the heart.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, just right there. Like, I think we tried that the previous game and he ended up losing, but that's the type of energy I think he could use right now.
Definitely. Hera's trying to make a tech switch as well. He's trying to get back on water. So a sudden tech switch on land from Leary could really surprise him. I think, I agree with you. Those Haegwang need to go through the middle.
Yeah.
They definitely need to go through the middle.
Yeah, why not? You're not even under pressure. Maybe on the right side you can justify it because you are being pressured there. Left side, you're
The
kind of
Trebs are out of position. There's going to be burn damage from these fire archers. Taking a little bit of it. Where are the Haegwang? They're coming over to this side. Leary's going to show a few of them. I think you have to send some into the base from Hera.
I think.
Have to look for your opportunities. He's pulling them back now. Maybe he's trying to bait Hera out of position. Still has the Navy there, getting the naval upgrades. The Trebs are trying to go back. Hera notices them finally.
The fire archers should push this back. There's still no siege from Leary. We haven't seen a single traction trap. That's the only thing he can do to push back castles beyond the fire archers. But if he can win this fight, maybe the fire archers can do the job.
This will open up pop space, though, for Hera to get back on the water. He's got only one ship in the queue right now, but he's very clearly planning on that tech switch. The fire archers are working away on the skirmishers. The Haegwangs are eating through the champions. Leary trying to snipe the siege.
Leary's Navy is not utilizing the shorelines. They are sitting in the middle. They're not moving around. He's not really that comfortable focusing on the balance here, it seems. Which still, after just the way the series has gone, it's making me think Hera's still got very strong chances here.
Yeah, Hera's barracks at the back, finally fully clear. The Navy from Leary going over towards those docks. There's not a lot there from Hera, and the Luchuans aren't actually that bad against other ships. Their primary focus is against the buildings, of course.
Well, Leary spotted that now, and he's repairing the right side, and now the Haegwangs come over here, and Hera doesn't have enough, but the wall is open in the middle.
The champions are going in. He's got Haegwangs, though. He has like an emergency response force. Yeah. A mobile unit to deal with those. Hera trying to take over this middle area. He's trying to take over the water. Leary's sniping the traps. Remember, folks, Hera has 7 relics, so he's going to hold on for a very long time here.
That's your warning there if you're Leary. You gate that now. You remember you deleted that wall when you went out to attack earlier, and you just build a gate there and maybe even stonewall it. Traction trebs are coming in as well to make the push. Hera's resources, though, Dave, it's looking so good.
Amazing.
I think he should try Light Cav. It's a raiding unit that doesn't cost gold, and that's something he's so well known for.
I mean, this is one matchup against the Fire Archers where I think the Composite Bowmen do not do well at all.
Yeah, that as well.
So you can't add those in as a support unit. I think the Champions is just trying to push Leary back to the point where you can get back on the water. But if you have so much pop invested into skirmishers as well, you're never going to be able to get that water presence that you want.
I'm not sure, but I think Hera might have deleted some builds here. I think you clearly need a numbers lead because the army type isn't doing it. I actually wouldn't hate to see him delete another 15 builds. Just get the big snowball on the left side and then maybe win the game, because otherwise it's not looking good.
For a score victory, look at the KD.
Yeah, true.
Look at the KD right now. It's 297 to 124.
And the
Luchuans,
Leary had 3 warnings with the Navy. He's never going to slip up on water again. So the Luchuans are going to be there forever.
What a game.
What a game.
Back to back, man. We had that game on Rampart. Now we have this game here on Loch Ness. Hera's trying everything. Leary's holding on, though. Another fortified church there for Hera, and problems for Hera at home. This is not an easy army to clear up with just Skirmisher and Champion. Leary's going to really, really test Hera's response time at his own base, and Hera has to take him to help.
Maybe the last chance for Hera. He goes into the fight. Is that the fight he wants? Does he have enough champions? They are tankier than your average champion, but the traction trebs are in there too, and the champions just don't seem like they can do it.
Even with barriers.
Leary holding on. Is Leary going to send us to the dream game 9 after losing 4 straight? It seems very likely, Dave.
160 population for Hera for a brief moment there. I'm sure the queue is going to start adding more military to the field now. Hera's being pushed away from the gold. He's trying to secure them with the fortified churches, but the Luchuans are there. The Navy is there. The Haegwangs are here to deal with the skirmishers. And the Fire Archers are doing, I don't know how you feel, but a surprisingly good job at clearing the champions.
Yeah, Dave has surprised me. And I was a little critical. I hadn't seen Leary do it that frequently, so I didn't think, because it's not really played much, that it was very strong. But it seems all calculated by him. He waited for the traction trebs. He has them now. And look at Hera.
Look at the little treb stack in the back.
Freaking Hera.
He's a monster.
Put the trebs behind there, just out of range.
And I think what he's doing right there, Tristan, I don't think he could range that traction treb. So I think he was attack rounding, trying to get a miss to hit it.
Maybe.
It's incredible from him.
I mean, that or you just
And
mind
look at
game your
this.
opponent to back away.
Now
a
with the
little bit.
Halbs, he's cleared up the Haegwongs, and he's clearing up the Fire Archers, and Leary actually has to retreat over here. What a battle from
side,
Hera.
Right side. What's happening there? Right side, we've got more action. Hera's got trebuchets. Again, you only have so much population. Hera's come back, but now left side, Hera's holding?
Leary takes out
Hera's
the castle,
holding.
but he's pushing this back as well. He's an absolute monster. He's a beast. He's holding on both sides.
The thing is, all the units for Leary cost gold. Every single one. We haven't seen a single skirm, a single halp. Champions are very gold efficient. They don't cost a lot of gold. And of course, skirms and halps don't cost any. So Hera can play on for a long time. And he's sneaking around because the Lushwans are not on the shoreline. He's not able to be there maybe because Hera's been converting random ones. I was wrong. Hera, 33 on food, 21 on gold right now, 7 relics, which has brought in over 5,000 gold, and he's applying pressure from both sides.
And the Fire Archer army is gone for Leary. It's gone. It's going to be replaced by skirmishers, which don't do well against the champions at all. Hera might be able to make a full champion switch now. Champion help mix, potentially.
Wow.
The Treb is a little out of position, though. I don't like the position of that Treb. It might die to the castle. Leary's not paying attention.
This is a perfect example of the Fire Archer, though, because it's like really good until it's not, right? Like it was doing enough, or so we thought. We said the words, and now it's a problem. Oh man, the cost efficiency of Hera's army is looking so good, Dave. He actually has more gold than Leary. Leary doesn't have any gold. He's got 2 gold, no relics. Or 2 on gold, no relics. The only gold he can actually take is on the shoreline where Hera's camping, the left.
Yeah, Leary
He's
does
almost
take out
out.
a Treb there. He could potentially take out the other 2. Hera's not paying attention. Hera's still sneaking gold on that side. Leary trying to take out the skirms with his traction Trebs. Really doesn't want to lose 5 games in a row to Hera, but Hera just claws his way back, it seems like, in every game. Is Leary going to be able to save this castle? He's sending 2 villagers forward. This might be the momentum shift he needs back into this game.
Oh, I think we're seeing signs that these 2 are actually human. Both players with some slip-ups, perhaps. Hera had that castle down in his mind, but he clicked onto the next one, and now 2 castles still remain for Leary. Again, Hera's taking gold. And for every 1,000 gold he brings in, that's another 10 minutes he can fight here.
5K score ahead for Leary. We're still a long way away from the score victory. Hera got it last time, but 5K score is a big difference.
And he's got some good kills here. So maybe, I mean, it's now super early. It's like 30 minutes away, but maybe his score does creep into Leary's mind
I like
again.
the fact he's getting Hussar. So he's going to have Hussar Skirm.
Yeah.
I want to see him control more of the water. Looks like he's focusing on it now. The Lushwans are such a great unit.
I think he needs some more activity on the right side, and I think he's really lacking the wood, actually. We haven't thought about wood, but I think he needs stables and stuff over there, man. Like, he needs wood lines to be able to justify production buildings. He's sending all his military from the northern corner.
He needs a solution to these champions. It was the Fire Archers before. He's still trying to mass them up, but if they're not in numbers, you just can't get it. Like, you just can't find the kills that you need. The castle is going to go down on the right side finally. Nice job from Hera.
Traction Trebs are insanely tough to push, though. Traction Trebs will take the trebuchet from Hera. So Hera will need more siege there.
And he killed him, though. Gold units again for Leary going down. The Halbs are getting damage against the Haegwongs. Leary's at 162 population. Hera's at 190.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, but perhaps believable because we've seen comebacks before. This is just so crazy for Leary. He's got to be thinking right now, oh no, is it happening again? Is the curse continuing? It was the perfect start, Dave.
It was the perfect start. He was 3-0 up. Hera winning 4 games in a row and trying to close this one out. A forward castle for Hera. Just unbelievable resiliency from Hera. No one can do it like him. 4 wins in a row. He's working on his 5th. Can Leary possibly hold on?
And he's just turned these games into come and kill me. I will outlast you. I have more stamina than you. You might have the micro. You might be able to smash me once or twice. But doing it 5 times in a best of 9 is such a tough ask.
Important moment here. Does he get the Trebs? Does he lose the ships? One ship goes down. Second ship goes down.
And sometimes you need a little bit of luck, even if you're Hera and you get it. But that trebuchet is still going to go down.
I want to see counter rates from Leary with the Hussar. I don't know if he can manage to pull the army away in time, but I think that's the one thing we were missing.
The game has actually gone on long enough where Hera's going to have more access to gold. All the gold that's remaining is on shorelines that he controls. The Navy from Leary's not doing enough, and Hera has 7 relics to back it up. crazy.
If Leary wants to win this set, he's going to have to make it happen. I thought it was last game. Thought he was going to have to take that one from Hera. Hera grinding out the victory there. Leary's going to have to grind out the victory here and just stay alive.
The Navy's going to be a real problem. The Navy's going to be a real problem because he's already losing on land, and this could be Drawmans and Galleons from the Armenians, which is way better than what Leary has available.
Fire Archer mass is kind of there again. He's got 13 of them again. Can he get the kills that he needs?
Left side?
Big raid on the left side, potentially on the castle, potentially a denied castle. These are the moments that Leary needs. Can Hera get that castle up in time? Can he get that castle up in time? It doesn't look like it. It's a doubt castle over there on the left.
Wow, like 99%. That's pretty incredible. Hera will gain military population from this, but Leary will gain a little bit more confidence, which he's needed. And he has needed raids in Hera's base for a long time.
Yeah, he's going in there. There's castles all over Hera's base. Hera always makes it difficult to get free villager kills against them. 0 on gold right now for Leary. Hera down to 100 villagers. He's mostly military at the moment. The score, he's closed the gap. It's only 3K.
It's about champion numbers in the main fight. If it's mainly skirmishers and hussars, champions, Hal will beat that. The fire archers do tip the scales a little bit, but that's a lot of military from Hera. Oh, man.
88 villagers for Hera. The Treb goes down. The Treb goes down. Leary's going to snipe that. He needs to get away with those Hussar. Don't give Hera any free kills. There's a lot of Navy in the middle as well for Hera. 86 villagers, though. Leary can keep picking away at that number. The resource bank isn't there for Hera anymore.
It isn't. You're right. But if Hera can add Drawmans, it will do what we've been saying for a very long time. It can range everything from the shoreline. There's a lot of production buildings, and the only real castle of value for Leary on the right side is also rangeable by Drawmans.
52 minutes into the game. 52 minutes. We're almost 20 minutes away from the timer victory. We saw it in the last game. Will we see it again here? Hera is building that castle. He's going to complete it. He's got the Navy on the center. That excellent KD from Leary is still propelling him in terms of score, but we're a long way away. He's got to hold.
The fires have to clear up on water, and Leary's taking too much pressure.
If he takes a good fight here and pops out with those, I think he can surprise him.
Yeah, you do it at the same time, ideally, especially if you can't produce more. He's got 10. They all have to move out at the same time. Hera's got 22 galleons, though, which is very strong. Numbers could be close.
How many does he think is in there? That's the question for Hera.
Never researched any of the university upgrades for water, though, right, Dave?
But
I don't think he has the armor.
He has careening and he has dry duck.
Oh, okay. Then
already.
I'm wrong. Then I'm wrong. Okay, that's really. Oh, true. It comes in. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's something you forget about. That's something that might save this game for Leary.
Will Leary lose the docks, though? Will he lose the docks while he's battling over here? Does he know what the HP is on those? He's going to pop out now. Hera instantly reacts. Excellent reaction there from Hera.
If Hera has a couple leftover monks, you could use conversions. You could also add demos here. I think this is a very good opportunity for demos if this is a problem. It doesn't look like it's that big of a problem if he can hit and run with the galleons.
The extra shot from the Armenians is really coming into play here. It's busting through that armor. Hera also pushing in the center. Score is only 2K ahead here for Leary.
Dude,
the Fire Archers are going to go down.
I mean,
there wasn't that many of them.
Fire Archers kind of get away, and the champions are on their own with no halbs. That might not be the worst possible fight for Leary. It's like best case scenario is Hera overextends.
But how do you kill the champions now? You don't have any Fire Archers. How do you possibly kill the champions?
Hera has no gold.
165.
Hera has no, Leary has no gold. Hera has the gold. Hera has had the gold with the relics, but he had to play patient. The key was getting some fights on land on the left side. And Leary holding on. I think you never, ever call it here if your score is ahead. And you never play it if your population's
Leary's
above 100.
looking for wood.
Yeah, you got to fight big time.
Leary doesn't have wood.
Yeah, it's a problem. Like all the times where he could have maybe gone for stables on the right to react there earlier, he never really had the wood floating because Hera was pressuring his base. He did spend a lot of wood, but so difficult.
He's refusing to give up. He does not want this to happen again. It's happened many times in the past. We called it a curse. He can break it here if he just manages to hold on somehow. The score lead is only less than 2,000 now. At one point it was at 5K.
I wonder if Leary feels he's 100% dead and he's acting like he's going to engage and then backing up here. Because like, typically you're engaging almost immediately, but he has no win conditions. He doesn't have relics, he doesn't have position. So I think he's like, he doesn't want to take any poor fights, and he's just praying right now.
He's praying that Hera will take one, which he so
Exactly.
rarely does. Hera has full water control now. Hera's got the golds. Hera's had the relics the entire time. 8,500 gold from those relics. Hera has 4 wins in a row, looking for a 5th to claim this title.
The thing that happens here is if Hera makes Drawmans, all those buildings get destroyed, and that will significantly boost Hera's score. So any last chance score victories for Leary feels extremely unlikely. I think he needs to take a castle down, but Hera's got castles everywhere, and he doesn't have the gold to make the siege. He's stuck in this prison of 200 pop, but no position on the map to push back.
Maybe one big fight. Maybe one big fight. The score is getting closer and closer and closer. Leary's going to go in for that trap. He doesn't want to be pushed. That's a nice pick
That's a really
right there.
nice snipe. Very nice snipe.
Retreat as well. The skirms, though. Like, what's the solution to the champions? They have 100 HP.
This might be it. This might be it. I think Hera was waiting for a higher champion count. He's clearly happy with what the Drawmans are doing here. Again, players don't want to resign in this situation, but Leary has probably never felt more dead at 200 population. He'll know how the day started and how bright he looked at the starts, but he has not been able to outcompete Hera over the hours and hours that we've been here. And here we go, Dave. Big fights.
Is it possible?
Will Hera commit to the fight?
Can Leary take a good enough fight to keep him in this game? That's the question. Leary taking out all the skirms. Hera's actually running away with the champions, so those are some good kills there from Leary, but the score is getting closer and closer and closer, and I think Hera is taking out that castle on the right side, and Leary's completely out of wood.
Yep.
He is completely out of wood. He's searching for something. He's just searching for a win. Hera with 4 in a row, trying to make it 5 for the most impressive comeback I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts so much to be Leary right now. You feel for him. There's all of that to take in, but let's be honest, this is not going his way right now. It hasn't been for the better part of like 2 or 3 hours. The score is going to flip soon, Dave, and Hera does not need to take the fight. He can, but he doesn't want to take the risk because he knows the only win condition truly is if he loses on the score, but there's so much time left.
0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. 0 win conditions here other than the score, and the score is getting so much closer, and we still have 14 minutes remaining. Hera was down 3-0. It is now 4-3. Excellent picks over there on the right side. Let's see if Leary can stop the slide.
He's down to 65 vills, Dave. I mean, you stop the slide on the right side, you're still just sliding everywhere else. It is pain, it is misery. It is the feeling of second place for Leary, which he's just so sick of. But the score is about to flip. That's the only condition. He's not getting any counter raids. That wall, that all-important wall foundation that could have saved him and taken us to Game 9 is still sitting there on the left side of the screen for Leary.
And the Droman's working away on the docks. The score is about to switch. The score is about to switch any second here. Will Leary continue? He's still got the skirms. He's taking some fights on the right. He's taking some fights on the left, but no wood. No
It's just pure stamina, dude. It's just pure stamina. I mean, not pure stamina. Strategy, adaptation, all that exists as well. But like Leary has not been able to play perfectly at a certain stage, and Hera has been able to wear him down.
Score is switching.
And the score has, or sorry, will switch. Is
Score
switching.
switching
It's
back
going
and
back
forth.
and
Score
forth.
is switching
Is this
back
it?
and forth. He was down 3-0. Leary was up 3-0.
I mean, it's 100 Hussars. Does 100 Hussars beat this? Can you take one big fight? I feel like you have to now. You can't wait another 10 minutes.
10 minutes away, though. Where are you finding the food to replace them?
Yeah, not there. Not where the villagers are dying, to the Drawmans and the Galleons, that's for damn sure.
Castle's going to go down any second now. Dromans are going to take it out. The castle will crumble. The Hussars come over. One big fight, potentially for Leary.
He's known for a while, Dave. He doesn't want to accept it. It's understandable. He's so good. He is so, so good. But throughout his career, while he's been amazing for 10 years, there has always been a champion just in front of him, just running through the competition and taking the first place. Final fight here. Will Hera take the crown again?
I think he will. Down 3-0. 5 wins in a row, potentially for Hera. Leary takes this fight, he continues to play, and here comes the GG. Maybe the reign of Hera continues. He is your Red Bull Londinium champion.
Yes, unbelievable. Just unbelievable. What a turnaround. To turn it around after you lose those 3 games, to claw your way back, doesn't feel possible at times. Amazing for Hera. I feel for Leary, as does everyone, but this is what competition does. This is what competition's about. And congratulations to Hera.
The most incredible comeback in Age of Empires 2 history. And of course, it's none other than Hera!
Ladies and gentlemen, your Age of Empires 2 champion, it is Hera once again. There, they get the crowd as a backdrop. The backdrop. Hera, this was insanity. You managed to claw your way back into this. You went down 0-3. For you to have the mental fortitude, the tenacity, the grit to reverse sweep your opponent in such a high-stakes match in the grand final. What is going through your head right now?
I'm absolutely ecstatic. I mean, the crowd was just absolutely amazing. Seriously, thank you so much, everyone here. Obviously, we have to start by saying GG, well played to Leary. I think he showed up great today. And I always talk about how Leary is so dangerous, and the first 3 games I made a few missteps and I got hard punished. It was so just deadly pressure from him. Definitely took a lot of mental reset on my end to come back and try to turn things around. I'm so happy I did.
Yeah, Hera, little mistakes from both sides were punished immediately. Can you walk me through your internal monologue when you're finding yourself on a back foot? How do you find it in yourself to come back and claw your way back into games like map 7, map 8? We thought all hope is lost, but somehow, some way you ended up on top, hitting the timer at the very end there. What's going on in your mental, in your head?
Yeah, those last 2 games were absolutely epic. I love games like that really push you to the distance and push you to the limits. I think it's just a matter of keep your head down, try to do the best play possible, and that's it.
Right on. You make it look and sound easy some days, but today they made you work for it. Overall, looking back at your journey at Redbull Wololo, Londinium, what's your big takeaway?
I absolutely love this event. The last Red Bull was my favorite event. This one is now my new favorite event.
That's how they do it here at Redbull Wololo. Hera, this is your moment. I'm taking this for you. This is your stage, your crowd, your winner.
As I present to you the champion at Red Bull Wololo Londinium Age of Empires 2 for the 2nd time, it's Hera! What a thrilling end to a thrilling tournament. As I invite the entire broadcast team on the stage with us here. Hera, if you want to stay with us for a second, mate, you can. My friends, Thank you so much for contributing to the incredible success of this event, Redbull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it one more time. Thank you so much to the London Contemporary Orchestra. Thank you to our sponsors, Aegon by AOC, World's Edge, and Scan. But thank you most of all to you, the Age of Empires community. This event was for you. We loved it. We hope you loved it half as much as we did giving it to you. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, all the people both in front of and behind the camera, thank you for being here with us in London. Thank you for being part of Redbull Wololo Londinium. Thank you, Age of Empires community, and good night.